It is yet another lovely day here in Switzerland. We are right now live from Bienne, the bilingual city of French and German communities located next to the shores of Lake Biel at the foot of the Jura Mountains. We are at the heart of the city. This is Biel Congress Center, which under its roof hosts the 57th International Biel Chess Festival, a combination of 15 tournaments. The main event, however, are the Masters and Challengers triathlon tournaments that have no equals all over the world. Your host for the event, as usual, I'm Grandmaster Artur Nations, together with the ever-charming Angelika Volkova. Angelika, it's great to have you back.
Thank you so much, Artur. I'm happy to be here as well. We are going to see some exciting chess, as always, here today, and I'm looking forward to it.
Awesome. Right, so let's jump immediately to the action and check out what is this tournament all about. As you can see, it is an actual triathlon, a unique tournament which consists of 3 tournaments combined: the classical, rapid, and blitz. The rapid tournament is over. The classical tournament today, we are following round 4 out of 5. Blitz tournament is still to be played, and then at the end of the triathlon there will be the grand finale when the top players will battle out who is going to take the honors to become the winner of the tournament. Angelika, which is probably your favorite section of this triathlon so far?
I mean, for sure, we've seen a lot of action in the Chess 960 and the Rapid tournament, but I find myself this last round of the classical portion are the most exciting ones, because there we're going to have established who is coming forward in the final stage of the Grandmaster Triathlon.
I think it's also a good idea for us to check out the current standings of the triathlon so far, because the rapid tournament is over. A couple of games in the classical tournament have been played, and here we see in the Masters tournament, it is rather surprising, the youngest participant from United States, the youngest grandmaster in the history of chess, Abhimanyu Mishra, who is leading the charge with 13.5 points, 1.5 point ahead of the 2-time winner of the triathlon, Bienne. Martirosyan is also not very far behind with 11.5 points. In the meantime, Vaishali is the surprise leader of the Challengers tournament as well, scoring 3 victories in a row. Salem is 1.5 points behind with 15.5 points, and then we have the former leader Alexander Donchenko with 12.5 points. I mean, Angelika, if I would have to pinpoint one of the biggest surprises from these 2 tournaments, which would you select?
I would select for sure the Vaishali's performance in the last 3 rounds of the classical portion. She has also had some good times at the Chess 960 and Rapid, but no one expected her to score 3 wins in a row against top-rated player, her being seed number 6 of the tournament.
Yeah, her yesterday's game against Samunenkau, and that was quite something. And even though that was a mistake that she did against Igor Samunenkau, the refutation was just unbelievable. So you would have to head out to the actual game and check it out. Samunenkau was winning, he missed it, and then Vaishali was able to capitalize on his mistake. All right, now let's go and check the current pairings for the round 4 of the classical tournament and try to make some predictions what we can expect today. As you can see, the top seeded player, the world number 8 in the world, Praggnanandhaa in the Masters section, he challenges Shankland for a very exciting game. The tournament leader, Abhimanyu Mishra, is going to try to capitalize on his white collar versus Vincent and Keymer. Bienne, the 2-time winner of the triathlon, today he faces one of the favorites of the tournament, Martirosyan. In the meantime, in the challengers, we have interesting matchup between Alexander Donchenko against Marc-André Maurizzi, Samunenkau against Bienne, Vaishali against Salem. All right, now let's head straight to the playing venue and check out what's happening there. So here we see this is the spacious Biel Congress Center, which hosts a total of 15 tournaments. The triathlon of both tournaments is being held on the stage, the Masters and Challengers. There's also some other very exciting events like the Masters Open Tournament, like the Amateurs Open Tournament. There's the tournament for youth, for physicians, etc. And that makes it a really exciting place to be. Angelika, have you ever played yourself in Biel before, or just mainly commentating?
I actually last year have been participating in the rapid tournament of the, it was actually named like Swiss Rapid Championship and it was happening here in Biel, and as well the Blitz Swiss Championship I was playing and I had some really good times here and also meeting with the players straight after the Grandmaster Triathlon finished.
Wait, actually, now the word is that this is really funny. This is the actual pairings for this round. I apologize. All right, this happens. So this is the actual pairings for the round number 4. Shankland faces Limle. Martirosyan plays against Abhimanyu Mishra. Vincent Keymer takes on Praggnanandhaa. And in the meantime, in the challengers, the World Junior Champion, Maurizzi, is going to take on the overall leader of the challengers, Vaishali. In the meantime, Salem also is going to try to take down Samunenkau. And then we also have the very, very important matchup, Bienne against Alexander Donchako. Angelika, if I would have to ask you to pick one of these games you're interested the most, probably I know the answer already, kind of. It's probably Vaishali. Anybody else, really?
In the Masters, there are actually two very interesting pairings to me. And first of all, we are having this clash of Vincent Keymer and Praggnanandhaa. The two players with the same age have been playing in a lot of tournaments together. And the second one is, of course, current leader Abhimanyu Mishra against Martirosyan. If we remember, Ike was the one who was leading the Grandmaster Triathlon after the Rapid tournament. But after a few draws and Abhimanyu won a few games, he actually surpassed the Armenian #1. So I would also keep a close eye on that game.
All right. We're going to absolutely do that. So let's now go full screen to the playing venue where the players are getting ready for the start of the round. It is still 3 minutes. There we see Bienne now is clearly in a better mood after yesterday because he started the tournament being the top-seeded player in the Challengers tournament with 2 losses, clearly not feeling the rhythm. Also yesterday, the Danish top grandmaster was in a major trouble against Maurizzi, but then he was able to turn the tables and score a very important victory. So we'll see how it's going to continue today for him. Here we see Vincent Keymer playing against Pragg. Angelika, your expectations?
It's going to be an exciting battle between both of the players because, as we remember, according to the current standings, Vincent is at the bottom. Now he has white pieces, so maybe it's a great chance for him to strike back. But it's not a very easy opponent, right, Artur? I mean, Praggnanandhaa is super strong as well, but he's also not having such a great time here in Biel.
Yeah, we tried to speculate a bit yesterday what was the reasoning of Pragg's performance. Maybe he's been a bit busy lately, playing a lot of tournaments in a row. Still, the majority of the tournament is ahead of him because if he will qualify for the final stage, and I think he should, more classical games are upcoming for Pragg, so he really needs to up his game. Here we also see Samunenkau plays with black today with Salem. And I think it's going to be very difficult for him because yesterday had this nice position, extra pawn, no risk lose, that he made 2 mistakes in a row from a winning position. So it's going to be quite a tough task for the young Ukrainian.
It's very hard to recover after the tough losses, and he has lost 2 out of 3 games. He played only 1 draw in the round number 2, so it's indeed going to be super tough to recover. For Salem is actually quite kind of a good time. Yes, he won 2 out of 3 games. Yesterday he played a draw. Okay, he had huge chances for a win, but also other games he won were not so clear.
Indeed. So he was very close to win. I think here Saleh has only 1 goal win the game. Here Shankland arrives against his game versus Limle. He had a rather disappointing start because he was looking really towards this tournament, being the last-minute replacement instead of Javokir Sindarov, the young Uzbekistan star who was supposed to play in the Masters tournament, but he had visa problems and could not arrive here in Biel in time. That's why Sam was very kind to agree to be the last-minute replacement and flew all the way from California, crossing 9 time zones and arriving here at the playing venue only a couple of days before the start of the triathlon.
Yeah, for sure. We see here also Bienne and Donchako preparing for their match. I think also one of the match of the leaders of the top seeds of the challenger section. Super important for both of the players, especially for Bienne if he wants to go higher in the standings and qualify for the final stage. And we see already the first move, 1e4, has been played.
And here we see Marc-André Maurizzi still waiting for his opponent, Vaishali. She is arriving at the moment. Technically, the players can be late for several minutes, but mostly it's just like 1 or 2 minutes, and everybody tries to be on time. Mishra is there waiting for his opponent, Martirosyan. We are going to talk about previous encounters, the previous meetings here also in Biel as well. Here's Vincent. Quite a few players actually are missing.
Yeah, quite some players are missing, but it's still... we see Praggnanandhaa arrived, the handshake is there. Pragg brought actually the banana, some, doping.
The universal thing to get more energy, Vaishali.
And the banana for
Same way.
Vaishali.
Interesting choice. So, of course, Vaishali and Pragg, somebody might not know this, but they are the only duo in the world, brothers, sisters, who have achieved the Grandmaster title. Here, Vaishali is getting ready for the move. And I think also we could go to that game, the very first game we are going to follow, and see what Vaishali is going to choose against d4, and she has responded with knight f6 on the board.
Yeah, we've seen quite some interesting responses from Vaishali, quite some interesting openings from the round number 1. We've seen the French defense. In the second round, there was a Caro-Kann played right by her opponent. Yesterday, there has been like crazy opening. She went for this giving up a pawn and a little bit suffering a little bit, but otherwise we are expecting a lot of action in the opening.
Big moment here. After knight c3, she could have played Grunfeld or King's Indian defense. I don't really know her repertoire so well.
Grunfeld, let's go.
Yes, Grunfeld is a very aggressive opening, which quite often actually leads to some equalish positions. C takes on d5, one of the main and principled continuations, knight takes on d5. So essentially the idea of the Grunfeld defense is black gives up the center. There you go. The French player immediately grabs it, has 2 pawns on d4 and e4, but Vaishali will try to undermine the center with moves like bishop g7, c5, and knight c6, and say that dynamics compensate the lack of the center. Queen a4 is rather unusual move, but still pretty known.
Yeah, what do you play here on queen a4? Bishop d7 or e6? What would be the main move?
Probably several moves. I'm not entirely sure. Bishop d7 or knight e7. I think c6 is a bit passive because you need a c pawn to be standing on c5. And instead of immediately responding, I think Vaishali will stop here for a moment, because even if you know the opening theory, you probably want to memorize what exactly my opponent has prepared, because you have done your preparation against, you can assume your opponent has done exactly the same. There's probably one game or a couple of games that your opponent has in his mind. So you try to recall, what is it? What I have played in the Grunfeld, what I might have played against queen a4.
Do you think she's out of preparation at this moment, or is she still trying to recall all the moves and go for it? Because if you prepared it, like, you would not recall the games, oh, what have I played before? But maybe it's really the moment where she was not ready for the queen a4?
Well, I don't think she's out of the prep. So mainly it's just a mix of thoughts, like what I have played before, and actually I think a lot of players, they remember what they have played. I mean, I do not remember most of my games. I have like a vague idea what I have played somewhere. But at the highest level, these players have a very good memory. They remember what has been played before. There you, by the way, queen d7 is on the board. And also do not forget that the prep is usually a lot of moves, so you have choices. So maybe Vaishali is thinking, okay, in this game 2 years ago against this guy, I played, for example, bishop d7. In my notes, I also have queen d7. This is interesting for this particular duel. I have never played it out. My opponent will be out of the prep. Should I do this or still play the same continuation? So that's why very often there's a mix of thoughts, and it's a good idea to stop for a couple of minutes.
Yeah, you know, Artus, why am I asking? Because actually in the yesterday's game, Vaishali went for the game she played before. She showed that till the move 18 or 19, it was the game it was happened in Qatar Masters. Everything was the same. Just at some moment, Igor Samunenkau deviated with some a3 move. So that's why I'm just wondering, maybe she's actually going for her normal repertoire here.
It's really tricky because essentially when you're repeating the same opening, the same moves, you have to understand you're not playing against your opponent. you're playing against a cloud engine of rating 3,600. Maybe there's a brand new idea. That's why this desire to divert at some point and do it pretty early is very understandable.
Yeah, for sure. And here we see Queen D7 was played. Queen A3 instantly responded by Marc-Andrea Maurizzi. This is the move probably stopping some ideas of black to go for c5. So now c5 is not really possible. Queen is targeting the square on c5. And potentially also if black would push the e-pawn, but I don't think black would push the e-pawn, the castle would not be possible in this position.
Right, so the main idea of the Queen A3 delay indeed the move c5, right? So that's why this queen on a3 stands a bit off. So black will have to somehow increase the pressure. Probably at some point b6 will be necessary, c5 to be incoming. And in case you're wondering if black is not sacrificing the pawn on c5, yes, that is correct. This idea of b6, c5, allowing white to take on c5, and even if this costs white the pawn, is a very thematic idea in the groundfield. So I'm not really sure what's going to happen, but there's the answer. Vaishali has chosen to play b6. Of course, makes perfect sense.
It makes perfect sense, developing both the bishops with fianchetto. This is actually very nice because both of them are going to look at the center for potential breaks like c5 or e5 would be really important.
What's your experience, by the way, in the groundfield?
I play groundfield. I play against groundfield with white pieces. So I'm not going actually for this exchange variation. I'm playing knight f3, bishop f2, bishop f4, knight rook c1 variation.
So if you go back right here,
Yeah.
you play something else, not knight c3. Ah, here you play bishop f4.
Yeah, bishop f4 with the idea knight f3 and rook c1.
I see. Right.
And you?
I simply don't play it at all.
You play e4.
Yeah, I mainly play e4. I play some d4. I try to play some anti-groundfold lines. But of course, this is the most principal way to fight, right? You grab the center. I just quite don't like to enter these very long theoretical lines that have been heavily analyzed. So I pretend that I'm pretty good at something else. Okay, this is interesting stuff. A couple of moves have been played in this game. So let's maybe go to the bird's eye view and make our first observations. What else is happening in the round 4 in both tournaments? What are we seeing here?
We see on the top left board is Martirosyan against Abhimanyu Mishra, the current leader of the tournament. We see that it was the Queen's Gambit currently against something like Semislav.
Yeah, this is Semislav by the looks.
Yeah. Maybe some exchange in the center will happen, we will know. And the bishop was already traded for a knight on f6. In Marc-Andrea Maurizzi, we just checked against Vaishali in the top middle game. Vincent Keymer against Praggnanandhaa on the top left corner. What is that actually?
That, Angelica, is Sicilian Rossolino. I could talk about it about 1 or 2 hours because I have a lot of experience in this line, mainly from the white's perspective, but recently also from black. I will definitely check it out, so we want to go there. In the meantime, Salek on the lower left corner, he is playing against Igor Samunenkau. Early c takes on d5 probably indicates that he is pretty happy to go to some kind of a Caspad structure. On the lower middle board, we have Sam Shankland playing against Lim Le. Again, Caspad. It's the topic that keeps resurfacing all the time. One of the most famous pawn structures here in Biel, not only in Biel, but all over the world. And also we have Jonas Biel on the lower right corner versus Alexander Donchenko. This is some rather offbeat Najdorf, but I mean in Najdorf many lines are playable. Black is doing great, so here Biera is going to try to capitalize on some small advantage after the opening.
So just all the games looks already exciting. Should we go to the game of Vincent Keymer against Praggnanandhaa so you could talk more about the Rossolimo there?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's go to the Rossolimo. Well, I actually even wrote a course on this from the white's perspective a long time ago, but let's go step by step. e4, c5, knight f3, knight c6. So I'll start with the story that the main move, of course, is d4. After d4, c takes, knight takes on d4, knight f6, knight c3. And here in 70s, yeah, I think it was in the 70s, maybe in the 80s, suddenly e5, the so-called Sveshnikov variation started to emerge, which at the time was not really that great. So really respectable players started to, ridiculous. This is not how you play. You cannot give up the d5 square. This is really bad. I mean, this is anti-positional, stuff like that. But practice proved that this is actually a very serious opening, even more. Today, this is one of the main continuations for black, where people have understood with the help of the modern engines, dynamics are very, very important. And I had this opportunity, Angelika, to talk about this particular setup with the father of the Russian, Yevgeny Sveshnikov himself, because he was living in Latvia for many, many years. We were colleagues in Latvian national team for a couple of times. And he said to me that he treats himself, the so-called Rasalima operation with bishop b5, as the strongest continuation against knight c6, right? So he also says after d4, black is doing fine. And the main idea with bishop b5 is that white plays it out like typical Rai Lopez. So you can imagine the pawn instead of c5 stands on e5. So white wants to castle short. White wants to play positionally rook e1, c3, d4, and just play simple normal chess.
Simple chess indeed. And what has Praggnanandhaa responded here? I see that he played g6.
Yeah, that's the main move.
That's the main one.
As I understand, you have not much experience.
No, I don't have, because I don't play e4 and I don't play Sicilian, so that's my problem.
This is the main move. This is really the main move. And now short castle actually is not really, I think, that popular. I think that bishop takes on c6 is way more played move, so that white is immediately asking black to determine your setup. There's two continuations. B takes on c6, more aggressive, try to get the pawn, chain in the center. D takes on c6 is considered to be a more positional approach. We saw it being played in the 2018 World Championship match, Magnus Carlsen against Fabiano Caruana. This was one of the hot topics of the match. But here, Vincent plays short castle, and I believe that this continuation now is, okay, he's going to disagree with me, right? I believe it's slightly inaccurate. Sorry, Vincent. The main idea here is that after bishop g7, he takes on c6. And in some lines, after d takes on c6, white is not castling short. So recently, I had this pleasure to play it from the black's perspective against a very controversial player, Hans Niemann. Yeah, we played it in French Team Chess Championships this June in France. And Hans would play d takes on c6. I was playing with black. And the game continued with d3, bishop g7, knight c3. I think I played knight f6 with black, bishop e3, b6, a4, a5, I think h3 was included before. And there was this one idea at some moment when white started a king's attack with g4 and long castle. So that's the nuance, right? That's why white sometimes is not really rushing with a short castle, and then white wants to play even a long castle if there's such a possibility. Okay, maybe there's no difference, and Vincent mainly is a d4 player and c4 player, so actually it's a small surprise that he has decided to play today e4. All right.
So what was the result of the game against Hans?
I was demolished. I was demolished completely. Yeah, so it was a painful game, and then he even made a YouTube video about it. So
oh no.
Yeah, you can check it out. So anyway, it doesn't matter. Now Vincent plays bishop takes on c6, c6, and now you see he has already committed to the short castle. Chicken dangers, they're going to say this is nothing special, this is completely normal. But again, these nuances, sometimes they add up, and I think that Vincent could have benefited by castling short a bit later. Yeah, maybe so he's going to disagree with me.
It's more of a solid approach, right? You don't want to create this two-sides attack who is faster. But then, of course, like if white is castling short, what could be an idea here? What does white want to do? Because I'm not sure white wants to play c3, d4, because that would create some kind of a pressure, some weakness on d4.
Right. So here c3, d4 makes no sense. Yeah. Why is this? Because white takes on c6 to create double pawns.
Yeah.
So black plays d takes on c6. Black has two bishops. And if the position opens up, this means these two bishops probably are going to be really strong. So for example, if white would play here something like c3, for example, knight f6, e5, knight e5, d4, c takes, you see these bishops after black is going to play something like c5 could become really, really strong. So that's why white typically plays here a closed game. d3, knight f6, rook e1. Okay, rather interesting. I think mainly players here play h3 as the main move, stopping bishop g4. Vincent doesn't mind it. Rook e1 show castle.
And now he goes
And now
for
he plays
h3.
h3.
It's interesting they first included rook e1, allowing bishop g4. What if bishop g4 was played after rook e1?
I think that typically the idea, White is toying with this idea of allowing bishop g4.
After rook e1, yeah.
Yeah, after rook e1, bishop g4, White typically plays knight e2. Let's say black castle short, White plays h3, bishop f3, and knight f3. So I think also, I've also long believed about this move sometimes to be a waste of time, because you also imagine this position from the black's perspective. So if I may, I'm going to go back right here and ask yourself, what is your bonus, your advantage from the black's perspective?
The pair of bishops.
Exactly. So why would you want to trade it on g4? Yeah. That's why it quite doesn't make sense.
You're
And I
right.
played it many times from the white's perspective, trying not to play h3 at all, because it just kind of makes no sense today. And I suspect that my opponent is not going to play it anyway. So I can only imagine that Vincent had similar thoughts. So he played as rook e1, hinting at the idea that you're not going to play bishop g4 anyway, right? Because I know you don't want to do that. And here, after the short castle, he does include h3, because in the long run, this bishop on c8 maybe is not really so great. And typically, what black is trying to accomplish here, black's dream scenario is to get the pawn on e5 and the knight on h5. So for example, let's say if black is able to do it in one go, let's say black plays knight h5, knight c3, and e5. So it is believed that this position is really great for black, because black is going to play b6, black controls the pawn pushes here, black controls the pawn pushes here, and then slowly but carefully he's going to suffocate white with his position. That's the idea. And I can only imagine, I don't really know, Angelika, this move rook e1, but I think it's somehow linked against this idea. I don't really know this particular move order, because the white knight normally already stands on c3, and now I don't think that e5 works, because now you can play knight e5, and after knight e4, there's rook e4.
So that's the main idea. So e5 is not working right away, and after knight h5, probably there could be some e5 ideas from white.
Yeah, that's a fair point, or even g4. Yeah, g4 maybe is a bit too risky.
G4.
It exposes the king, but yeah, e5. This knight is weird. Now g4 is a big threat. You cannot retreat. So this bishop h8, bishop h6 just makes no sense at all.
Yes, then white is already dominating here.
Absolutely, Vincent has some deep ideas, and maybe that's why he decided to castle immediately. So he has completely different understanding and ideas than I do here. And of course, he's coached by one of the greatest chess legends, one of the most talented players in the history of chess, Petr Leko himself. So there's that.
Yeah, that's why it's very interesting how, e5 was already played, so knight e8 and e5. Okay, the same idea with the knight on h5, but just knight is going on normal square where it cannot be trapped.
Right, so black wants to play e5. For example, if white will just play casually, knight c3, I think Pragg wants to play e5, bishop e3, b6, let's say you play queen d2, knight c7, bishop h6, f6, you trade it, black puts the knight on e6, and I think he's doing really great. This knight e6, knight e4, knight f4, g5 ideas, king h8, g5, h5, king h8, knight e6. You can easily imagine that black is having fun here.
Yeah, that's why I'm not the one who is playing this position, but to me, optically, it looks like since black having this pawn on c5, it's not so easy for white to do some breaks in the center and generally. So it's very hard to understand where actually white has to go. Maybe there could be some ideas to break with f4, I don't know, maybe removing the knight and playing something with a4, because I would like to open some files, but I don't know exactly where should I open them.
But that's why you need a rook on f1, Angelika. Yeah, that's why this move, rook e1, it is a tricky move. Because with rook e1, Vincent shows I'm basically not going to play f4. Otherwise, you keep the rook on f1, you play h3, you play knight c3, you play bishop e3, and then at some point you push f4. So Vincent has completely different ideas here.
Yeah, but then he would allow e5, so that's why I think it's important, this rook e1, not allowing e5.
I think there was this one line, I tried to recall it, knight c3,
E5?
short castle, h3, b6, and now bishop e3 was an accuracy, because this is the typical way to continue. I think black was playing e5.
Because after knight e5, there is knight e4.
Yes, precisely. And knight c6 is knight c3. So this is not working. This is not working for white at all, because the knight on c7 somehow is trapped. So don't try this at home. Right. And
So
after knight e8, Pragg wanted to play e5. Vincent played very quickly e5, blocking black's idea, and b6 is played.
Yeah, it's actually very interesting why b6 has been played. You protect the pawn on c5. Do you want to develop the bishop? I mean, you don't really want to develop the bishop on b7 because it would just stand there and do nothing.
It's a smart waiting move. I mean, b6 is pretty common for these positions. Just in case you protect the pawn, then you see what happens. Interesting stuff indeed. You know, I would like to sit here for the next 1 hour, but we have still like good 5 games to follow. So let's go to the bird's eye view and see what else is happening in other games. So the next game we haven't yet followed. Maybe Ike Martirosyan. He's
agree.
playing against Mishra, against the leader. I think that's the game we want to follow.
Yeah, this is the game we'd like to follow very close because we have the leader of the tournament after the rapid tournament and the chess 960, Ike Martirosyan, and the current leader of the tournament. So both of them are on the top of the standings.
Let's go to that game, Martirosyan against Mishra, and we are going to start it from the very beginning and see how did they get to this particular opening. It was some sort of semi-Slav with the bishop on g7, and try to figure out the nuances of this position. All right, here we go. d4, d5, c4, c6, knight f3, knight f6, knight c3, super popular stuff. Everybody loves to play it, including Angelica, I suppose.
Yes, I also
knew
love
it.
to play it, but without knight on f3, but it's okay.
Without knight f3.
Yes.
All right. So e6, semi-Slav is on the board. D takes on c4 is being threatened, so white has to do something about it. e3 leads to the Miran position, defending the pawn. Bishop g5 usually is a continuation of somebody who is not afraid of some very sharp lines, because black has already taken c4. There's moves like e4.
e4 is super sharp.
Very sharp, long theory. Entire books are published on the topic, so let's just avoid it. h6, takes, e3. I think earlier in the tournament we also saw Maurizzi playing against Samunenkau, move a3 with the idea to play e4. Completely different approach.
Yes, completely different. In this case, we have more solid one. e3 has been played. The pawn is protected on c4. Nothing is happening for now. Now the question is for white. Will white develop the bishop and allow black to win a tempo, or play something like rook c1, queen c2, just waiting move? I would play rook c1 in this position, I would say.
I disagree with you. He plays bishop e2. He
Okay.
thinks I'm going to cast a short immediately, but I get your point, Angelica. Nice idea. Try to wait for the potential for black to capture the pawn on c4. I think that he doesn't really mind it. Ike, meaning that there's going to be capture on c4, because we saw something very similar a couple of rounds ago when Martirosyan was playing against Vincent and Keymer. I think this is essentially almost a repeat of the line. It was very, very similar in terms of the structure, same
Yes.
opening. I really don't remember the order of the moves. g6 also was the choice of Vincent back in that game. Castles, queen e7.
Very deep move. So the idea is that you want to play bishop
Maybe he wants to play 5. I'm not sure.
f5, knight f6, knight e4.
Some improved
Create
stonewall.
outpost.
Some stonewall, yeah? For example, if white is...
Oh, yes, it's maybe actually the case, because, you know, white doesn't have anymore the dark squared bishop, which is normally very annoying in the stonewall. I know it because I play against stonewall, and my bishop is usually very annoying.
One thing that the human race has not yet taught the engines is the appreciation of the stonewall on the Dutch positions. I mean, engines always say they're really bad. However, for the human beings, they are very interesting, because now you see black would completely control the situation in the center, position the bishop on g7, and then advance at the king side. But anyway, it didn't happen. Queen e7, e4, d takes, bishop takes on c4, my apologies, and bishop g7. This also looks very similar to the game of Marc-Andrea Maurizzi versus Samunenkau. I believe it was round 1, if I remember correctly, or round 2 maybe.
And also in that game, I guess Samunenkau took on e4. Yeah, he went for a different approach. And in this case, black decided to take on the c4, and currently bishop is being developed on g7. I guess black is preparing for the long castle. And what to do here with white, because these two pawns in the center are being a little bit targeted by bishop on g7, and sometimes there could be some rook d8.
Yeah, I think also something similar was played in the aforementioned game. It's again a clash of styles, because when you look at this position, you see, yeah, I mean, white is doing great, right? So white has completely finished his development, has a beautiful center, pawn on d4, pawn on e4, space advantage and everything. But there's one problem. He's missing the dark for bishop. So if white would have the bishop on e3, for example, instead of the knight, I think engines would announce that white is much better, but black has this bishop here. And even though the bishop on c8 maybe doesn't seem much, again, Mishra is thinking long term. All the positions at some point they tend to open up, and then my two bishops, they're going to reign supreme. That's what he thinks at least. And the pawn on d4 always can be targeted, as Angelika, you already suggested, with the move as short castle and rook d8, maybe c5 and e5, trying to capitalize on the power of those two bishops.
Yeah, it's also not so easy for white to, I would say, find the idea to go for. I mean, do you really want to push for something like d5? I mean, I don't think you want to do it, but something like e5, knight, e4, knight d6 could be an idea to go jump there with the knight.
Of course, it's a very double-edged move, because after you play e5, you have to understand what happens after c5. Immediately, black tries to undermine your center, and if you're not cautious, for example, you grab the pawn on c5, black will take with the queen, the pawn on e5 suddenly becomes very vulnerable, and just as usual are laughing at us, but you get the idea.
Yeah, it's exactly, and in the game, this is
thinking.
current position, so
he's
there was
thinking
no
after
moves.
bishop g7. I think he's thinking about e5, maybe trying to recall the preparation. Yeah, you see, he's not sleeping. Ike, wake up.
He's being focused, yeah, because he had actually all three draws in the classical games, so he's not winning the games for far, and he's losing points.
You know, Ike also is one of the players, Angelika, who has really pleasantly surprised me in the tournament, because, of course, he is well known for his skills in rapid and blitz. He, for example, has played, if you talk about Vincent Keymer, a couple of times in junior speeches championships organized at chess.com, showing a clear dominance. He's a very, very fast player with the mouse. Also, I believe he quite recently got a medal in the World Rapid and Blitz Championships.
Exactly, third place. I think it was 2021 or 22.
Rapid. I think it wasn't rapid.
Rapid.
All right, doesn't matter, but he's a very good Rapid and Blitz player. Everybody knows this. But on classical, it was believed that probably his opponents, they're going to have the better chances, and yet Ike proves them wrong. He played this amazing game against Vincent Keymer a couple of days ago, right? He was playing fantastic stuff, outplaying the opponent. And then there was this final mistake very deep in the endgame at the 7th hour, so I really could feel for him, but he's in a great shape. He played a lot of tournaments, 4 tournaments in a row, starting from May to June, 38 games in 44 days.
Arturs, but what about the first round? He was facing such a strong preparation against Sam Shankland, and he went all the way till the end of it, not blundering any single move. I mean, that was really incredible performance.
I think we could go to another game, and I'm looking at the game of Salem against Igor Samunenkau. There you see, it's on the bird's eye view, the lower right corner. You're probably wondering, how did Samunenkau manage to put his king on h8? We are going to find it out, because there was a very interesting maneuver I would like to highlight. So let's jump into that game and try to understand the nuances.
What was it with the help of Salem?
Yes, I think it definitely was with the help of Salem. So d4, d5. Yeah, I think you already. Wait a second. I've seen this position before today. That is correct. That is literally the previous game we just covered. So bishop g5, very popular stuff. h6 in place, bishop h4, going for very complex lines. I think it means, Angelika, he doesn't mind really going for these Botvinnik lines after d takes on c4, e4, b5, e5, g5, takes, knight e7, e takes. What was the continuation? I really don't remember. Queen b6, I think.
Some a4 at some moment also, yeah.
b5, b5,
craziness.
b4, all right. It's fascinating stuff. So it didn't happen, and black just played bishop e7.
Yeah, bishop e7 is not such an aggressive move, and in this case, white is in time to protect the pawn with something like e3.
Right, it happened. e3 was played, solid move, knight b7, and maybe to somebody the c takes on d5 might seem to be a rather surprising move, because why not you develop a piece? Why don't you play something like rook c1, or bishop e2, or bishop d3, or queen c2? I think with knight b7, Samunenkau tries to keep the idea of the queen's gambit delayed accepted on the board. For example, if white will play bishop d3, he can play d takes on c4, he can play b5, he can play a6, and at some point push c5. So reaching a symmetrical position where black supposedly is doing okay. So that's why here c takes on d5 seems like a small concession, but Salem Select immediately goes to one of the most famous pawn structures, which is the Kaspad, because after c takes on d5, if this was the response of Samunenkau, here it quite doesn't make sense, because the knight here on d7 is misplaced. It should be standing on c6, not on d7, and typically in these positions, white almost always has a solid advantage.
Yeah, it looks like exchange Slav, but with some awkward knight on the d7. Of course, that's not what Samunenkau wants to have, so he's recapturing with the e-pawn and getting the typical Carlsbad structure. And here we see that knight is already on f3. It means that we might see the minority attack a bit later.
One of the typical ideas of the Kaspad is that these pawns, they show the direction where you want to play. White is typically thinking about some future ideas like rook b1, b4, b5, establish a weakness on c6, and then try to capitalize it. Then black is thinking about starting a kingside attack. They involve some short castle, rook e8, knight e4, at some point bishop g4, and trying to attack at the king side. But there's always exceptions. So here I think we're seeing an exception to the rule. After bishop d3, rook e8, castles, knight e4. So Samunenkau is playing textbook approach. Bishop e4, bishop h4, and now there's this tricky moment, bishop h7. What do you think, Angelica? Why does bishop h7 check is such a nice move?
Yeah, because you're not allowing recapture on the e4 with the pawn.
but how about another idea? Why do you give a check on h7 and instead of retreating on d3?
Yeah, because it's a tempo and the king is further away from the center.
Exactly. So the king is further from the center, and in some lines also the pawn on f7 becomes vulnerable. Yeah, you don't see it immediately yet, right? For example, why not just play here instead of bishop h7 check? Why not just play bishop d3 and then proceed with the plan? You never know. Maybe in the long run, actually, the king is going to be necessary on g8 to protect the pawn on f7, or if we get an endgame, the king is going to march to the center much faster from g8 than h8. So that's the idea.
Yeah, I think now I recall this line because this is how I played with black. So I remember this crazy line where at some moment, for example, you don't have always to retreat with the bishop back. You can try to take also on h4. So bishop h7 check, including bishop h7 check. And then some, yes, exactly. So take, bishop h7. No, first check. Okay, you can do. And then there are some lines with knight h4 and some sacrifices after g6. I mean, like, I don't remember already how it works, but some knight remaneuver with e4 going to f4 and some attack on the king. I mean, some crazy lines, but...
All right. I'm not sure they work here, but
yeah.
Could be. Yeah, indeed, because the pawn on h6 after g6, there could be sacrifices. It didn't happen, though, because here Saleh, he played bishop d3, he decided to retreat, and now the king on h8 is feeling a bit weird, so here Samunenkau retreated, and immediately rook e1, and this is a change of the plans, because remember, white is like supposed to play b4, b5, but here a different idea is enforced by the experienced grandmaster. Bishop d6, e4. Now white goes for a very, very quick break on the center, and actually this king on h8 might be feeling not so great, because now you see this pawn on f7 with some bishop c4 or queen b3 lines is simply going to be under attack.
Yeah, and this is actually a very small nuances, but very important one, why this bishop h7 was actually such a good idea to get the king away. But sometimes it can be also a help, because maybe black would like to push the f-pawn, and then there is no king on g8, you know?
You close one doors and you open other doors. That's how it always works, and that's why it is up to the players. Find scenarios where it works for you. And that's why also Samunenkau is going to try to find those scenarios when the king on the h8 actually favors him. Like you said, after this f5, the king on g8 no longer stands, and actually this favors him. So it's very, very tricky.
Yeah, but now black has to remove the bishop. Black doesn't want to to give away that bishop on d6, which is looking very, very nice. Something like bishop b8 or bishop b7 might be the next move of Samunenkau. We see that both players are still in the prep, most likely somewhere in their prep, but yeah, it looks like Salem is more confident here.
I also pulled up their statistics, what they have done before in the previous encounters. They have never played against each other prior to Biel Chess Festival. Here in Biel, they played 2 games, obviously, in the Chess 960 Rapid, and it was Salem who won both games. So also considering that he's playing with the white color, that Ihor still has to mentally recover after this very heartbreaking loss yesterday against Vaishali. I would rank him still a pretty big favorite in this game, considering, of course, that he almost started, Salem started the tournament with 3 victories in a row. Yesterday, he had a very good chance to win against Donchenko. He missed it, but he's been playing really great so far.
Yeah, but also for Igor Samunenkau, it's the first invitational closed tournament, so I think it's also very hard, also at such young age, to to try to set up the mood for yourself for this tournament. So far, it's not going that well, and maybe these losses are also influencing him in some way. Because yesterday we seen he just had no risk, nothing at all. He could have just drawn the position. For example, as we was shown, there was just check. There could have been repetition, rook d2, rook d1, but no. He wanted to push for a win, and he got punished there.
Indeed. So it's still a lesson. He's very young, and I think that Saleh is going to try to use his experience in this game and trick his opponent potentially in positions that the young opponent might not know. I think we are going to select another game. Once again, let's go to the bird's eye view and see what else is happening there. Just to give you an update from the other games, for example, on the lower middle board, we have some Shankland against Limble. I already think that Limble has played exactly this position before. It looks very familiar to me. I do not recall against who, probably from the Rapid tournament.
Yeah, I also remember, I think, from the Rapid, but I don't remember who was he playing against. We see that there is an isolated queen's pawn on the d5, which could prefer the white, but it depends how Limble is going to play this position. Yeah, if he manages to set up the knight somewhere on c4, but actually I see there is a
We'll check it out. We'll check it out a bit
Yes.
closer when we get there. Indeed, it's an interesting position. So IQP position on the board. On the lower right corner, there's Jonas Biel playing against Alexander Donchenko. There were a couple of trades included. Looks like a very nice, simple position to play from the white's perspective.
There is a trick, you cannot take the knight.
Right. What else? Okay, we have to choose. Angelika, your call.
So we have already checked Martirosyan against Abhimanyu Mishra. We check Maurizzi against Vaishali, Vincent Keymer against Praggnanandhaa. I guess I would go next to the Shankland against Limble. Indeed, very interesting position. We have an isolated pawn on the d5, and let's see.
Let's do this. All right, here we go. d4, knight f6, knight c3, Nimzo. No.
We see Abhimanyu very close. He's not impressed.
Abhimanyu blocks our view. Now you
He was
realize
not
it.
impressed.
He leaves. C takes, bishop g5. Guess what? Cospas again. Queen c2, h6, bishop h4. All of this is pretty much the same stuff. Maybe here at the moment, I would like to pinpoint a bit more closely. Instead of the automatic knight f3, instead of maybe the immediate move knight f3, what would you explain, Angelika, to the casual viewer? Why here? Why it doesn't start with something like knight f3, e3, and why white starts with moves like queen c2 and bishop d3?
The problem for black is the bishop on c8. This is a problem, the most problem of the position. And the bishop has to be developed. Normally, it is being developed to f5, very nice square. And that's why it's very important at the very first stage of the game for white to stop that idea with something like queen c2 immediately or bishop d3. For example, if instead of c6, if we go one move before, here bishop f5, bishop c5, bishop f5 was not possible due to queen b3. So there are some tactical opportunities for white. That's why black played this c6 move, preparing bishop f5. And here is a moment where we can already stop it with queen c2.
Very nicely explained, Angelika. So that's why queen c2 is played. Yeah, so this bishop on c8 is not really great. On d7, e6 looks pretty weird. Sometimes black plays moves like bishop g4, bishop h5, bishop g6, but you probably get the point. It costs 2 more tempi, right? So that's why it's not really so great. And that's why we get to this position, e3, bishop d3. Also another nuance here is that Shankland is not rushing to put the knight on f3 because there's an extra idea to put the knight on e2 and then consider to play moves like f3 and e4.
This is actually something what I prefer myself. Also a recommendation for the ambitious chess and progress course, knight g2 to go for f3, e4 idea. But of course, knight f3 and going for the minority attack is always an option for white.
Many ideas? So black plays rook e8 and knight e2 was chosen. Continuation by Shankland, a5. Yeah, this a5 is maybe a slightly mysterious move, but black just in case takes care of this b4 at once. Just a good move, gaining space. h3. Right, this is one of the moves that is usually very difficult to explain to the average viewer. Why h3? Why not short castle? I think what Shankland tries to do here is to keep the opportunity to castle both eights. And in some lines, this h3 move is really useful. But mainly, he's just waiting for some kind of information from black. So he is looking for some kind of answers. If black plays, for example, knight e7, maybe there's an opportunity to play g4, long castle, put the rook on g1, and play g5. If his opponent plays something else, then a short castle is a possibility. And in some lines, this bishop actually can escape to h2.
Yeah, indeed, that's a nice idea. Also, in some lines after f3, e4, after trade on e4, the square on g4 is being protected by the pawn on h3, which is very important in some lines because knight can jump there on g4.
Indeed. So knight e7 now is played. There's immediately f3 move. So this means he's keeping both opportunities to castle long and short possible.
This is very interesting.
This is actually pretty rare.
Yes.
You know? That's what I'm usually telling to my students. I mean,
make up your mind.
Make up your mind and castle immediately. But here Shankland is proving an exception to the rule that actually in this position you can't keep the king in the center because apparently black can't do anything about it. And he is trying to do something about it because here after f3, the last 2 years winner immediately decided to counterattack at a queen 7 b5.
Yeah, it's actually a pretty typical idea against, to create some initiative or counterplay for black, because we see that white wants to go for f3, e4, and black has to be ready to strike the center with c5. This is something what white has to watch out for. That's why I'm not so sure this h3 move was maybe a little bit too slow for white. Maybe white should have castled and tried to go for this f3, bishop f2 immediately.
Indeed, we'll see. Now short castle is on the board. Bishop a6, bishop f2. White is prepping for the idea to play e4. And here, by the way, you see this usefulness of the g4 square that you said, Angelika. For example, black plays something like, I don't know, Samunenkau style king h8, e4 takes, and now you see there's no more knight g4 because the pawn on h3 defends this g4 square, and the bishop on f2 is very important piece to control a lot of dark squares on the board. So it's a very deep idea here.
b4 is a very typical move, so you're trading the bishops, but then there could be at some moment some queen d3, using the fact that the rook is taking on a6 and using the square of the rook, which is not so good there. You can attack the rook with the queen on d3 immediately, but after c5, of course, it's not possible anymore. After c5, if you play queen d3, there is going to be c4.
Right. So now we're entering some sort of an AQP position. Black temporarily sacrifices a pawn, Knight c5, knight c5, rook c6. This was not a blunder because the queen on c2 is under attack. e4 would allow to defend the knight, but black can always attach more pieces to regain the sacrificed piece. This is still opening prep. And after knight e4, rook takes on c5. Finally, here the American Grandmaster has a longer thought. He probably tries to figure out in which direction to take the game. Actually, I like his position. So queen d3 might be still a move that you suggested. The queen on d3 stands really nicely. And considering his pawn structure at the king side, there could be some interesting ideas to start the king side attack. For example, let's say queen d3, at some point play g4, maybe king h1, rook g1, h4, g5, put the knight at f5, and be very creative.
And I would say differently, I don't really like, I would prefer black here in this position, Arturs. So my point of view is that since this f3 was played already, I would prefer in this position to have bishop somewhere on g3 or f4 and pawn on f2 to have more solid pawn structure, maybe try to create a pressure on the d5. And I see that black actually very much expanded on the queen side, and that's I like.
No, but I don't see any way for black to crash through here. We'll see. Yeah, queen d3, by the way, is played. Nice move. Nice centralized move. Maybe Shankland, by the way, is not yet decided in which direction he's going to play. I will play at the king side, but we're going to see where this game is going to take us. I think we're going to select yet another game, so I'm simply immediately going to check somebody. For example, we haven't yet seen a game of Jonas Biel. We haven't seen the game of Marc-Andrea Maurizzi against... this we checked at the very beginning.
At the very beginning, yes.
Yeah,
so we can go to Jonas Biel against
Yeah, let's
Alexander
go to Jonas
Donch.
Biel against Donchenko. Let's do that. Oh, queen d2.
Ooh, brilliant move.
First brilliant move of the round.
We arrived at the right moment. Yeah, actually, that's what we saw from the bird's eye view. Queen d2 was played. Of course, knight on d5 is not possible to take. Maybe we can show it. Takes on d5, queen d5. And there is a huge problem with the rook on b7.
Yep, pretty basic idea, but okay. Just.com engine really likes it. e4, c5, knight f3, d6. What was played? The knight dwarf. Very popular opening nowadays. Everybody plays it. Bishop e3, one of the combinations that white has here. e5. Earlier in the tournament, I think Donchenko opted against somebody else, e6, or maybe that was a different game. Okay, knight f3, bishop e7, bishop c4. One of the million ideas that white has here is to control the d5 square. Moves like queen e2, maybe rook d1, try to occupy the d5 square. This is one of the major drawbacks that black has in the position. Also, e5 move. Yeah, this is a question sometimes people are wondering, why e5? You know, if we are looking at this position, why even create this weakness on e5? Why don't you then play e6? Why do you play e5? Why this move is necessary? Why create a weakness on d5, the one that you have to defend later? What I would answer is that it's all about the space advantage. And that's where the understanding of chess of the Sicilian defense has evolved. Because after e6, typically there's the so-called Keres attack.
Wow.
g4, g5, h4, bishop g2, f4. And there's like a common understanding that if black ever allows white to play g5, these positions are almost always much better for white. So that's like unanimous agreement between the players who have studied this. And after g4, here black would normally try to counter it with some counterattacks like e5, hitting the pawn on g4, or maybe h6 and then play e5. But that is one of the main drawbacks of this slow move e6, the so-called Scheveningen structure. And e5, the so-called knight dwarf, makes it simply impossible to be carried out.
And now the question is, you're putting the knight on f3 or f5? I was actually wondering if f5 was possible. Again, I'm not playing this, but maybe it's some different line.
Yeah, knight f5. I think it's a playable move, but it doesn't really give anything to white. So here we have a positional approach, short castle, bishop e6, black is challenging the center, fighting for the d5 square. So bishop takes on e6, here Bienne gives up the d5 square. He's like, okay, I mean, you're going to fix your pawn structure. But I think he's thinking a bit deeper, Angelika, because now these pawns, they're a bit, what's the word, static.
Yeah, they're too static. I mean, I feel that black would like to push for something like d5, but the problem is a pawn on e5, which is being attacked by the knight. So it's like there are 3 pawns, but only one single pawn is holding those.
I mean, this was not really a forced choice. He could have played something else. He could have played bishop b3. He could have played queen e2. Apparently, the Danish grandmaster is perfectly happy with his choice. We are going to see if he was right or not. Knight a4, an actual pawn sacrifice. Knight e4, I suppose there's some tricks with knight b6. The rook a7 is going to be under attack, like knight e7.
Knight e7 is actually nice.
Or knight e5. Maybe knight e5.
And oh, you have this very beautiful bishop b6 and knight c7.
Checkmate.
Wow. Checkmate to the rook.
Indeed. So that was the idea. So the pawn on e4 is not under attack. Knight g4 instead was played by Donchenko. Now knight b6 is impossible because the bishop on e3 is lost and the knight on b6 loses support. So queen d3 was played. Knight e3, queen e3, b5. Now you go back. No, you don't go back. You go knight b6.
Now I understand how the position arises, because I was wondering how could knight be on d5 being under attack, and it was just a discovered attack on the rook. This is super nice sequence.
It's very odd, is it not, right? So the knight goes from a4 to b6 to d5, and probably it's going to go back to c3, and still one's doing fine. Yeah, look at this. Yeah, it's amazing stuff, how the modern chess is evolving. b5, knight b6, knight e5, hitting the rook on a7 by the queen. So black plays here.
And now queen d2.
And queen d2. And the knight is getting back.
But why? Yeah, I thought actually knight goes to e3, so queen is getting removed from the e3 square, so the knight can jump there. I was thinking that could be an idea. Or you don't want knight?
I don't know. I don't know really what the knight does on e3. Maybe what Bienne wants to do is actually kill the bishop on e7, because I can't imagine any role for the knight really. For example, black plays whatever, let's say king h8, yeah, so that e takes on d5 becomes a threat. What is the knight doing here? So it has no squares here to follow. It just does nothing. Also, the pawn on e4 now is a bit more difficult to defend. If black somehow decides to attack it with moves like rook f4, or queen e8, queen g6, hitting the pawn on e4. That's why I think what actually he's trying to do is kill the bishop on e7 so that he has some pressure against the pawn on d6.
It's actually a perfect point here, because bishop is the only piece which is standing there on e7 and protecting this d6 square. So just taking it and building more and more pressure on the d6 pawn makes perfect sense.
So is there a game we haven't yet checked, by the way, from all the games?
We have checked all games, but maybe we could have an update on the game of the first one we checked, because there were just a few moves played, of Vaishali against Marc-Andrea Maurizzi, because that was the first game we checked.
Also, I'm very interested, of course, on the game of Vincent Keymer against Praggnanandhaa. I want to check it out. All right, let's start with Vaishali's game and then make another round. There's a couple of great moves played by both players. Let me try to go back. Where was the moment where we left it? Queen h3. Yeah, this is where we left it. So white tried to slow down c5. b6 was played by Vaishali. Knight f3, short castle, bishop d3. All of this makes perfect sense. c5, there you go, there's the break. You couldn't take it. The bishop is under attack. Castles, knight c6, bishop b5, exclam move. I suppose otherwise the pawn on d4 is under a serious pressure. So that's why this bishop b5 is necessary. Another a6, bishop f4. Yeah, you cannot take the bishop because the rook is under attack. So what happened? Oh, wow. Challenge accepted.
Ooh. Vaishali sacrificed the rook.
Wow. You know, I was about to announce that, of course, Vaishali plays bishop b7, and then Maurizzi retreats, and then whatever, d5, etc. Wow, a takes on b5.
Incredible stuff. Incredible what is happening.
Queen a8. We have an exchange sacrifice on the board. Queen a3 and b4. C takes on b4, the only move, otherwise white's center is falling apart. And now Vaishali is thinking, but Angelika, look at the clock. What does it tell you?
I mean, it tells me that Marc-Andrea Maurizzi is completely ready for all this action, what is happening. He was ready for that exchange sacrifice by Vaishali, and actually he's the one who is still blitzing out all the moves, while Vaishali is 50 minutes behind. Not 15, but 50 minutes behind.
That's a lot, Angelika. That's a huge time advantage in this game, considering the time control is 2 hours for 40, 1 hour for 20 with no increment. An increment starts only with move 61. We're going to find it out. I mean, is Vaishali going to capture the pawn in d4 with the pawn or the knight? Is Vincent Keymer going to get anything out of the opening in the Sicilian Rosalimo against Praggnanandhaa, one of my absolute favorite topics? We are going to find it out. Dear viewers, this is the 57th International Biel Chess Festival. We'll be back right after the break. We are back live from Biel Congress Center here in Switzerland, following the action from the 57th International Biel Chess Festival. As you can see, this is the playing venue that hosts a total of 15 tournaments. There's a lot of open tournaments, the Masters and Amateurs open tournaments, but of course, the main event is the Masters and Challengers Triathlon. The event has no equal all over the world. Angelika and Arturs, we're back to serve at your pleasure. Angelika, maybe something that immediately sticks in your mind watching the first hour of the round 4 of the classical.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of Carlsbad today, that's for sure what sticks to my mind. But also a lot of different interesting approaches. And as we saw in the game of Vaishali, she sacrificed an exchange, even though she knew that it was a preparation by Marc-Andrea Maurizzi. This is something exciting.
Right, you would imagine I'm leading the tournament. I have 3 points out of 3. I'm doing great. I'm playing with black against world junior champion. I should be solid, right? Wrong. You sacrifice an exchange. So that's the game we were immediately heading to. Vaishali playing with black against Marc-Andrea Maurizzi. One of the biggest surprises so far in the tournament. Yesterday she was objectively losing, but this refutation that Samunenkau had, it was very, very stunning. Make sure to check it out. Go to yesterday's games available at the official website. And here, by the way, after B4, c-takes on B4, Vaishali still has not decided what to do. So just to roll back what happened a couple of moves ago, it was a typical Grunfeld, and here after bishop b5, a6, bishop b4, here Vaishali, instead of the simple and normal bishop b7 move to develop the pieces, she decided to sacrifice an exchange. Queen a8, bishop b7, the queen on a8 is seemingly trapped. The only move is queen a3, b4 to demolish white center, and after c takes on b4, Vaishali has a longer thought.
Yeah, Arturs, I think it's a moment to explain why is this actually exchange sacrifice has a huge compensation here, because normally if it would be just if he would be just an exchange up for nothing, then he would be already much better, almost winning the position. But here we see the 2 bishops, and one of them is on g7, looking all the way to the a1 rook.
Right, I just played c takes on d4 and the bar immediately disagrees with me. I have no idea what the engine says here, but to explain the concept, at least so that we have an idea what Vaishali might be thinking about. So she sacrificed the exchange, not for an immediate attack. She has the so-called positional compensation, which is she's planning to have a strong pawn center. For example, if she would be able to play moves like e5 and f5, then you see there's going to be a mass of pawns in the center. And this bishop on b7 has no equals, right? So that's why, of course, in a normal situation, you would think rook is always stronger than the bishop, right? Yeah, normally, of course. But the rook on a1 right now is not doing anything. It doesn't have any open files. But the bishop on b7 in the long run could be a really powerful piece. And maybe in some scenarios, even a better piece than the rook.
Yeah, I think also one of the key moments here, if we go and move back instead of taking on d4, Arturs, could we go move back?
Yes.
So if we take with the knight on b4, not on d4, but on b4, I want to
On
take.
b4?
Yes. So my idea is that the pawn on d4 is pinned because white cannot take on the c5, so bishop is basically X-raying this rook on a1. White cannot go d5. White cannot take on c5. There is a threat of knight c2. All kinds of threat on the position, and there is not a single open file.
Yeah, when you say white cannot play d5, I feel I'm challenging immediately. I want to play d5 because I notice the possibility to sacrifice something. Of course, it's completely
You want
ridiculous.
to sacrifice back?
Yes, I want to sacrifice back. Bishop a1, rook a1.
Knight
I thought
c2.
knight c2, queen c3, knight a1, bishop h6, but probably it's a bit too much.
But you also can start with knight c2. So
I can start with knight c2. I was not really sure about the move order. Yeah, maybe knight c2 is a bit more precise because now you have no access to the c3 and b2 squares. And, okay, I think we can just discard it. It's probably ridiculous because black is just going to take on a1 and I wanted to sacrifice it. Just ignore it. So,
but could be an idea for sure.
not here, not here.
Not here.
Not now. How about... Yeah, this knight x on b4 is a very serious move. To be honest, Angelika, I was only looking at knight x on d4. And the idea is that after knight x on d4, I thought black is going to play... I'm not sure actually what. Maybe bishop d4 with the idea to play e5, open up this long diagonal, you cannot easily play f3. Maybe there could be moves like rook e1, some sort of a f5, take. You need to watch out for some
Queen d5.
queen d5 ideas, getting to the mate on g2. Rook f5 might be also there. Queen f5 might be also there. And these pieces are looking really great. And let's not forget rook and a1 is also under attack.
Yeah, it's a huge initiative for black. So I would for sure pick black here because I see they're the one who is attacking. And Vaishali, she's not going away from the fight. She's going forward. Even though she understands her opponent, it is all the preparation. So it's all engine moves, engine lines. He has been analyzed at home in the hotel, and she's still going for it, being down 1 hour on the clock.
I suspect that she knows this was the continuation, that this was still part of the prep. That's why she relatively quickly, she took the exchange. She knew these moves. And now, I don't know what happened here. So before, again, a pretty obvious move in the position. Maybe now she just cannot recall what was in those lines. Was it knight b4? Was it knight e4? Or maybe she's like much deeper in those lines. I don't really know because there's two very obvious continuations that she wants to consider. And that's why she's spending the time here. This is move 16. Once again, the time control, dear viewers, so that we refresh our memory. It is the time control used in the official World Championship matches. It is 2 hours for 40 moves, 1 hour for 20 moves. And the juicy part is there is no increment before move 60. After move 60, the players get extra 15 minutes on the clock, and only then the increment starts. And sometimes in the classical tournament, this leads to some very exciting moments when the players are low on the clock. They're used to the increment, like everybody plays in many tournaments where there's extra time added after every single move, and suddenly there's no added time.
Arturs, what is your take on this classical time control? Would you personally participate in such event with this time control, or you prefer something like 90 minutes plus 30 minutes after 40 move plus 30 seconds?
I could tell you exactly my thoughts about this because I played this time control, which was the year 2021, I think, when FIDE Grand Swiss was moved to Riga, the capital city of Latvia.
Nice.
It was supposed to be organized in Isle of Man. Then, because of the COVID concerns, it was moved to Poland, and from the Poland, at the last minute, it was moved again to Riga. We played it in lockdown. It was very, very tough. And I think it was exactly the same time control.
Without increment to move 60.
Or maybe there was even an increment, but there's a very long game, 7 or 8 hours. And then in
Crazy.
round 2, I played an 8-hour game against David Howell, yet another commentator, by the way, very strong grandmaster from England. And the game lasted, like I said, 8 hours, 140 moves, 60 moves, and I was done with that. I don't want to see this again. And I was tired already after round 2. And they have to play an entire triathlon. It is a very long, very grueling time control. And still the players like it, because during the rest day, I talked with some of the top grandmasters here in the both Challengers and Masters. I talked with Keymer, talked with Donchenko, talked with Salem Saleh. And they just mainly said they like it because this extra time allows them to think of some deeper ideas.
Yeah, in the long run, of course, it's exhausting the players, but for that there are also some rest days here at the Biel Chess Festival for players to recover. But most of the players think they enjoy it. They enjoy that they can spend more time and produce some more quality at the chessboards. And I would say that also Vaishali likes it because in this case, she's seeing that Marc-André Maurizzi is still blitzing out the move, still in the preparation. So what was played? Rook 8.
Another move we did not even consider. So it
Very
can only,
logical move.
I think it only supports the suspicion that this is still part of the prep, and Vaishali is either not really clearly remembering the prep, or she's partly remembering, or right now she's working it out over the board. I don't really know, but clearly Maurizzi knows this. Or there's another scenario, and if somebody's name immediately pops in my mind, that is Daniil Dubov. Do you know why, Angelika?
Because he pretended to spend time.
He's one of the most famous bluffers out there, right? Because obviously Daniil Dubov is a very creative player with a brilliant mind who often comes up with interesting ideas in the opening phase. But he has removed this barrier from an actual opening prep and bluffing, right? So he continues to play very quickly, and you kind of don't know if this is still the prep or he's continuing to play on. And he continues to play very quickly, and you're still suspecting, I'm playing against a supercomputer, and you fully trust your opponent. That's why he's really so good at this.
Yeah, this is indeed could be something to use in the games, but of course, such psychological trick not always work out, especially on such top level. But I would say Vaishali here is indeed in the moment where she doesn't know exactly how was it in the preparation. She's trying to figure out all the lines because, you know, all pawns are right now hanging. There are all kind of ideas. And the most important, she's a down material. So she's the one who has to create something on the board. She's the one who has to create initiative at the position, to keep it up, to be ambitious, and to go for it. Because if she's not creating something dynamically, maybe in the long run, she's going to lose because of being down in exchange.
This is a very tough choice, to be honest. I'm looking at both of these moves, and I'm telling you, I have no idea. You know, if you have like no idea what is the actual continuation here, because these two continuations, they feel to be perfectly playable, and yet at the same time, they lead to very complex continuations. Somehow, I'm more inclined to grab the pawn on d4 because it's the central pawn, but also it leads to some trades. So I think that if you're not sure, you try to calculate some stuff, right? So I would be looking at knight takes on d4 first, and then with the idea that after knight d4, there's always bishop d4. I get to open up along the diagonal. I want to play moves like e5, f5, etc. So I would think that the pawn on d4 is somehow more valuable than the pawn on b4. But then again, of course, I understand that after knight takes on b4, the pawn on d4 still remains under attack. It's tough to say.
Yeah, I prefer somehow, I understand, yeah, d4 is in the central pawn, but it's pinned for now, and it could be taken in the next moments. And when knight captures the pawn on the b4, it's creating a threat. First of all, knight c2 is a fork. There is another threat to capture the pawn on a2, which I don't think Vaishali is going to do, to open that a file over there. But knight c2 is a huge threat. And if white, let's say, plays something like rook c1, yeah, maybe.
Yeah, but then I can take on d4,
then you can
I can take it here.
Then there are simply too many pawns for an exchange, yeah? Okay, maybe not too many, actually. Just 2 pawns.
I don't know. I don't really know, honestly. I think that we're going to have to wait here for a while to see what Vaishali is going to respond, especially since this is a theoretical position. Both of these moves seem perfectly playable. Okay, we can try to analyze a bit. Maybe, for example, after knight takes on d4, if we grab this pawn, is Mark Andrea going to take on d4? Like bishop d4, give up the exchange. Just an idea, like queen g3. Yeah, I just want to give up the exchange so that you are suffering because of those dark squares at the king side. I don't really believe this attack myself, to be honest.
Because there's always some f6, yeah?
Yeah, there's always f6, precisely. The pawn on e4 is also under attack. Not so clear. Maybe you don't take on d4. But again, knight c2, knight f3, there are big threats. You know, one thing that makes this position so difficult to evaluate, because white has the extra exchange, but at this level, you are very accustomed to the idea that it is pretty normal to give it up at the right moment, to sell it back for the right price. And that's what makes this position so hard to understand, because also for Vaishali, any move that she is going to consider, either knight b4, she cannot automatically assume that white will defend the exchange. There might be some scenarios, for example, let's say after knight takes in b4, for some reason, let's say d5 works. Okay, I see it's not working because of knight c2, but just let me show the point. For example, there might be some scenarios when actually this is really great for white, and there's no fork on c2, because white is going to put the queen on c3, play something like bishop h6, and because of those dark squares, it's pretty dangerous. But again, that's why they're really grandmasters, and most of the players are club-level players, because the club-level players, they more tend to think, oh, there's an exchange, I'm going to lose it, I cannot do this.
But for grandmasters, it's a different one.
It's completely different.
I just sacrifice that exchange. I just go for it. I mean, also, if you remember, after the rook was taken, how many tempos did black won with that? Like black could play bishop b7 with a tempo, then rook a8 with another tempo. So there has been so much time which Vaishali won, which is of course crucial. Time is very crucial in chess.
We'll see. Very complex game, very exciting game. It might lead to super complex variations. We are going to head to check more games. I would suggest to go to the bird's eye view and observe what we are seeing in all the games, make our evaluations. Here we have on the top left corner, Ike Martirosyan is advancing at the queen side with some pawn pushes, and his opponent, Abhimanyu, is considering to get two bishop advantage, a perfect two bishop advantage. On the top middle board, we have the game in question, Marc-Andrea Maurizzi versus Vaishali. Top right corner, that's the game, Angelika. Actually, I would like to go next. Vincent and Keymer playing versus Praggnanandhaa. Couple of moves have been played right there. Lower left corner, Salem plays against Ihor Samunenkau. Couple of moves have been played, and we have some sort of an IQP position on the board. And by the looks, it feels that Samunenkau has managed to normalize the position, which is good news for the fans from Ukraine. Sam Shankland on the top middle board plays against Limle. The position feels about level, still the same isolated pawn on d5 stance. The bar gives even black minor preference, but I suppose it's about level. And finally, on the lower right corner, we have Jonas Bulbiera playing against Alexander Donchenko. It's a nice, quiet position where the Danish grandmaster is slightly pushing.
Yeah, and I would agree with you, Arturs, completely. Let's jump into the game of Vincent Keymer against Praggnanandhaa. That was a very exciting opening, already pushing this e5 idea. And we see that there is an f6 break happened on the board.
Where we left it, yeah, this f6 makes perfect sense to try to open up the docks by bishop on g7. We left it after e5, I believe, and Pragg played b6. A very deep move. You know, just in case, protect the pawn on c5. I think also Magnus Carlsen played something like this in the aforementioned World Championship match back in 2018 against Caruana. Game 1, if I remember correctly, there was either queen c7 very early or b6. It's just a necessary move. a4. Yeah, this is, by the way, what Hans Niemann played against me in this game earlier in June, although in a slightly different setup. So the idea is to play a5, create some weaknesses on b6, so black is pretty much obliged to play a5, although in the long run this creates a potential target on b6.
And the question is how to proceed. Basically, f6 is the one way you can break in the center, this e5 pawn.
But you know, I really like it. I really like how Vincent played it out. Because if you go back from the very beginning, right, let's make it a step back so that we can appreciate Vincent's very deep idea. And he is not really, most of the time, an e4 player. He's mainly d4, c4 player. So look at this. So he plays the Sicilian Rossolimo, takes on c6, plays short castle, which I even called inaccuracy because I believe the king is sometimes standing in the center. Vincent had different ideas. It's not an inaccuracy. I was just joking a bit. So here, Vincent plays d3. And instead of the automatic knight c3, which very often is played in this position to protect the pawn on e4 in many lines, in case black plays c4 and tries to undermine the center, he does it differently. And notice this knight on b1. It stays. Why is it? Yes, it stays on b1. And why this is happening? Because he's not entirely sure that the knight stands perfectly on c3. Because when you look at this, yeah, I mean, why? Why the knight should be standing on c3, right? Because it has no future on b5 and d5. Knight a4 makes no sense. So what Vincent is doing, he's delaying the development of this knight. Perfectly logical idea. It's not very common, so he played e5, he played a4, he played bishop a4, and now this is what I call, with his last moves, he got the information because of a4, a5. Now he knows where to put his knight. It's not on c3, it's on a3, so that the knight is getting to c4 to hit the pawn on b6. How about that?
Yeah, this is a perfect maneuver also, trying to show black that b6 and a5 pawns are the weaknesses there on the queen side. And even though there are so many pawns there, c6, c5, b6, a5, it's not so easy for black to push those. And now knight a3 was played, and I think it's time to say that for Vincent, opening has been very successful.
It's a success so far. I think he got exactly what he wanted. He probably should be feeling pretty happy about the position. Of course, the game is going to be very long. It's far from over. But it seems that White's advantage is there. Black has not achieved the equality that Pragg was looking for. His two bishops at the moment don't really have an impact. So Vincent's chances at the moment look a bit better. Speaking about both opponents, I think that it's fair to say that they're not pretty happy how the tournament started so far. Unlike Pragg, Pragg had a very good start in chess 960. He won the tournament, so this means in the triathlon, if there's going to be a tie of the same amount of points, Pragg always will have a higher place. There is this, of course, extra feature. However, the actual triathlon, Pragg was not really that great because he lost in the very first round. A very strange game against Mishra, very untypical for the young Indian. And he's been struggling ever since. He made a couple of draws, not really getting the positions he wants. And maybe it's this tiredness that has been following him, playing several tournaments in a row recently. So he is looking for ways to gain his form, gain the momentum. And at the same time, Angelika, for the Vincent, he's always playing great here in Biel. But this particular edition, I think he's also not very happy how it started.
Yeah, he's indeed not so happy. He didn't have a good time at both chess 960 and Rapid, and also the start of the tournament. In the first round of the classical portion, he was losing against Lim Le. He had huge chances for a win. He was trying to push himself, and then in one move he blundered, and everything went the wrong way.
By the way, speaking about this particular matchup, I'm going to ask you now a question. I'm not sure you know the answer, Angelika. When do you think these two players, Vincent Keymer and Praggnanandhaa, they played against each other for the first time?
I know that they have some history in the World Junior Championship because they are the same age. That's kind of a hint to me.
That is correct. So Vincent is 20, Pragg is 19. How far do you think it goes?
Let's say 10 years or something.
That is a very good guess indeed. They played it for the very first time against each other in World Under 10. Back in 2014 in Durban, South Africa. And I believe there's even a picture floating in the internet. Maybe we could show you at some point where it is Pragg, he's age 9, or it's Vincent Keymer, age 10, also Nikhil Sarin, age 10, Nodrebe Abdusatorov, I think it was also age 10, all of them sitting in the World Under 10 Championship. So it's really, really amazing to see out of those players in the picture. I would like to show you this picture at some point later, that four of the five players, in the end, they become super grandmasters.
It is absolutely incredible, right? The players know each other from very first World Championship tournaments, youth championship, play against each other, and now they are all at the top, battling it out for the top spots of the top 10, top 20 rankings. This is incredible.
Yeah, indeed it is. So the rivalry starts really early on. And they played against each other quite a bit ever since. Of course, they played it first time when Pragg was just 9 and Vincent was 10. Ever since, in their individual games over the board in classical games, Pragg is leading with 3 victories, 3 draws, and 0 losses. So technically, Pragg has never lost against Vincent in a classical game. However, in the last 3 classical games, Pragg always was playing with white. So something is changing here. So Vincent finally has a chance to strike back. He have also played a couple of rapid games, blitz games, a lot of online games. There were these Julius Baer, Julius Baer Challenges Chess Tour organized on Chess 24 some time ago. So it was a pretty equal score. But here in Biel, in Rapid, Pragg won both games, both in the Rapid and Chess 960.
Yeah, but those were rapid time controls, and I think also maybe a confidence of the Indian young superstar has been slightly shaken from the first round of the classical portion, so we can expect here anything at this moment.
All right, if you're here with black, you're getting this position, It's pretty weird. What do? You're Pragg. Imagine you're Pragg. Can you imagine? You're Pragg. What do you do?
I mean, I would say that maybe it's time to give up one of the bishops for the knight, because I'm just looking at some ideas to go with the bishop to e6 when the knight will be there on the c4 and capture it.
You want to capture on c4. But I think bishop e6 is tactically a bit flawed, because the knight on c7 might be lost, which supports the bishop on e6. And then you have to play something ugly like rook takes on f6. That doesn't look really great. There's a lot of problems with the pawn structure. But I mean, you're right in general. This bishop on e6 is a very common idea. Yeah, so you put the bishop on e6, you try to counter the knight on a3, and maybe in the long run, you put the bishop on d5, hit the knight on f3, and be a very happy person. However, not immediately. How do you improve the idea?
Maybe playing first rook e8.
E8 might be a move as well.
My idea is I want to play bishop e6, and after capture on f6, you capture with the pawn, the bishop is protected.
I like it, but I would be a bit worried if there's not an immediate problem. Like again, if I take on f6, take on f6, if I cannot take on c7, same idea. Yeah, so the rook is lost. So you have to take on e1, I take on e1, queen takes on c7, there's a nasty check on e8, I play bishop f8, am I not lost? Apparently not.
And the next move is bishop b7, and I'm bringing out the rook.
Precisely, maybe even queen d7, so the queen on e8 doesn't really stand for long. But these are the things you have to make sure that you don't blunder, and then you make sure if there's no other continuations. I like actually rook e8, it's a nice move. And then you are thinking about moves like knight c4. What if white includes knight c4, hits the pawn here?
Maybe rook b8.
And now again I have to check e takes on f6.
Oh.
You get it, right? Again, the same idea, you want to make sure you're not blundering anything, and the bar says, hello, you are blundering, so it's not a good idea, but you have my support. Bishop e6 looks great. Maybe also I'm thinking, Angelika, there's some aggressive ideas at the king side, something like g5.
Wow.
Hit the bishop wherever it goes. Let's say g3 or h2, I'm not entirely sure. Maybe play h6. Threaten to play f5, f4, which is a typical idea in the Rossolimo. But again, you have to make sure what happens after e takes. Either you're going to be in time to play f5 because now you weaken the e5 square. If you don't play f5, what do you play h6, g5? You get it. I mean, there's a lot of ideas for Pragg to think about, a lot of concepts to compare.
This looks like a very committal idea for Pragg. If he goes for it, he has to live with those weaknesses on the king side. Potentially, maybe king could be weak there because so many pawns were advancing, but indeed could be an idea if it's working in concrete situation here. But what else could be a move? Because there are actually not so many moves for
Actually, I like
black.
this.
You like?
Yeah, kind of, because I could imagine Pragg for going for something like this, because if there is some scenario where he gets to play f5, f4, and avoid bishop e5, he just simply takes over the game.
My problem is in this position, knight c4. I'm attacking the pawn on b6, and I would like to play bishop d6.
Yeah, I put the knight on d5, you play bishop d6, I play something like rook f7, I could bring out the bishop, play it on g6, maybe future ideas h5, g4, maybe future ideas f5, g4. g5 is on the board, I called it.
Ooh, Arthur, you went for it.
I know something.
Very nice. Yeah, very nice, aggressive move. I mean, of course, it's very committal because you give up the f5 square. You're creating potentially some weaknesses on the king side, but he is going for it. g5. Very nice move.
Right. Now, I'm not really sure where's going to be the response, bishop g3 or bishop h2. I think here, yeah, look at Vincent's bottom line. He's like, what is that, you know?
He's not impressed.
He's essentially copying Nepo, because you could look at Nepo's expression all day long. I mean, Jan Nepomniachtchi, one of the strongest grandmasters in the world, he's always very famous for his facial expressions. I mean, Nepo, Hikaru Nakamura. I mean, it's amazing what they're doing there. So g5 is played. Vincent seemingly is surprised, so he is not sure this is such a great move. We are going to see what's going to happen. I think that here Vincent is going to spend like 10, 15 minutes on the move because he has still healthy 1 hour and 16 minutes on the clock. So let's go back to the bird's eye view and select yet another game to follow.
Yeah, we have exciting action today at the round 4 of the Grandmaster Triathlon of the Biel Chess Festival. So many exciting games are there. And here we see in the bird's eye view, we have already checked the game of Marc-Andrea Maurizzi against Vaishali on the top middle board. We have seen Vincent Keymer against Praggnanandhaa on the top right. There has been other interesting matchups, such as Martirosyan against Abhimanyu Mishra on the top left board. We see that the pawn reached the d5 square already.
I want to go to that game.
Yeah,
right
instantly.
now.
I also.
Right now, because there's some interesting stuff happening, and I'm not sure I understand it. We left it about here. About
Yeah,
here.
e4 was played, similar to this game Marc-Andrea Maurizzi against Samunenkau.
Right. So a4 was played, short castle, queen e2, c5. So, I mean, black always has the choice to play either c5 or e5, try to open up the last square bishop on c8. c5 was played, d5, white claims the space advantage. Knight b6, a5, knight c4, and queen takes on c4. And now the next question I have about this position, Angelika, is...
Oh, knights or bishops?
What do you think? What do you think about this move?
Wow. Okay, I mean, it's fully unexpected move. Like, you have the bishop standing there on the g7, which is looking so nice. Like, it's X-raying on the diagonal, and you're giving it up for the knight on c3. I mean, I would never do it, probably. Never. Never in my life.
I am really surprised. I have to tell you this, because this idea of bishop takes on c3, it is a common idea, although in different positions. So let me just show you. You know, I'm going to go way back, but you're going to get the idea. So for example, I play an opening. For example, g6, c4, bishop g7, knight f3, c5, knight c3, c takes, knight e4, knight c6. Yeah, so black has this powerful bishop on g7. And sometimes in these positions, there are moments when black gives up this very powerful bishop on g7. So it's like, oh no, what you're doing? So bishop takes on c3, b takes on c3, and black plays d6. So black's idea is like, I don't really care about those dark squares. It's nothing special, you know, because you can't checkmate me there. So white still proceeds to set up the Maurizzi bind. Black plays most like knight f6, e4. Black plays most like bishop e6, bishop e3, rook c8, knight e5, and now you start to get the idea, right? There's a very serious pressure against the pawn on c4. And these dark squares, okay, they're weak really, but the pawn on c4 is as well. What I do not quite understand, Angelika, how is this similar to that scenario? Because with bishop takes on c3, black does not double anything, right? So b takes on c3, there's only one c-pawn. And then the game proceeded with bishop c3, e takes, queen d6. I just do not quite understand. I think that what Mishra wanted, he wanted to get to this position, which he thinks he's doing okay.
But why would you give up this bishop? I mean, you have almost, you have still some pressure in the center, right? The pawn on d5 can be taken any time, and the position might get even more open. For that, you would need two bishops.
I think he simply did not like this position. So e takes on d5 would be a huge mistake, queen d6. I can easily imagine some e5 ideas, bishop e5, knight e5, queen e5. There's a lot of great moves. Queen c5, threatened with a fork, on e7 winning a queen, rook e1, etc. There's a lot of dark square holes in black's position, so I don't like it. But the question is this really necessary, this e takes on d5, and there's nothing better? So it's all about, I think that Mishra simply did not see how to continue from here, because white is also threatening to play e5 next, by the way. So if you play bishop d7, like, what kind of move do you make for black?
Maybe rook d8.
Okay, rook d8, right? I play e5, and Mishra was like, not sure. What is this position? For example, e takes on d5, knight takes on d5,
Queen e6.
Queen e6, and I play rook d1, the pawn on c5 is under attack, etc. So he was not sure about this, like at all. And I think that the young American, he's perfectly aware that bishop takes on c3 normally is a big no-no. I mean, you don't play like that. I mean, this bishop on g7 is such a powerful piece. But in his point of view, it's a very concrete move, because he wants to continue with e takes on d5, and he's pretty happy with this position. The bar, however, kindly disagrees. And actually, I really like white here.
Yeah, I really like white as well. There is a huge space because of this pawn on d5. Potentially, it could be a passer. The pawn on a5 is restricting black as well. There is no real b6 right now. I mean, b6 could be played at some moment if the rook is not on a1, but currently there is no b6 move. Potentially, the c5 could be also a weakness, and such maneuver as knight d2, knight e4 looks very tempting to me.
There's one game, Angelika, that I played myself in a very similar setup. I think it was year 2016, 17, I don't remember. I played against a good player from Great Britain, Glenn Flear, if I remember correctly. I apologize if I mispronounce his name. And it was exactly the same structure from the white's perspective. And I continued the moves like queen e3, c4, knight e2, and queen c3. So let me just show you, for example, here. I'm just going to make a lot of useless moves for black, here, here, and here. And this was a massive problem, because now knight e4 is incoming. If you play bishop f5, h3 is very annoying. H3, g4, push away the bishop. If you play h5, you still run kind of into g4 ideas, takes, bishop g4, knight e4 ideas, s3 ideas. So it's really scary. These are very weak dark squares. Of course, I just wasted like million tempi for black, but you get the idea. And I think this idea of playing c4 to support the pawn, getting the queen on c3, and then using your idea knight e2, knight e4, it just makes perfect sense.
Yeah, it absolutely is a great plan. I would say that black in this case would rather prefer to have a bishop on d6, but not the queen, because queen is not the best blockading piece, as we know. Better, for example, for black would have to have the bishop, not the light squared bishop, but the dark square bishop, so to put it on d6 and try to blockade this pawn. But it's not possible because there is a light squared bishop in the position.
All right, we'll see if Abhimanyu is not going to regret this choice, because again, I would probably not do this. I would not do this unless I really have a choice. And Abhimanyu is pretty happy with this because he felt anything else is not really that great. But I mean, this bishop on g7 is a very important piece. All right, he's happy with that choice. Let's move on. Let's select another game. Let's go to the bird's eye view and see what else is happening. Maybe we're missing some exciting action from the other games. So, Angelika, is there something that pops in your attention? Maybe the game of Salem Select, lower left corner against Samunenkau. Is this something we want to have a look at more closely, or there's something else that you want to see first?
Oh, there are so many interesting positions here. I'm just also looking at the board of Sam Shankland against Lim Le. I see there is some doubling on the C file. We see that the pawn structure has been changed in the meantime. There is no more IQP position. Also, Jonas Biel against Alexander Donchenko. There has been some A4 break just now. But Saleh Salem's game against Igor Samunenkau looks also super interesting with all the pieces on the knight on e4. And let's jump right there and check out what happened, what have we missed in that game.
Good call. So that's the game. Salem is playing with white. We left it when he made the e4 push. In case the viewers, you missed it, there was this moment when the Emirati Grandmaster decided to include bishop h7 check, right here, check. A very deep idea, so that the king is standing on h8. In some lines, the pawn on f7 will be more vulnerable. The king on h8 in endgame is going to be running towards the center, one tempi slower. King f8 feels a bit risky with so many pieces on the board, so that's why king h8 was played. Bishop d3 here, and we left it about here when Saleh played e4, and ever since a couple of moves have been played. D takes knight e4, bishop e4, rook e3, knight b6, black is rushing to finish the development, and a3. Actually, not so many moves have been played.
Yeah, not so many moves, but this e4 break is so interesting. Like, normally you would like to break with a pawn on e4 when you have the pawn f3 supporting it, but we see that Emirati Grandmaster is not really worried about it. He's pushing e4 instantly. He's having isolated pawn on d4, but what I like in this position is that he has this battery on the king side. He has the knight there in the center on e4 square, and black pieces are mostly on the queen side.
Indeed, there's a lot of pieces on the board. And how would you, Angelika, explain to a casual viewer what are the main ideas of the so-called IQP. Meaning, I have the pawn on d4, I have the isolated pawn on d4, what I'm supposed to do, and black is playing against an isolated pawn on d4, what he is supposed to do.
Yeah, so it's of course very important once you're playing against or with the isolated queen's pawn to know what are general guidances, so to say. I mean, generally it is said that you are not supposed to trade pieces if you're having isolated queen's pawn, because the more pieces you trade, you're going to the endgame, you're weakening the pawn as much as possible, and then you might lose because this pawn is just going to get lost. So that's something what, of course, black prefers. Black prefers the trades. White is the one who doesn't want to trade. The other point is that there are also, for the player with the isolated queen's pawn, the squares of e5 and c5 in this case, which could be an outpost for our knights, while black is trying to blockade the pawn and not to allow to push it to d5 with a knight coming to d5. And in this position, actually, knight d5 also could be an idea.
I completely agree with everything you said. Maybe I'll also contribute something from my perspective, is that from the white's perspective, you want to go for an attack.
Yes.
Which is basically what Angelika just said, right? I don't want to trade pieces. I have so many beautiful pieces here in the center. I'm thinking about going for a kingside attack. Yeah, this knight c5 or knight e5. By the way, now, do you appreciate the bishop h7 check? Remember what I told you right here. Bishop h7, in some scenarios, this is going to be a great move because the pawn on f7 will be under attack. This is what I said. And now look at this. So the game continues. There's e4 push. Here and there, here and there. And if the bishop retreats, now we have knight e5.
I'm actually also wondering, have not white had a move queen b3 instead of a3?
Here.
Double attack?
Knight
Knight
d5.
d5. Oh.
Yeah, knight
Not
e5.
in
I
type,
see. I
not
see
in
your
type,
point.
yes.
Yeah, good point. You wanted to eat a pawn for free. But yeah, there's knight e5. It protects the bishop on b4. It hits the rook at e3. But I think this idea of knight e5 is always in there. Let's say here, knight e5. If the king was on g8, this was not possible. Again, that's why the small check sometimes makes a big difference. So let's say black will play bishop e6, and I suppose white has such a great concentration of pieces at the king side, so looking for some sort of a king side attack, which is where exactly? I have no idea. You know, I'm thinking about some rook g3 ideas.
Yes.
You have something else in your mind?
Yeah, I thought actually knight c5. Is knight c5 possible? I want to take that bishop and jump to the f7 square.
Yeah, maybe, but that's not an attack. I want to use this knight to attack.
You want to attack with
I
the
want to
knight?
attack.
Okay.
You know, I don't want to jump to the pawn on b7. I want to attack. I want
Because
to use these knights.
my problem is that d4 pawn is also hanging at this moment. So we're supposed to make sure that the queen take on d4 doesn't
I'm
bring
happy
any...
to sacrifice it.
You're happy?
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
happy to sacrifice it. You know, I'm going for the attack, but to be honest, I'm not entirely sure how to do it. Like, I was trying to cook up something here like...
Or maybe rook h3.
Yeah, rook h3 is... Oh, yeah.
Yes, you cannot take because there is a knight
There's a
f7.
fork, yeah?
Yes.
But, I mean, still the question is what happens after queen d4, and then you're seeing some ghosts like knight g5, some ideas here, so you could easily imagine some tactical possibilities here. Engines, of course, as
Yes,
usual, laughing
Engine
at us.
hates it.
But it's fun. It's fun. So knight e5 is definitely there at some point.
Yeah, very nice idea by Salem. I mean, he's for sure the one who is trying to find the initiative. Here we still see that the bishop is on c8, not developed. It's not also so easy to find the moves for black, but I think something like bishop e6 is the way to develop.
Right. Yeah, of course, in some ideal scenario, what would be loving the possibility to jump with the bishop over the queen, creating a very powerful battery so that there would be a checkmate threat on h7. Maybe at some point later, white's going to play bishop c4, bishop a2, bishop b1, remove the knight, give a checkmate on h7. We're going to see, but I think that we're going to agree on one thing, Angelika, right? White wants to go for the attack. Samunenkau wants to trade some pieces, so they have their goals pretty clear. Oh, by the way, Samunenkau just made a move. He played bishop e7, and right now it is Salem Saleh to make a choice.
Yeah, this idea of changing the places of the queen and the bishop is actually very nice. Something like queen d2, bishop b1 could be played as well. And then you decide to go on c2 or d3, yeah, with the queen.
This is also incoming with a threat of knight e5, so Salem cannot just ignore this threat, and he can't really just focus on his own ideas. Also, knight e5 is something that you want to include in your calculations. So he is going to spend here for quite a while. Let's go to the bird's eye view and select the next game to follow. There were a couple of nice positional approaches. I mean, there's actually a mix of ideas. For example, if you're looking at the games right now, we see the craziness. I mean, there's two crazinesses. Look at this. I mean,
Yes.
Maurizzi's game versus Vaishali top middle board, where she decided to take the pawn on d4. She's down in exchange for beautiful compensation, total mess on the board.
Look at the time, by the way. She's down half an hour on the clock. She had in 27 minutes.
Wow, that's a lot. Also, look at that. Pragg is playing against Vincent, Keymer, g5, h5 is on the board. So, going forward, and Vincent has been playing pretty quickly. He anchored the knight already at the queen side. We are going to check that game, of course. Also, the game of Sam Shankland against Lim Le, the middle board on the lower part, seems to be completely symmetrical, and if somebody can press there, it's only black. That's my impression. I mean, the two-time champion Lim Le is just too solid. You can't easily break him down like that. And then we have Jonas Bielle against Alexander Donchenko, lower right corner. Actually, Angelica, that's the game I would like to go because I really like what Jonas is doing there.
Let's go there. Jonas Bielle is actually right now putting some pressure, on the d6 pawn. The d pawn cannot really move at some moment, but now queen is on g5. What is happening there? Is there some attack ongoing?
No, there's no attack. He's just trying to do some counterplay.
But rook a6 is actually a move here. Rook a6.
If we don't really go too much, what happened before? I mean, there was this beautiful double exclam move, queen d2. I mean, it's not really a double exclam move because you see this queen is taking on d5 and the rook on b7 is lost. So a couple of moves were played ever since. Bienne did put the knight on e3, by the way, but with a very funny way. Look at that. I thought he wants to take on e7 so that you could apply pressure against the pawn on d6 with your pieces. So what Donchenko did,
he didn't allow that.
He didn't allow that. He allowed the other knight to be traded on h4 because he thought for some reason that knight a3 will be impossible, and Bienne plays it anyway. So he plays knight a3 anyway because queen e4 drops the pawn on d6. A very funny way. I thought this knight will be traded for the bishop, not the other knight. Really weird.
I'm just recalling queen h4 by Donchenko a couple of games ago, if you remember, against Vaishali. He also played some queen h4 ideas.
Yeah, indeed, yeah. Queen h4 against Vaishali ended badly for the German grandmasters. Now he's trying it again, probably trying to prove a point, right? It's not a bad move itself. It was just a bad move in that particular position. So Bienne is slightly pushing. Why is this? Because black has 3 pawn islands. This is 1, 2, 3. White has 2 pawn islands, 1 and 2. The pawn on b5 is a target. The queen on d3, knight on d3 stand really nicely, but I suppose with just one weakness, it's simply not enough. And also, of course, there's a bonus that the white controls the a file. At some moment, this could be pretty important.
Yeah, I think this a file is already playing a huge role here at the position. Also, it's not so clear to me what is black's next moves, like what is actually the plan for black in this position, because I'm looking at this queen on g5. Does actually Donchenko want to create some attack against the king? Because it looked that knight on e3 perfectly protecting everything.
I looked up their scores in the Rapid and Chess 960 portions here in Biel. The score right now is 1-1. In the Rapid tournament, Bienne won with the black color, but in Chess 960, Donchenko was victorious with white, where Bienne was actually winning. So Bienne had a very good chance to win both games. He did not. So it's 1-1 tie. In the classical over-the-board games, they have played it twice before, but already quite a while ago. So the first game, they played it back in 2019, Sunway Sitges Open, when Bienne was playing with the white color. 5 years ago, Bienne was only, 15 15 at the time, right? So pretty long, and Doncic was a pretty big favorite back then. Now they're about the same rating. Bienne already is higher rated. So it's going to be fun. While they're battling it out, Angelika, I think that we are going to get for a small break. What do you think?
Yeah, I agree for sure. We have a lot of action here to follow in Biel at the Grandmaster Triathlon. I'm looking forward for more in this round.
Yeah, there's a lot of action upcoming. There's the two crazy games of Vaishali against Maurizzi. Also, the game of Vincent Keymer against Praggnanandhaa is really heating up because Pragg is trying to change the course of the game. If he is going to succeed, here you see him on the screen. You're going to have to find it out after the break because, dear viewers, we'll be back shortly. This is the 57th International Biel Chess Festival. Stay tuned, don't go anywhere. Be back right after the break. And we're back live from Biel here in Switzerland, following live action from the 57th International Biel Chess Festival. The round 4 of the triathlon in both Masters and Challengers has already started, well, about 2 hours in the round. So here we see Pragg. He's thinking about his choices. He's playing right now with black against Vincent and Keymer. He has managed to get a very sharp position. Engines slightly don't approve with him, but this means a lot of exciting action is upcoming for us. I'm Marturs. This is Angelica. As usual, we're your hosts, and let's delve back into action and see what is happening in these games.
Yeah, and I see immediately that Pragg was shaking on that video, like he was under huge pressure, and also position is showing that as well. I mean, he created this interesting idea of g5 and then pushing h5 pawn, but is it enough for him? Because it felt like Vincent was very comfortable there.
Also, you can see a couple of moves have been played in the sharp game against Marc-Andrea Maurizzi, the current World Junior Champion. He's playing against Vaishali, which is upper middle board, as you can see. Those are the two games I would like to follow the most this round because they promise the most action. But I think we are going to start with the game of Vaishali, try to estimate what are the chances of this position, where it might take us, and then gradually move on to the next games.
So first of all, where did we leave the position? So I believe that was her decision of taking the pawn on d4 or b4, and we see she made her choice and took the pawn on the d4. That was the choice was made.
Right. Knight x on d4 was played, rook d1, here pinning the knight, and I assume there's something probably wrong with taking on a2. Not entirely sure what it is because it seems like it's a free pawn, but it is also allowing white to simplify the position. Probably some sort of
bishop e5.
Bishop e5. Yeah, maybe. I just wanted to
bishop
include the
e5
trade.
is blunder. Sorry.
Why is it
Or
blunder
not?
again?
Actually, not blunder.
No. I wanted to include the trade to clarify the situation
Yes.
a bit and make some trades, include bishop e5 as you suggested, to include trades right here. Now the point is after knight f3, queen f3, black is not in time to collect the bishop on e5 because the own queen on d7 is under attack. So this will be like a dream scenario for white. Now you see it's pretty obvious. White has the exchange for a pawn, but the pawn on c5 most likely is going to fall. And that's the reason why Vaishali decided not to take the pawn on a2, which apparently is just poison, and she played queen g4 for some tactical ideas.
Yeah, now the problem is for white is there are no open files at this particular moment. Of course, white doesn't want to take on the d4 the knight because the bishop would join the attack. Also, at some moment, some problems with the bishop on f5 and f4 could be. So what was played in this position by Marc-Andrea?
In the game, what was played here, white countered the threat of queen x on f4, white played rook d2, defending against the queen x on f4 threat. So if Vaishali plays knight x on f3, Marc-Andrea is fine with that because he has an extra exchange. Queen f3, g takes on f3. Maybe there would be something like c takes on b4, but again, the position is simplifying. It is opening up. Something like rook d1, trade the rooks, and then at the end of the day, you still have this extra exchange, so white should be much better. Now this prompted here after rook d2 for Vaishali to play knight d6 that the engines don't like it.
Yeah, there is also some information from our chat. There has been a poll going on about this game. The question was, can Maurizzi beat standings leader Vaishali? And what do you think the result was?
Probably everybody's cheering for Vaishali.
Yes, exactly. 56% saying it is no, but 44% saying yes.
We'll see. She is really, if there's such a word, streaky player. She very often scores a lot of victories in a row, like the previous candidates tournament in Toronto earlier this year proved. Vaishali had a rather mediocre start. Then she pulled up, 4 or 5 victories in a row. It was quite impressive, finishing in a very high second place, missing the potential match for the World Championship title against the reigning World Champion Juve in June. But I think she's going to get there at some point if she's going to play exactly like this.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see that computer, even though doesn't like knight e6, I mean, we learned from the past that it can be tricky. There could be some refutation lines which are not so easy at all. So that's why, I mean, knight e6 looks very logical move. You're attacking the bishop on f4. If bishop goes away, then the pawn on e4 is going to hang. So that's the main idea here. Bishop e5 being played.
No. It didn't. It wasn't played.
Yeah,
I played it.
Yeah, if it was
If,
played.
yes, a big if. I think it makes sense because Maurizzi would like to trade some pieces off. So the bishop on e4 is under attack. The pawn on e4 most likely will fall. So he's like, okay, I mean, you can have that. For example, bishop e5, offer a trade. And if Vaishali plays, I'm not sure what she plays. For example, queen e4. Queen e4, bishop e4. Again, the position simplifies. Takes, b takes. And the only question is, can white win something like this? Okay, maybe not b takes on c5. Exchange for a pawn. Is this kind of position enough to win the game?
It's a huge question. Always these endgames can be tricky, especially if black is not trading all materials. So if, for example, rooks would be of... Wait a sec. Ah, yes. I was looking for a rook for white, and it was on f1. I was like, wait a second, Vaishali is up a piece, but there was a rook. So if the rook's getting traded off the board and light pieces, then it would be just rook against the bishop, which would be not enough for Vaishali. But since there is still a rook on the board, it could be tricky, especially with that c pawn.
All right, let's again imagine some dream scenario for both sides. This is what we already tried in the game of Salem against Igor Samunenkau. Let's try to do the same exactly here. What do the both sides want to achieve? So what Maurizzi would like to do? He would like to trade rooks, obviously. He would like to trade this minor piece for the bishop or the knight. Why? Because he has the material advantage. And when you have material advantage, you want to trade pieces. You simplify the position. In the meantime, what Vaishali would like to do, she would like to trade as many pawns as she can. So this means probably these queens are pawns, because if they're gone, then it's only 4 pawns versus 3 at the king side, and then essentially this extra exchange doesn't matter. For example, there could be an endgame where white has just a rook and 3 pawns versus 4 pawns to the king side and the knight and the bishop. This should be a pretty obvious draw, but of course, I mean, white will be slightly pushing. And that's why here Maurizzi is not going to rush and think about, of course, bishop e5 is the prime candidate, but is there even anything else?
And of course, it has a lot of time, since almost the whole game till now is a preparation for him. He has 1 hour more on the clock, and that's why learning from his past mistakes against Salem, he for sure has to be a little bit more precise and to think more, take more time on the game. And also in the previous game against Biel, right, he had also the winning chances there, but one move decided it all, and he went to the losing position.
But Vaishali also has a very creative mind, and actually after bishop e5, I'm not entirely sure that she has to do this, that she has to go for this endgame and then try to survive. There could be some other moves as well, like bishop takes an e4, also looks a perfectly legit move to keep the queens on the board. For example, after bishop takes on g7, Angelika, I'm looking at bishop takes
f3, I'm also immediately looking there.
And this is looking pretty holdable for black. Very, very solid, beautiful. Knight on e6. White's pawn structure is pretty damaged. I would just say this is very hard to win, if even possible at all.
Yeah, it's super hard to win. Of course, if white manages somehow to create an attack on b6 pawn, but you at the same time have to protect the pawn on a2, so it's very difficult. But so far we are having a great game here. Huge material imbalances. Vaishali being down in exchange, she's been very ambitious.
Yeah, this bishop takes on f3. Huge threat. It's a very big threat. I'm not even sure what white is supposed to do against it.
Maybe h3?
h3, queen f5. I'm not sure what changes. Ah, wait. You're right. What changes is that after bishop takes on g7, bishop takes on f3, I'm no longer threatened with a mate. So I could just retreat on the long diagonal.
Ooh.
And then let's say you play wherever you place into like bishop c6.
And I play queen h6 and checkmate. Almost. There is a knight.
Yeah, you want to check, right? I see. But to be honest, there's not even a threat. The knight on
Yes.
e6 just protects it. But just play this position, and your pawn structure is more healthy. But I would still say this position feels more closer to a draw than white is winning, and I think they already played a move.
Bishop e5 is on the board. Apparently a great move by a French grandmaster. He's following Arthur's your advice.
Vaishali will have to play a bit faster because she is getting some pressure on the clock. Only 24 minutes versus 1 hour and 27 minutes for the Frenchman, which means an extra hour for white. This is a huge advantage, and he is trying to apply as much pressure as the current tournament leader he can do. I think we have to move on to the other game, the other most exciting game here we have been following so far today, Angelika. That is the game of Vincent Keymer against Pragg. Very sharp game, so let's maybe step back a couple of moves and try to understand if this entire sequence that Pragg played, we left it here. Pragg played g5, h5, being very aggressive, which you could see actually on the screen. Vincent, they raised an eyebrow. He's like, what is this? Can you play like that? But of course, he understands that the Indian tries to complicate the game. And after knight c4, knight e5, queen d2, rook a7, this is the current position on the board.
Yeah, and we see that actually our engine friend is liking the position of white, even though black is trying to create so many threats on the king side. There is still, I think, huge advantage in the space for white and also in the development.
Right.
What do you think Keymer should do here? What would be your next move?
Queen e2 is played. You know, I'm not really sure Queen e2 marks as a mistake. Okay. I was thinking before I tried to explain white's ideas, I felt I probably would want to pay a bit attention what black wants. So why did Pragg play h5, g5? Does he want to weaken his king for no good reason? No. I mean, he wants to use these pawns to generate targets. So his idea is to play g4. So that's why here, for example, after whatever move, let's say, I don't know, rook d1, Pragg wanted to play g4. At least I think so. And after h takes on g4, h takes on g4, push away the knight. Let's say you play something like knight h4, and then maybe play for a kingside attack. I was thinking if there's a possibility to put a bishop on e6, play f4, let me make you another useless move, let's say bishop e6, f4, and it feels like it's quite something, right? I mean,
Yeah.
black is having pretty active pieces, the bishop on e6 is knight, the bishop on g7 is great, maybe there's some
King
craziness.
h7, bishop h6 maybe.
Yeah, king h7, bishop h6, maybe queen e8, queen h5, maybe f4 ideas at some point, but you get to appreciate black's ideas. So that's why here Vincent decided to play queen e2, and even though the engine doesn't like it, I think he is somehow preparing for this. Yeah, he's somehow getting ready for this g4 push, because you can't play f5, it drops the pawn on g5, this is just bad. And you can't play e6 because I'm just going to grab the pawn on f6 and your pawn structure makes no sense. So it's pretty obvious that Pragg is going to play g4. And now the point is after g4 takes, I think Vincent wants to put knight on d2.
Yeah, and then maybe we run over it somewhere to e4.
Engine disagrees with me. Yeah.
But what about knight h4?
Knight
Idea
h4.
is to jump with a knight to g6.
Sure, but then again, then I don't understand the move queen e2. Why queen e2 is so necessary? It could be that Keymer simply treats the g4 move in his favor. He's not afraid of this, unlike some other club level players who are sometimes, intimidated. I have 2 pawns on h5, g5. It's like, oh no, there's a very strong attack. Panic time, everything fall back. No, I think he is simply not afraid of g4, and he treats that this actually creates him targets. And also the queen on e2 hits the pawn on h5 in some lines. Let's say remove the knight, play knight e2 and hit the pawn on h5. Apparently, engines think there was something better.
What could it be? I mean,
It's got to be e6.
e6, blocking
Yes.
the bishop.
It locks one bishop. It locks the other bishop. But what I do not quite understand, and apparently also Keymer couldn't understand, because I'm sure he looked at e6. Is this pawn on e6 not the target?
Yeah, it's actually a huge question. Normally, when you're pushing pawns so far, it's a question if it's a strong pawn which is restricting your opponent, or it is a pawn which can be easily targeted and taken. Is it a weakness?
So I'm looking at this. I'm looking, can I immediately target with knight c7? Right? I play knight c7, hit the pawn on e6, and immediately see the refutation of my idea, which is probably some knight b6. I don't think this is great. Black's pawn structure is terrible. Okay, maybe there's some knight e6, but it just looks awful.
Yeah, but you can also always protect the pawn, so you don't have even to give it up. You can play queen. You cannot protect the pawn.
The knight is under attack, and then some rook e4 ideas, or queen c3, queen c4 ideas. It's just terrible. So I'm thinking maybe Vincent quite didn't like something here. After e6, he quite didn't like maybe b5. No, b5 drops the pawn on a5. b5 takes, knight a5, and maybe...
Knight c7.
What?
Knight
No, I thought even of queen b6. You know? So I think that there was something that he didn't quite like here, that this pawn on e6, he perfectly understood that it's really so great, but he saw knight c7 hitting the pawn on e6. He kind of calculated there's knight b6, and probably about here, I could easily imagine he was not sure what's happening here. Like takes, knight a5, queen b6. Because if he drops this pawn, for example, knight b3, bishop e6, makes some blunder. Oh, I'm blundering a piece.
Oh, yeah. Rook a7, you have to take first.
Yeah, I'm blundering a piece. Yeah, rook a7.
Rook a7.
All right.
Let's not blunder.
In an ideal world, let's say black is able to get the pawn on e6, remove it, and play e5. Now this would be dream scenario for black. Strong center, backed by two bishops. So apparently that's what Vincent did not like. He played queen e2, and engines, actually they say that e6 was the move.
Yeah, and actually our chat was also taking part in the poll about this game, and actually the 53% of the viewers are saying that Pragg is going to win this game.
There's our featured chat that said that white has space, white has the knights, white has the center. What does Pragg have? What would you answer to him?
I would say that Pragg has initiative on the king side. That could be something what he could use with this idea of the g4, bringing quickly the queen over to the h5 square. I mean, there for sure are some underwater stones in this position. You might objectively like position. I mean, I also prefer white's position right now, but there could be some concrete ideas on the king side for the Pragg.
All right, that's maybe indeed the case. By the way, dear viewers, I would like to remind you of one very interesting thing, is that if you like what you're seeing, you like the Biel Chess Festival in general, and you would like to see it continue to grow, maybe the possibility to invite here to Biel Chess Festival some other world star players, as we would like to see here, by the way, back Magnus Carlsen. We haven't seen him for many, many years. He has played here in Biel a long time ago. There's the possibility for you to directly make it happen. We have created a page on Tipeee. You can support the festival. You can go on the official website, bielchessfestival.ch, and then show your support by supporting the festival. We would really, really appreciate it. Thank you to anybody who made it happen. There's even a special alert coming out. If there's a donation, your name will be on the screen.
Yeah, thanks to all the audience who is watching, and if you can afford, of course, do it. And here we see the bird's eye view of all the games which are ongoing. We have checked the game on the top middle board, Marc-Andrea Maurizzi against Vaishali. We have just seen the games Vincent Keymer against Praggnanandhaa, those two very exciting games. But other than that, I see some improvement in the game of Martirosyan against Abhimanyu Mishra. I see the pawn structure has been established. I would suggest we jump right in.
Let's go. Let's go to that game. Also, I just realized we haven't seen for quite a while Sam Shankland's game against Limley. That's, I suppose, is going to be the next game we want to check. So, a couple of moves ago, this is the moment when Mishra played this move. Bishop takes on c3. Now I try to pinpoint the moment when this was right here. So this is the moment when the youngest grandmaster in the history of chess, the feat he accomplished at age 12, 4 months and 25 days, beating Sergei Karyakin's record, which stood for a good 19 years. Here the young American decided to play bishop takes on c3. Why? He was not happy about white's ideas to play e5. He had really no answer to that. The knight very often would jump either to d5 and e4. So that's why Abhimanyu thought, okay, I take on c3, no knight, no problem. After b takes on c3, he captured on d5 and played queen d6. Angelika said, queen is a very bad blockator, and I agree.
Indeed, and you also mentioned your game as an example for this position. Just remove the queen, put the pawn on c4, and you're getting very strong, protected passer, which is very important for the endgame potentially.
And this is exactly what happened. So Ike first played rook e1. Of course, makes perfect sense. Take over the e-file. Bishop e5, queen b3, hitting the pawn on b7, b6, c4. There you go. Ike knows what he's doing. Rook here, a takes, rook a8, rook a8. And I think right now, there you go, there you go. So it's a very unpleasant position for Abhimanyu. Why is this? Because remember the game I mentioned to you? So it was something like queen c3, knight e2, g4, and knight e4. Suddenly, white's plan is super easy. And
so you can just pre-move every move.
Yeah, so h3 is like not only a window for the king, just in case not to miss any checkmates, but you can actually use this pawn on h3 to support a further g4 push. For example, let's say black plays, I don't know, king g7. Yeah, it makes perfect sense. King g7, I play g4. Bishop d7, I play knight e2. So you could play maybe rook e8. I could play, I'm not sure, do I trade it immediately on e8 or I play knight e4? So I could imagine there's some problems, some queen c3 or queen b2 checks, right? How do you deal with this?
Yeah, it's actually a huge move. Yeah, knight.
Maybe this even is better.
Knight
I'm not
e4.
entirely sure. Yeah, how do you deal with this?
Maybe
Like
queen e5.
Yeah, queen e5 and...
It looks very suspicious for black, but still somehow black is holding. Okay, knight c3 right now would not create any threat.
Knight c3, I'm not sure. The king is now a bit weak. But I think that this is going to be Ike's direction. So he's looking at this like queen c3, knight e2, g4, and knight e4. The question is how to carry it out. Why? Because, what does the knight on f3 do anyway, right? So the knight on f3 deserves some love. There's no jump knight e4, knight e5 kind of makes no sense. I don't see what it does on c6. Okay, maybe it does something on c6, I don't really know. But this knight e2, knight e4 would allow him to control this very nice outpost on f6, and then somehow combine some pressure against the pawn on b6. I would say that here from Mishra, this is one of the most unpleasant positions he has had so far in this classical tournament.
What I've also been thinking, maybe knight could also potentially go to the b5 square, and this idea to push the pawn on d6 and play enter with the rook on e7.
Yep.
It's too long maneuver, but...
It's a long road, but it's entirely possible. A road to b5 for the knight on f3, why not? Perfectly playable. So it looks very nice. I'm not really sure what Abhimanyu should do here. Maybe retreat with the bishop, trade the rooks on e8, and somehow try to survive. I think there could be some scenarios, Angelika, if he could trade the queens, if he could trade the rooks, the endgame actually could be pretty pleasant for him because he has the bishop versus the knight, and these pawns are on the color of this bishop. So this means he can always target these pawns, and the knight has to protect these pawns. So he would be doing great. But I think it's just wishful thinking, really.
Yeah, it's just a dream for black, which of course Ike is not going to allow. He knows which position he has to aim for, that he doesn't have to trade any piece right now at this moment. Maybe actually the queen endgame actually maybe would be still preferable for Ike because he has queen and the knight against queen and the bishop.
All right, I got a word. There's something happening in Vaishali's game against Maurizzi. We have to go there immediately. We might go back to this game after some time. Let's see what's happening here after bishop e5. Vaishali just played f6. The tangent marks as a big missed opportunity. And there apparently is something wrong with her position. Why f6? f6. Now this bishop here is feeling pretty weird. What could be the problem? I mean, the bar is like way up in the sky, so this means there's something very concrete for white.
But what is that? Okay, what about again trying something like h3?
I think I found it, like, pretty quickly. Maybe I'm wrong. You mean h3?
h3 and queen b3.
Yes, but I'm going to change the move order.
Okay.
So the point is after h3, queen e4, queen b3, there's c4.
Oh.
You want to hit the knight on e6, I get your idea. So I'm thinking, can I start with queen b3?
And then you want to play h3.
And then I want to play h3.
You are tricky. And
I'm
queen
tricky.
e4 is not possible because, of course, knight is hanging on e6.
Right.
Okay, so what do you play on queen b3?
Queen b3, so h3 is a big threat. The knight on e6 is almost impossible to defend.
Bishop c8 or king f7.
Oh, wait, maybe there's king f7.
But it looks very tense there on the king side. I mean, it looks like pieces are getting stuck. Bishop is blocked by the pawn. Knight is pinned.
Yeah.
Maybe just rook e1. I want to play h3.
Maybe also h3. Like h3 allow you to take on e4. I wanted to play rook e1 now and somehow use the spin, but it feels very dangerous. There's also this trick, b takes on c5. I just see these ideas, but I just cannot connect the dots, right? I don't immediately see because I've looked at this position for like 1 minute. And the point is f takes on e5 is knight g5. Yeah, so
Yeah, very beautiful fork.
You can't take it.
I cannot take it, and I can resign.
But this is a big information, you know. Maurizzi doesn't have it. And that's the big difference. Imagine this. You're playing a game, you are a student, and your coach comes next to you and he says, dear student, there's something in this position. You're like, oh yeah, there's something in this position? Yeah, okay, let me work it out. What is it? What is it? Oh wow, queen b3, h3, right?
Yes.
Huge information. But when you don't know it, it's very difficult to pick it up. So you have to be like really tactically sharp. And one of the most hardest things in chess to notice is to notice opportunities that were not there before. And there's this one very famous game that I always remember is the World Championship match. Magnus Carlsen against Vincent. Pardon me, I don't remember, was it match 1 or match 2? Year 2013 or 14. Game 6. Where Magnus Carlsen played against Samunenkau, very nice game, where he played instead of king d2, king d1. Or was it, he was supposed to play king d1 and he played king d2. And Anand could have won the game immediately. Like there was a nice sequence of moves where Carlsen was losing 2 points and just like that. The game's over immediately, right? So Carlsen would have lost it. And as soon as Carlsen played it, he saw it. Like he froze basically, you could see. He wrote down the move, he saw it. And Anand spent like 30 seconds and he played something else. Do you know why he missed it? Because this opportunity, this tactic was not there before. And that's why it's very difficult, especially when you're like in a different mindset. You're in the mind, my position is worse, you know, I'm slightly suffering here, my plan is this, your opponent responds with something, oh yeah, now I carry out my idea, you know. It's very difficult to pick up these ideas, so that's why here for Maurizzi, also I think it's not going to be so obvious. I mean, this queen b3, h3, it requires quite a bit of imagination because after all, I mean, the bishop on e5 is under attack.
Yeah, the bishop on e5 is under attack, and some automatic move like removing the bishop from e5 could be played, but we see that Maurizzi has so much time at this position, he can spend it, and maybe he could find this idea. But again, Artur, as you said, you know, once we see some puzzles, you know, some positions from the games of the grandmasters and such players like me, my level, we are solving those positions because we know in that particular position something is there, either tactical or something maybe positional. But we know the move has to be found. In the game, you're playing every move and it's important for you not to miss the opportunity which arises.
Yeah, you never know exactly at which moment. Or sometimes like there is in one position it works, in another position it doesn't work, then it works again, then it doesn't work again, so you don't really know. Why Vaishali played f6? Because she was not very thrilled with the alternative. Because bishop takes on e4, I think this is what she didn't like. After h3, queen f5, the important intermezzo move, and only now capture because of bishop f3, there's no longer the mate threat on g2, and white can simply retreat on a1 and have a nice advantage, which is probably pretty holdable, but she did not like it. Now the question is what happens after f6? Where's the difference? White probably plays bishop g3, and Vaishali thinks that even though this bishop on g7 is sort of passive, it's going to be pretty great. Like, I don't know, queen e4 maybe?
Yeah, and also at some moment there is always f5. Yep.
And then this bishop becomes really strong. Of course, white could also play bishop, I don't know, bishop a1 or something. But now, Angelika, you look at this position and you ask yourself, does this make any sense with a pawn on f6?
I mean, it doesn't really make that much sense in this position, but the idea of Vaishali was to spare her bishop. Yeah, Vaishali didn't want to trade the bishop because she knew if she going to trade dark squared bishop, she's not going to have as much initiative as she had before. And I think that was one of her most ideas in the move. Even though computer doesn't like it, I think the players understand it. The question is right now if Marc-Andrea Maurizzi would find this best move or not.
We'll see, and now we're going to the full screen of the position. As you can see here, Maurizzi is trying to calculate things. Queen b3 is a very difficult move to find, but if he, I mean, I assume he's tactically very gifted, and if he suspects this motive to be there, he might pick it up, but I think it's going to be pretty difficult for them to do. Speaking about their previous encounters, I think we could also look back at the results they've had here in Biel Chess Festival. They have played already 2 games. And do you know, by the way, the results? Who has won those games?
I would say that one game, I believe, was won by Vaishali in the rapid, if I'm not mistaken.
Both games.
Both games.
Vaishali has won both games. So prior to Biel, they have never played against each other. And here in Biel, they have already played twice. And by the way, what you're seeing on the screen, that in the overall rankings, Vaishali is not only leading the tournament with 17 points, but look at the difference. She is ahead of Marc-Andrea Maurizzi by 11.5 points, which seems like a huge margin, but again, we would have to remind you of the tournament regulations. In the classical tournament, every victory backs the player 4 points, so she is essentially ahead of Marc-Andrea Maurizzi, 3 classical victories.
Yeah,
it's a huge difference.
This is a huge difference. I mean, Marc-Andrea Maurizzi is someone who is currently struggling to stay at the top of the rankings in order to proceed to the final stage. And I mean, these final rounds of the classical stage of the Grandmaster Triathlon are very important for him. And for Vaishali, I mean, it looks like she's very, very confident with all the 3 wins she scored. But still, she shouldn't relax in this game.
Yeah, in the featured chat, Manochi says that Maurizzi is plus 2.7 according to an engine, but I think this is probably strictly only to this sequence, which is, by the way, still not super obvious because, for example, even if he picks it up, for example, after queen b3, you still have to calculate what happens after king f7. By the way, I don't think it's so super obvious what happens there. Maybe there's a direct sequence of moves. Not easy, so we are going to see. No, he doesn't reach yet for the queen. He's thinking about it. I'm not even sure if he's looking at the b3 square. Angelika, is he?
Yeah, I mean, that's actually a good point you're saying, Artur, because sometimes in the positions you're looking at the one side, and in this case, I think that both players are focused on the king side of the board, and sometimes you just can forget that the queen side is still there, and you know, such moves as queen b3 exist. And that could be one also of the issues for the French Grandmaster.
Maybe also Marc-Andrea feels that this is a critical position because clockwise he has a huge advantage, 1 hour and 60 minutes on the clock versus Vaishali's 10 minutes. Here Vaishali is in a serious time trouble because this is move number 20. So essentially she needs to make 20 moves in 10 minutes with no increment, and the position is really sharp. This is a dangerous ground, and probably here Marc-Andrea is just reminding himself that training, something he has received before, think. This is a critical position. There needs to be a very big move right here, so he's trying to calculate, and there you go, he missed it. I told you queen b3 is not an obvious move.
It's not an obvious move at all. Queen G3, bishop G3 has been played, and queen e4 instantly answered by Vaishali, who has 10 minutes on the clock. Huge miss by French grandmaster, which could have turned the result of this game.
Right, I'm not going to, of course, argue with an engine, so it was a difficult move to find. Also, the sequence probably also was very, very complex. So, yeah, maybe let me check. Let me show you on the screen what was engine's recommendation so that everybody is on the same page. So apparently bishop g3 is a big miss. So here the Frenchman should have continued strictly only one move. He had to play queen b3, ignore the bishop. So the idea here is that after f takes on e5, h3, as you can see, the queen on g4 no longer can protect the knight on e6. And here, queen e4, queen e6, king h8, everything starts to fall apart for black. Everything is incoming, rook d8 check, and black's last rank is incredibly weak, or even something like rook d7, hitting the bishop on g7 as well. So this is a really, really bad outcome. But we're wondering, for example, what happens if black will play king f7. After king f7, apparently white can play bishop e2, which maybe is not so difficult move, but the point is, after queen e4, you play rook e1, and suddenly it's very difficult to defend this knight, because white also is threatening to double rooks at the e file. If black will play bishop takes on e4, there's something wrong. Oh my goodness. Knight e5 check.
Oh,
how about that?
Knight e5?
Wow. Okay,
and you want to play f3, yes?
Yeah, I mean, this is not the only sequence, but what a powerful sequence this is. Bishop takes on f3, rook takes on f3, king g8, queen d5, some super domination, etc. Wow. This is difficult. This is really difficult. But I mean, okay, knight e5 is probably not the only move. It's just one of the... No, actually, it's almost the only move in this position. So engine says h3 is the second choice. h3, queen f5, and then rook e1 is kind of also great. But even this position from afar...
It's not so clear.
It's not so clear. I cannot so quickly evaluate what is happening there. Either way, he missed it. He played bishop g3 because he had another choice to consider. And now, right now, Marc-Andrea is trying to figure out what to do here.
Yeah, and actually I think the most of the viewers who are watching us, who were voting in the poll for Vaishali, they just got relieved at this moment after bishop hg3 was played, that Marc-Andrea Maurizzi didn't find that move queen b3.
Something that had never happened before, right, in this tournament. I mean, not like yesterday.
Yes.
Yesterday,
exactly the same.
Exactly the same scenario. I mean, Vaishali played this very spectacular f5, g5 idea, and her position was tactically failing due to an insane resource, a queen sacrifice that her opponent missed. And everybody in the chat was like, oh my goodness, what is happening there?
Yeah, of course, when you're getting the evaluation bar in support of the engine, you know everything, but for the players it's not so clear. And of course, like such move as queen c5 yesterday, here in this position also, could you see that there is a knight e5 move? I mean, it's not easy at all, and that's why the players are missing it, and we see that Vaishali is still there.
All right, I think we have to move on to one more game. So let's go to Sam Shankland versus Lim Le. That's the game we haven't really followed for a while because, I mean, it's pretty positional, not much is happening there, but still, let's try to understand what's happening there. Sam's position is a bit disappointing because so far the American Grandmaster has been slightly struggling. I mean, I think he is very happy still that he is here because he was very excited to be the last-minute substitute of Javokhir Sindarov, who was unable to come here to Biel because of visa problems. And Sam, literally a couple of days before the start of the tournament, was offered to take his place. He flew all the way from San Francisco, direct flight to Zurich. He took some sleeping pills. He said it's nothing special. I mean, across 9 time zones, no big deal. So he was very positive about it. However, he's been struggling in the tournament, and I think probably the reason is that at some point the jet lag kicked in, and also he was not quite ready for the tournament. He hadn't had the opportunity to do some of the serious prep that his opponents did, and the tournament, as you can see, it's been a bit disappointing for him so far, but he's fighting, he's a fighter.
He is a huge fighter indeed, and we see here that Limle is actually the one who is having a huge space advantage, I would say. The bishop on f2 is not so great for Sam because it looks like a very passive piece. And the rook and the queen are doubled all the way on c5. I mean, it looks like that Lim has at least small edge.
Yeah, I'll try maybe to roll back. When was the last moment we left it? It was something like 10 moves ago. So there was this moment when Sam played queen e3, and I said, I think that Sam here has some kings of attack kind of ideas. And Angelika said, no, Arthur, I disagree. I think that black is going to take over the game. And actually, you're right. Yeah, so this is exactly what happened in the game. So rook c4 was played by the two-time Biel triathlon winner, trying to eliminate the knight. Bishop c5, bishop takes on d4, no knight, no problem. And after rook e1, queen c7, now you can see there's no king's attack for white. The position is symmetrical, and if somebody's pushing here, it's black, because the e file that white controls gives him nothing, and black actually is threatening to do something at the queen side.
And that's why earlier we had this, isolated queen's pawn. Now is already transposed to the more mirrored pawn structure where the both players have the pawn on the d5 and d4, but the pawn on d4 is being on the color of the bishop, which is normally not something what you would prefer. And also, of course, we have these pawns on b4 and a5 very much advanced on the queen side, also the space advantage for the black, which could be also playing a huge role in the position.
Yeah, and speaking about Limle's performance so far, the two-time winner has been showing some very nice chess so far. Also, I think last year he was not really that close to win the tournament until the very end, and then at the final round he finally scored the important points on the mount, and he was able to overtake Vincent Keymer, who was leading the tournament for the entirety of the time. So very impressive, and I'm really impressed, Angelika, by his showcasing with the black color, because with the black color, he's unbeatable. He's super solid, and that's why, when was this? Yesterday or day before yesterday, when Abhimanyu didn't even attempt. I mean, he had a rather nice position after the opening, the current leader of the triathlon. He played a couple of moves after the opening, okay, whatever. He even said in the interview, the guy is just too solid, I mean, I don't think I can beat him.
Yes, indeed, and of course he's still the one who is trying to catch up with the leader of the triathlon, but he's for sure one of those players who we expect to see in the final stage of the Master. I mean, it's actually very tough to say who are we not expect to see.
So, I suppose we are going to trust engine's evaluations, Angelika, right? That black is started better, and even visually,
I think we agree, right?
Yeah, we agree definitely on that. All right, now the question is, how do you make progress? You're sitting here with black, you probably suspect, I'm doing great, probably I'm not winning, but I have slightly better position. How do you continue? So you have the rook on c3, you control the c file. I suppose you want to do some damage. How do you do it?
You're trying to find the weaknesses and try to attack them.
There
For example, starting with rook c2, targeting the a2 pawn. How do you protect it?
I was thinking some bishop h4, hitting the knight.
You're immediately counterattacking.
Yeah, that's what I, in general, try to do. And something like rook a2 would be pretty bad. This king is weak, and if somebody can play this position for the win, it's only white. Okay, I missed apparently something, but the king is weak.
What about queen h2 after bishop h4?
After bishop h4? Yeah, that's the next move.
Here.
Yes, but there's one problem.
Oh, yeah, the rook is hanging.
That's one problem.
That would be great.
Yeah, so rook c2 leaves the rook on c2 undefended, and now actually I think that after bishop h4, it's not so easy to come up with the next move. I mean, there could be some tactical ideas. I'm looking at some crazy that this is probably completely wrong. I would look at something like knight e4. So the point is, after knight e4, now I want to play queen h2, and I thought there's somehow a mate.
But maybe, is rook e2 a move?
I don't know. Maybe it is. I thought this is a mate. I found a mate, right? And rook e2, there could be, rook c1 is bishop e1. This is important. Okay, this is ridiculous. Pardon me,
This is crazy, I like it.
I try to cook up something here, and I think that also, knowing well how people think in these positions, you just can't really you can't really throw these ideas out of your mind. And I'm sure that Limle also looked at some rook c2, bishop h4, knight e4, and it's like, nah, there's no way it works, right? Come on, let's calculate something more serious.
Yeah, and indeed, I mean, as you're mentioning, this bishop h4 is a huge idea right now. So that's what Lim should try to, I mean, find a way how to react on it or what to do. And that's why we don't see rook c2 in this position. But then how do you stop it? Do you...
Maybe trade queens. No? No, so that I can always meet bishop h4 with g5. That was my idea.
And then bishop h4 doesn't make much sense, but there would be g5 played, and you just want to go to c2. It looks like a very pleasant position for black.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe. I don't know. You know what I would try to do here in this position, Angelique? I would probably try to do some elimination method. Like, I would eliminate the moves. I don't think I would think I'm much better here, probably tiny better, because white's king's a bit weak. I control the c file, but I'm a realistic guy, so I understand it's probably not enough. So I would try to eliminate the moves. So, which moves make sense to you? Knight move? No, 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 no.
Pawn, no.
Rook c2 only move, and then there's bishop h4, so it's a queen move, right?
Yes, it's a queen.
So where do you go with the queen? I thought about trading the queens, and that's why I came up with this queen c8. Queen d7 allows white to activate the rook. I don't think this is great.
No.
And then the rook might go somewhere here. So what else?
Something like queen b6.
Where do you want to put the queen?
I would like to protect the knight, maybe potentially.
No, but where? Where would you like to put it?
So I was thinking about queen b6, so that stops the idea of bishop h4. But I don't know if it's a good one.
Me neither. Maybe the play somehow is linked with this a4 push.
What about rook c6, by the way? Just
Rook
moving
c6.
rook back. So I'm preparing against bishop h4.
To meet it with g5.
Yes. So I protect the knight.
Are you not afraid you're weakening the king?
I hope that I don't think that bishop g5 would work, but bishop f2, yeah, maybe just king g7 protecting the knight. Okay, it looks a little bit weakening. I agree with you.
No, I'm thinking actually black's only idea is somehow linked with a4, try to create a weakness here, so you need a queen for that.
And the move has been played, by the way.
What? Rook c1.
We found an answer to our question, where to put the rook or the queen.
Okay. Okay. That is actually
yeah, this
interesting move.
Now that I see it, and now that I look at this position, if black manages to trade the rook, black is the one who has the queen and the knight on the board, and queen and the knight is better collaboration of the pieces than queen and the bishop.
Maybe, yeah. I'm not going to argue with that. It probably depends on the position, but yeah, I agree.
But this looks like a great position, yeah.
It's a nice move. I'm not really sure if I would want to trade the rook here in general because it feels very active here, but apparently Limle is a bit concerned about white's counterplay here, bishop h4 and whatever, the e-file is under attack, so he's just going to be try to be safe. First secure the draw in the pocket and then see what happens. For example, Shankland defends the queen side, plays something like queen d3, and I imagine he's going to trade off these pieces like takes, but I mean objectively, I don't think that Lim here has any illusions that he's somehow gonna crash through. So I think he might suspect he's tiny bit better, but White's position is so solid, and I don't think Shankland hasn't done anything wrong. So I would not be surprised, Angelica, that this game is heading to a peaceful outcome.
Yeah, that's for sure possible. So maybe we should...
Let's select another game.
Check another game, yes.
All right. So, let's go to the bird's eye view once again and see who is in the biggest trouble. Somebody is in big trouble, apparently. Yes, and his name is Praggnanandhaa. He is in big trouble. There's a massive development, by the way, happening there. I already see we're totally going there.
Let's immediately go to that game.
Yeah, I'll very quickly give it
yes.
overview what's happening in other games. So select Salem, lower left corner, there's the game versus Igor Samunenkau. Sort of balanced. He's trying to create some attacking chances at the king side. We'll see if he's going to manage. Also, on the lower right corner, Jonas Bull Bienne has, I thought it's a slightly better position for him, but now I see black as the centered knight. Now I'm not so sure who is better there. Any other changes? Vaishali's game on the top middle board versus Marc-Andrea Maurizzi after queen x on e4, no more moves have been played. And on the upper left corner, Martirosyan has a slightly better position. He has beautiful pieces. Mishra is trying to survive. That's the game also we want to check. So now I think it's high time for us to go to the game of Vincent Keymer against Pragg.
And Vincent is executing the next move. He's actually playing the e6 we have been discussing earlier, but in this position, this move actually comes with a tempo on the rook.
Wow. H4 was played by Pragg. This I didn't expect. Probably we'll leave it here. Queen e2. This was the last time we left it. Bishop f5 missed opportunity. So what is he missing? Let me check. What did he miss? No, I thought you had to play g4, right?
Yeah, g4 looked like a nice hook.
Yeah, maybe he was not happy about like knight h4, your idea, knight g6, Angelica, and then something like after f5, knight g6, knight f4. He simply didn't like it.
Yeah, probably the pawns would have been just stopped, and he wanted to first play h4. He played even bishop f5 first.
D4, counter-strike in the center, so Vincent attempts to activate his pieces. C takes allows to put the knight on d4, massive pressure to some of the central squares.
I just remember we discussed at the beginning of the game that d4 doesn't look like the break you want to do, but now that we have pawn on e5, we have all the pieces so active and black's bishop are just suffering there. I mean, d5 is a really great break.
Yeah, that's why you have to always adapt your playing style, be able to adjust your plan to the particular position, and still nothing really changes from the pawn plays point of view. Because if you're not using the pawns, for example here, if Vincent is not using the pawns, so what is he going to do? Like, he can shuffle the pieces here and there, but where are his targets, right? So that's why he is using the pawns. He's using the d pawn to open up the position to generate targets and get more information from his opponent. So what we saw here was rook d7, Ancient hates this move, rook d1, h4, okay, h4, yeah. That's an interesting choice. Knight b4 and e6. Exchange sacrifice.
Yeah, exchange sacrifice was sacrificed by Vaishali at the beginning of the game. We see another exchange sacrifice by her brother, Praggnanandhaa, and yeah, looks very interesting.
So it's actually a slight mystery here. Knight b4. Wait, the pawn on c2 is under attack. I didn't even notice. So there's some pressure. And that's why I suppose white has no time to grab the pawn on c5. So Pragg is trying to complicate the game. This is exactly what he wants to do. So Vincent says, okay, let's do this. He plays a6. I suppose rook d5 would run into some knight e3 problems. And that's why Pragg is like, okay, fine. I have to give up the exchange. Let's do it right now. Rook takes on d4. What happens after knight e4?
After pawn take. I mean, there is nothing else. You have to take with the pawn. And now c3?
Yeah, c3, of course. And some knight c2.
But maybe it allows d3, actually.
d3. Okay, maybe d3, yeah. I'm not sure. No, not d3. Yeah, two pieces are under attack. Oi.
Yeah, it doesn't work.
Okay, so let's play knight c2 first. Hit the rook. And after rook f1, I don't know, some queen d5, some c5. This is exactly what he wants. He wants a very complex position. I'm talking about Pragg. The complex, the better, because he strictly followed the rule. By the way, do you know this rule? I'm sure you know it. When you are having a solid advantage and when you are much worse, what in general you're supposed to do?
Yeah, when you are having advantage, for example, in the terms of a space
Yeah,
and
yeah,
so on,
yeah.
you want to keep the position. You want to keep your advantage. I don't know exactly
How
what
do you
you're
keep it?
referring.
It's a big question.
Probably not trading the pieces. I mean, that's one of the point because if you have more space, normally the pieces of your opponent are standing more awkward.
I suppose it really depends,
It
but
depends,
I get
yes.
your point. I think that the stronger side in terms of when you feel you have a large advantage, I think Vincent feels it, you want to clarify.
Okay.
You want to clarify your position. You know, you want to maybe, I'm not sure about not trading those pieces, it really depends, but you want to get a simpler position which basically plays by hand, right? So your opponent has some weaknesses, the weak king, and your plan is pretty obvious. And now it works the other way as well. So if your opponent is in trouble or you're in trouble, so you know you're worse, and I think Pragg knows he's worse, you try to complicate. So that's what you're trying to do, and this is exactly what Pragg is. You know, he played this h4 to shut off the bishop on h2. There's no window for the king now. That's why he played rook d7, rook d4. He's sacrificing the exchange, make it really complex, forcing his opponent to think so that there's no easy moves. Of course, he's risking to lose the game. Pragg is perfectly aware of this, but he has no alternative. Either complicate, take over the game, or play peacefully and be outplayed. So this is a huge game in the making.
Yeah, and this material imbalance is also not so easy at all. Like once you're creating the material imbalance, you have to be very careful. We have to be really precise if you're one of the side who is better or who is having the extra material, because actually that's the opposite side who might get the initiative in return for that material. So that's why Vincent currently is still taking his time about taking his rook or not to take. I mean, I guess we're going to see the take of the rook, and he's going for it. Knight takes d4 right away. He's accepting the sacrifice of exchange. What do you expect here?
Yeah, knight takes d4 marks a mistake. Really a mistake? I mean, taking the exchange is a mistake. Really? Are you kidding me? Wow. Wow. Why is it a mistake?
Maybe c3? No, but why?
All right. So engine says knight e3. Come on.
Oh, so you first
come
want
on.
to attack.
Who plays like that? I mean, knight e3, ignore the rook. I mean, I understand, hit the bishop d5, protect the pawn on c2. And if I retreat, then what? Oh, then you play c3. Oh, wow. So apparently for Vincent, this is a missed opportunity. Knight e3. You know, I had a thought, Angelica, that he might have the opportunity not to take the exchange and play something else. But knight e3 is such a sneaky move. I did not even see. And by the looks, there's nothing wrong with the move knight e4 itself. It just feels very natural move. There's all kinds of c3 ideas. By the way, knight e3 might still be there.
Yeah, knight e3 actually is very nice idea because, okay, not anymore. But maybe knight e3 and then bishop.
Then there's the pawn on e6 under attack.
But now c3.
But what was the difference? If I go here, bishop e6 right now? Okay, this makes no sense. For
No, I think the difference is that there is no square on a6 for a knight to jump back.
It just makes no sense, Angelique. I mean, c3, rook d1, there's knight e5. You have to calculate c4 that your opponent is, in some lines, willing to sacrifice the piece for a huge center. I mean, look at this avalanche of pawns in the center. So, wow, very, very huge game in the making right here. And even though Keymer apparently, according to an engine, has made a mistake, I think he's playing pretty human chess, and also Pragg is making things really exciting. And while they're thinking about their choices, their viewers, I think we are going to make a very short break, and we'll be back in several minutes to follow this action live here from Biel, following the action of 57th International Biel Chess Festival. Stay tuned, be back in several minutes. See you soon. And we're back live from Switzerland following the live action from Biel Congress Center, which hosts the 57th International Biel Chess Festival, 15 tournaments in total under one roof. But the main event is the Masters and Challengers Triathlon, a unique tournament that has no equal all over the world. Here we are seeing Vaishali, the surprise leader in the Challengers section, playing against Maurizzi. World Junior champion. The game is very complex. Earlier, Maurizzi missed a very interesting opportunity, and now the game again is very unbalanced. So, Angelika, what do you think about the game?
Yes, absolutely exciting game with the exchange sacrifice by Vaishali, some missed opportunities by the French Grandmaster Maurizzi. This is really exciting matchup we're having today, and also some other interesting matchups. For example, Vincent Keymer against Praggnanandhaa. That game is actually looking like the one which is going to be finished in a decisive result.
Yeah, here we once again see the pairings of this particular round. Round 4 out of 5. This is the second tournament of the triathlon. Just to refresh your memory, the viewers, classic, rapid, and blitz. This is the triathlon and chess 960 tournament, which was held at the very beginning of the festival, serves as an appetizer, aperitif, as they say here in Switzerland, just to determine who will have the best tiebreaker. Here we are seeing the bird's eye view of the current game so far in round 4, and also the game of Vincent Keymer on the upper right corner is looking very exciting. Knight d6, wow.
It was a piece sacrifice?
I think actually there's some issues with the move, so we are going to go to that game in a moment. Looks like absolute craziness is happening there on the board. Is there something else in the game of Maurizzi, middle upper board versus Vaishali?
Oh, Vaishali is creating a passer.
Wow.
C4,
Who's even
C3.
better there? I can't even understand. Who is better there?
I am picking the attacking side.
Really? Yeah, probably. Wow, does it mean that Vaishali is getting for 4 out of 4?
I mean, it could be. I mean, it's like a huge chance for her, right, in this game.
And then we have top left corner, my apologies, Martirosyan playing against Abhimanyu Mishra, the current leader in the triathlon. Mishra is trying to hold on. The Armenian #1 player has been trying to press on for a while. And then, of course, also Salem on the lower left corner. He's playing against the youngest participant of the Challengers tournament, Igor Samunenkau from Ukraine. Here, White has a minor advantage, slightly better pawn structure, but probably it's still about level. Shankland on the lower middle board is trying to survive against the two-time winner of the triathlon, Lim Le, where the Vietnamese grandmaster is trying to press on in a rather equal position. And finally, we have on the right corner lower part, which is Jonas Biel, the Danish #1 player, the top-seeded player in the Challengers tournament, playing against Alexander Donchenko, and C3 was just played on the board. Angelika, you choose.
I want immediately to jump into the game of Vincent Keymer against Praggnanandhaa. We need to get an update there. I see the knight is on d6, such an exciting move, sacrificing a piece, but you cannot really capture it.
So, how did we get here? It was the move e6, which prompted the Indian player to sacrifice an exchange. Rook takes on d4. This is what we saw before we went for the break. Apparently, Indians think that taking exchange is not always the greatest idea, and the simple knight e3, hitting the bishop on f5 with the idea to play c3 was the best choice. However, I'm not even sure if bishop takes on e6 is really so obvious, because black gets a lot of pawns for the sacrifice material. So here, what happened? Knight x on d4 was played, and here knight d6. Wait, what? Engine is not giving this a double exclam move? We are gonna change it.
Then you should give it.
I'm gonna give it. What should I give it?
The double exclamation
Double
mark.
exclam, there we go. I fixed it. There you go. Chess.com, don't do that. This is a great move. Point is, e takes on d6 is e7, and what wins yet another exchange.
And this is, of course, something what Praggnanandhaa doesn't want to do. But how does he remove the bishop from f5? Where does he go? And the knight, is knight going somewhere to f7? I mean, potentially it could be there.
Right. I mean, actually, there's a greater problem. The pawn on d4 is under attack. So with this knight on, I mean, actually, Vincent accomplished a couple of things. So not only he is creating a beautiful move. And we say, clap, clap. Well done, Vincent. E takes on d6, e7 is a beautiful fork. But it also hits the bishop on f5, and to make it even worse for Pragg, the pawn on d4 now is under attack because you can see the queen on d8 no longer is protecting the pawn. And we have a move on the board, bishop g6 is played. Now the question is Vincent going to play rook d4? Because I still see Angelika, the fork on c2 is being threatened as well.
Yeah, the fork on c2 is a problem there, and we just seen that chess.com engine just given the knight d6 move and brilliant move. So not only you Arthurs gave it, but also chess.com engine confirms knight d6 is indeed
Really?
a brilliancy.
I thought it's just me, no?
No, also
No.
when you see this blue color of the
this
square,
square.
exactly, of both squares, then it's also chess.com.
All right, all right. I thought it was me. So bishop g6, now the question is how Vincent is going to continue. The knight on d6 for the moment is under attack, but Pragg cannot really take it because e7 is a big threat. Doesn't mean that knight might not be under attack on d6 at some point later. So do you take on d4, allow the fork on c2 for some mind-boggling continuations and complications, or something else? Let's first maybe check what happens after rook d4. Is this really so bad?
Rook d4, knight c2, and now how do you continue here? I mean, there is rook e to d1. I mean, if you want to sacrifice
Do I want
an
to sacrifice?
exchange. But what is the move then if you don't sacrifice?
No, I mean, I don't know. I thought there's going to be some huge move, next huge move, but I don't really see it, right? So this fork simply allows black to collect exchange, so we can probably discard it. So how do you deal with knight c2? There's a lot of moves. I mean, I'm looking for some sharp, aggressive moves. Like, I'm looking at queen c4. I'm looking at rook d2. How about a simple rook d2? Does it really solve anything? I'm going to take on c2.
Yes, that's a huge problem. You don't want to blunder that. What about something like c3? Is it possible?
Yeah?
I mean, d3 is of course always an option, but
Or knight
is
c2
it
as well?
good?
I'm not sure. I'm sorry, not knight d3, obviously.
Yes.
Yeah, d3?
Then queen f3, yes. Yeah, unclear. I mean,
Example right now. So Vincent should be very careful. And Pragg is a brilliant tactical player. So he calculates really well. And I'm not really sure if he go back to the first round when he played against Mishra. He sacrificed his piece. What was happening there? Sometimes he does this, right? So he's still very young, obviously one of the best players in the world already. I'm talking about Pragg. And yeah, he sacrificed his piece and then nothing was there. So here, I actually like this game, what he's doing much more than what he was doing against Mishra.
yeah, because in this case, he's actually defending with the sacrificing of a material, and he sacrificed an exchange, because we know if we sacrifice a piece, it can be really something what could make us lose the game. But once we sacrifice an exchange, we still might have an initiate in the position. But what is the move here? I mean,
Okay.
still huge question.
So what did we talk about before, Angelika? So if you are the stronger side, we're trying to do
Clarify.
clarify. This is exactly what we're trying to do. So I'm going to play a knight f7. So my idea is, so if you take it, which is a big if, after e takes an f7, rook f7, I play something like queen c4. Have I managed to clarify the position?
Yes.
I think so, yeah. So the pawn on d4 is under attack, the pawn on c6 somewhere is under attack, the bishop on g7 is silly. So yeah, I have achieved something. And then you remember what I said about if. After knight f7, what if? Black just ignores it and plays, I don't know, queen d5 maybe? What is the knight doing on f7?
Yeah.
That's why also for Vincent this is not so obvious. He knows what he wants to do, but what he wants to achieve. But how do you achieve it? All right, there's another idea. The knight on d6 controls the f5 square. I'm thinking, can I simplify the position by putting the knight on f5? So it could be some scenario. Again, let me just show you some ridiculous line, like queen g4. I don't know, for some reason black plays c5. I try to get knight f5, bishop f5, queen f5. Is this clarification?
Yes.
Yes, I think
It
so.
is some
So
kind
the
of
queen of 5 is
qualification.
really great, right? But again, of course, you're gonna say, wait, what is c5, right? Why c5? Why not knight c2? Or maybe even more, after knight f5, why black does really have to even take on f5? Because the knight on f5, is it really threatening to take on g7? Be my guest. Take it, right? It's just a very bad bishop.
Yeah, you
but the
don't
bishop on
want to
g6
take
is very
it.
strong. Again, not easy for Vincent. And that's why it's very important to look also overall on the clock situation, because right now this is moved 23. The position is very sharp. Vincent has 18 minutes versus 27. This is a very critical moment of the game. The defining moment maybe not only of this game, but Keymer's entire performance in this year's triathlon.
And most likely also the chance of getting into the final stage of the triathlon. I was actually wondering, Artus, if something like knight e4 is a move here. Knight e4, I'm blocking the bishop. If you play f5, I'm going to take on g5.
Right, but I could play,
Again, queen d5.
Queen d5.
You want to play.
yeah, hit the pawn on
Always
e6.
this move. Knight c3.
Oh, you want to continue this line?
I don't know.
I don't know. What is the knight doing on
c3.
c3? It's a bit weird, no?
Yeah, maybe it's not good.
Yeah, no, I would like to keep the knight on d6 for the moment because it blocks the queen. There's always this idea, but first and foremost the question, how do you defend a pawn on c2? What do you do it? I mean, rook d2 is knight c2. Doesn't help you. What do you do? I mean, what do you do? So once again, c3 is d3.
Yeah, that's a problem.
And then knight c2 or even knight e5. In some lines, the knight on d6 remains under attack. Not very clear. Can I go for some super activity like queen c4? Can I do that?
You can try.
Again, knight c2.
Queens. Now the rook is under attack. Yeah, rook e2, d3, rook d2.
Yeah, I mean, don't forget about this threat.
I actually.
Oh, wait.
Yeah,
Yeah?
very nice. Actually, what about after d3? There was also rook c2, maybe. Oh no, there was not.
Which line?
So rook knight c2,
Yes?
rook e2, d3, and I was thinking about rook c2. Is it even possible? No. Their pawn is too strong. I wanted to jump away with the knight. This is crazy position.
It is a very crazy position. And you know, and this knight on d6, of course, it's really nice. And chess.com gives you double exclam move and everything. And of course, Vincent doesn't know that. But the big question is, where's the follow-up? I am not seeing it. And I see the bars like way up for white. So it kind of gives you information. There's something very concrete.
Maybe you remove rook to f1 and wait for the knight to capture on c2, and then you play some move.
No, but again, don't forget this threat. I mean, really, rook f1?
I don't know. I'm just.
Oh, come on. Oh,
Okay,
no,
no.
no rook f1. Okay, maybe it's elimination method. So, no, because queen d5. No, because it makes no sense. Queen maybe. Rook either here or here. Rook e1 makes no sense. And pawn, how many moves there actually are? I'm not even sure.
I mean, everything is very much limited. I mean, but it's so hard to find a move.
Wait, I just try to picture myself in Vincent's shoes. So the knight is not moving, the bishop is not moving, king is not moving, probably because it makes no sense. Queen move, maybe. So there's like queen c4 and queen f3. Rook move, rook d4, rook d2.
Maybe rook c1, by the way. Rook c1 and after.
Same idea.
Yes, but you don't take it.
Yeah,
You
but-
just remove.
But then what? But then what? Again, it's always the question, what's the sequence of the moves? I mean, what do you do next? What
Rook
do you do next?
ed1. Yeah. Doesn't help at all.
No, it does not. And the thing is, the clock is mercilessly ticking. Tick-tock for Vincent Keymer. I'm not even sure he's a favorite in this game anymore. So we go back to this critical moment right here. He had a very nice opportunity, at least according to an engine, to play knight e3 because apparently engines really like this position. But again, what happens after bishop e6? Just ask yourself from a human sports perspective, what is the continuation here? Do you take on d4? Do you play c3? Are you happy with this? Like takes and knight e5. Do you like this position? So you win a piece. But are you not afraid again from afar? For example, black plays,
There is knight.
I don't know, something like this. Are you not afraid of these pawns? Does this look like something under control?
But there was also knight f4 jump or knight
Where?
or there
I missed
was
something,
not.
yeah? Maybe. Where was the knight f4?
Here after c4, knight f4 just bishop c4.
Yes.
Okay, it doesn't work. Okay.
Right, so the queen remains under attack. Wow.
Yeah, he went for this very beautiful knight e6 move. Now, but now huge question, what do you do about this c2 pawn and how do you
You know,
capture on
I'm going to
d4?
say something crazy. Even though the bar says this position is so much in favor for white, I think Pragg is the favorite in this game. This is probably completely crazy, but I just do not see. I just do not see the follow-up.
What
Well,
about
for black, there's a
f4?
lot of complications. What?
f4
F4.
with f5 idea. Is this crazy? Okay, it's
I
crazy.
take
Computer is saying it's crazy.
I don't know. Also, you have to calculate queen d6. What happens after f5? And I just play some queen c5, discover checks and everything. The
Okay, it
pawn
doesn't
is under
work.
attack. It's just insane,
This
yeah?
is crazy. Which move is
No,
holding up?
I'm already favoring black here. Totally favoring black because I'm seeing all these complications and this is the defining moment for Vincent in the tournament right now to figure out what to do. He doesn't know that the bar favors him. Actually, that will be like a huge information for the young German that there's something here, but where is it? Where is it? So he's trying to calculate it, but we are going to keep a close eye on this game. But let's now go to the bird's eye view and check other games as well. Of course, this is right now the game of the round so far. There's more games here in Biel.
I think we have not checked long time the game of Marc-Andrea Maurizzi against Vaishali, who actually has 7 minutes on the clock. We see that the queens have been traded on the position. It's on the top middle board. But also we have other games like Jonas Biel against Donchenko on the bottom right corner and Salem against Samunenkau at the bottom left corner. I don't know, it's your choice, Arturs. Where are we going?
I will fully support you, Angelika, so let's go to Vaishali's game. And this is the moment where the world junior champion from France was having a very nice resource earlier. So in case you missed it, the viewers, I'm going to remind you what happened before. So it was a crazy opening where the Frenchman had about 1 hour clock advantage on the clock. So here, after f6, he missed a crazy idea. Look at this. I mean, try to judge yourself how easy or difficult it is. He had to ignore the bishop on e5, play queen b3, with the idea to play h3 and the knight on e6 is under attack. Easy? I'm
Not
not
so
really
much.
sure.
Not
Not
so
so much, right. Now the point after king f7, you remove the bishop, let's say on a1, which is pretty understandable because after queen e4 there's rook e1 and there's all kinds of tactical ideas at e5, and after bishop takes on e4, how easy it is to see from afar knight e5.
It's not easy at all. I mean,
Just to give a check, and then the fork this piece here, f3, bishop takes at f3, rook takes at f3, king g8, and queen d5. Is this easy? No, it is absolutely insane, to be honest, right? It's a very, very complex line, and this was missed by the Frenchman. If we can continue with rook d8 and queen d8, more sacrifice, are incoming, etc., bishop f8 and rook f8, and bishop e8, and whatever. So all of this was missed. The young Frenchman played a human move bishop g3, which allowed Vaishali to get back in the game. And after a couple of moves, he started to lose a lot of time. Vaishali was adding the speed to her decision-making. And right now, after f3, that's what we have. But by the way, you're already seeing the bar says black is slightly better.
yeah, we see that the engine is preferring the black in this position, but of course you should not forget black is down in exchange, so it means that there should be a dynamic play by the Indian Grandmaster. The question is, where do you put the bishop? I mean, you cannot put it on d3, but the question maybe also is if you want to go somewhere on b7. By the way, actually, maybe bishop e5 is a
Yeah,
move.
I'm thinking about bishop e5. I want to control the d3 square. Like bishop e5, and bishop d3. Play king f7 and be safe. But again with bishop e5, it will be like deja vu what's happening in the game of Abhimanyu Mishra playing with black right now against Ike Martirosyan, where he gave up this powerful darks by bishop on g7, and now he's suffering the consequences. And now I'm not so sure that this bishop on g7 is something that the Indian player really wants to give up, because if the knight disappears from the board, this darks by bishop is a monster, but no, she decides it's time to clarify the position. Engine says, of course, it's a mistake, but apparently there was something better. But Vaishali also has to take into account she only has 6 minutes on the clock for the following 15 moves with no increment.
I'm just wondering if bishop d3 was possible to play.
Here. No.
No, not
That's a short
possible.
answer.
I wanted to play bishop c3, but there is a knight hanging.
Yeah. So bishop
Not
c3,
possible.
rook takes on e6.
Yeah,
and
too
you're
many pieces.
Just, I don't know,
Extra piece for white looks like
somewhere.
c3. Oh.
Somewhere put the knight. It didn't happen. We could, of course, check what the mighty beast was saying here. Was the move c3. This was the
Okay.
right move.
Okay, c3 actually is a threat. It's not so difficult, but of
And
course,
if I go here?
yeah, of course, you have to make sure that once the rook is arriving to d7, there is nothing there. But looks very dangerous.
Yeah, f4. No problem.
f4, no problem.
Yeah.
You sure?
No, that's what engine says. f4, rook takes on e4, f takes on g3, everything is good.
This is crazy.
So, h takes on g3,
C, c2.
rook a2,
Okay.
everything is good. I mean, I understand the pawn on c3 is dangerous, but I mean, these are very difficult moves to find. So you see c3, the pawn might be lost in the process, also f4, not so obvious, although, I mean, it does make sense, hitting the knight on e5, for example, rook e2, then, now you play bishop d5. So this was the best move according to an engine. Vaishali, the tournament leader of the Challengers tournament, she missed it. She played bishop takes to d5 so that there's some clarity on the board, and bishop d3 with king f7. This is simply much easier position to play in the time scramble.
Especially considering the fact that Vaishali is the one who has a bishop or the knight, I mean the light piece for the rook, she has to make sure there are the least open files as possible, because the open files would prefer the side of the white, but she's just closing it with bishop d3, not allowing any entrance on the 7th rank, I mean, which looks super logical, and she would like to push the c-pawn in the future.
This is still everyone's game. I'm not sure I even agree with an engine here. The engine says that white is like much better here, because for black the next moves are pretty easy. You know, there's moves like king f7, maybe b5, maybe improve the knight. Some could try to, okay, maybe not through c7, get it on d5. And now you look at this position and ask yourself, where's what's planned? Like, where is it? So there's got to be something concrete. And I'm thinking there could be some bishop f6 move. You know, I'm offering to take the bishop, I want to take the knight on e6,
But
but
then
I'm going to
king
ignore it.
f7 just protecting.
Exactly. So what do? I mean, black's next move is king f7. Very easy move. What do you do?
Yeah, there is no bishop d4, there is no bishop c7.
Okay, let's say you play bishop c3.
King f7.
I play king f7. Now what? There you go. The bar is immediately back to equal. Bless you.
Thank you.
So, king f2. I play something like rook a3. Who is even pressing here? No, it's black. I still prefer
Yeah.
black. I like this choice. So this was a good practical choice. Maybe there's some tactical problems with this. I just had accidentally checked what it is. You have to pardon me.
And what is it?
I forgot to switch off the engine. We checked it in the previous position. A4.
Wow. You want to
What
push?
is this even? A4, rook A4, and now... Come on. Nobody plays like that. A4, rook A4, rook D to D1. No, I can guarantee you Maurizzi is not even looking in this direction, because there's a second pawn under attack, and why would I even want to do that? To do rook A1? To do what?
I mean, to trade the rooks,
But
but
I'm going to
like...
take on B4, right? So, for example, king f7, rook A1, rook B4, rook A7, and now
bishop
this is a big
d6
threat.
threat. Oh. So it's like something very concrete, but like you have
No.
you have to calculate it move by move. I mean, it's
No,
very
there's-
concrete.
I mean, he might pick it up out of the lack of other ideas. But this is insane.
But giving up 2 pawns in order to get the rook on the 7th rank, that's already difficult to pick up.
He did not pick it up, so he played rook a1, so perfectly logical move. He wants to play a4, but not to give up the pawn. Now Vaishali can play b5. Vaishali can play rook a4. These are perfectly logical moves, not to give white the possibility to create a pass pawn. Perfectly logical move by the Frenchman.
Yeah, I like this b5 move just to stop any ideas of the white with the a4, because after the b5 being played, she's going for the a4, rook a4. Okay, it's the same.
All right, let's go back to Keymer's game against Praggnanandhaa before we delve into the other games, because there's a huge update. Apparently, the valuation bar has dropped, and here Vincent's position versus the Indian now is simply equal. So this is a missed opportunity. I told you I already prefer Pragg's position better, even though Engine preferred White's position more. Now we can check what Engine was suggesting here. So instead of queen c4, the Silicon B suggests rook d2. So where's the idea? I suppose knight x on c2 still is a thing.
Rook c1.
Rook c1.
Okay, but if we had something like this.
And what? Ah, wait, you're threatening to take on c2.
But there is also d3.
What about d3? Rook d3, bishop d3, queen d3.
You give back an exchange and you claim that you have a great position.
I mean, good luck with that, right? No, the point is e6 on d6 is e7. Still, there's this possibility. This was strictly the only line that the German had to pick up. It's very difficult. And I was thinking something like, playing for domination, playing queen c4 makes perfect sense. And immediately bar drops and says, here, black is perfectly fine and maybe even better. I think Pragg is becoming the big favorite. I already told you this before the previous move.
Yeah, the queen c4 looks like a very natural one. And after knight c2, actually, what is white going to do? Knight c2, the rook has to be moved somewhere, yes? You have to move his rook, but you cannot play rook e2 because d3 is always a threat. But should you play a rook f1? I mean, isn't it too passive?
Rook e2? Yeah, maybe. And knight c2 is played and Vincent blitzes out rook e2 because he feels he doesn't have a lot of time. This is move 25. 7 minutes and 16 seconds for the German #1 player to play 15 moves in a very sharp position with no increment.
So it means that he's having only half a minute per each move. This is absolutely insane.
This might be potentially one of the biggest dramas so far, because in the previous rounds here in the classical tournament of the triathlon, everybody managed to get to the next time control sort of without a lot of drama. I think this game potentially you might see a lot of slamming on the clock. You're going to have to follow this very closely.
Yes, for sure. And we see that immediate c5 has been played, establishing the protected passer on the d4, not even pushing the d3 pawn, but just going for it. Huge question, first of all. Rook c2, bishop c2 doesn't work because of e takes d6.
I can't imagine how Vincent expected this move. It just looks very unlikely, because when you play rook e2, you just expect there's going to be, instead of c5, there's going to be d3, there's going to be knight b4. No, he did expect it. So Vincent is already firing out the next moves. Rook takes on c2 is on the board, and the valuation bar just keeps changing in favor for black, but not anymore, by the way. Why not?
Bishop takes. Maybe there is some knight.
Now it does.
b7.
Knight c2, queen c2, e takes on d6.
The major development on the board. I mean, look at those pawns.
I think that there's only one thing that Pragg has to do to have a pure perfection in the position. He has to play queen e7 and king h8.
Yeah.
Then he will have successfully positioned everything on the dark squares.
I mean, look at those pawns. 5 against 2 on the queen side. I mean, this looks so massive. Very, very dangerous for the German #1, Vincent Keymer. I mean, how is he going to escape this?
What's the material balance even? 1, 2, 3.
Black is extra pawn.
An extra pawn, yeah. I'm not really sure this. Yeah, you're right. No, wait, what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's do the math. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, 2 extra pawns.
Oh, two, yeah, because they're
Right.
doubled. Yes,
2
you're
extra
right.
pawns. Wow.
This is crazy.
But this is a strong pawn. I like this choice by Vincent. So he wants to put the queen somewhere on d5, apply pressure against the pawn on d6, and then also this is the position that you can easily play out in the time scramble. The bishop on g7 for black is pretty bad. He would love to play f5, but e7 is a big threat. How do you deal with this?
Yeah, I think there might be this compensation for white in terms of the weaknesses of the light squares for the, for example, king side. And I mean, generally, all pawns are located on the dark squares, and that's why something like queen f5, queen d5 might be an idea to put pressure on the d6 pawn. So it's not so easy to push the pawns on the queen side.
All right, so it seems the Praggnanandhaa family today is in the center of the action because also Vaishali's game, the Challenges tournament, she's the sister of Pragg, is getting really exciting. They definitely know how to create content. Let's go to the bird's eye view and still give some love to the other games as well because none of the games have finished yet. They're not as exciting, but still worth to follow. Maybe let's give an overview what's happening in those games so that we can get ready for the time scramble.
So we see on the top left corner the Martirosyan's game against Abhimanyu Mishra. We see that there is still the pawn on the d5 trying to become a queen. But what is happening on the queen side, by the way, the king side? There is an h4 being played. I think that Abhimanyu wants to try to find a perpetual there with some queen g3, queen e1, and go for a draw. But actually bishop e4 could be also.
We're going to check it out in a moment. What else is happening there? Marc-Andrea Maurizzi versus Vaishali. There's about the balance on the board. The games are really a mess. And clockwise, Vaishali has 3 minutes. I think that should be the game we should be heading to shortly. Not to miss any actions from other games. Salem Select versus Igor Samunenkau. I know that we haven't looked at this game for a while, but it still looks rather balanced from both players. We'll make sure to check it out.
Not so sure. Just look at that. That rook on f5 is being under attack, but of course it cannot be taken. Looks like a crazy position slightly there on the king side.
All right. So the lower middle board, Sam Shankland is trying to hold on against Limle, the two-time winner of the triathlon. Black is slightly pressing, has a better queen on a1, applying some pressure. So he is trying to find ways to crash through, probably still within the balance. And also the game of Jonas Biel against Alexander Donchenko. What's happening there?
I mean, I think that black is up a pawn, but the problem is a very bad pawn structure for black.
All right. Let's make an overview of these games. Let's go through one after another, and give us estimations so that we have them on the full screen, and then go to the Vaishali game, because she's in a very severe time scramble, so we don't want to miss the action. I suggest to start with the game of Jonas Biel. This is the position right now, the top seeded players in the challenger section. The position looks pretty balanced, so to speak, right? So white has 1, 2, 3, 4. No, everything is equal.
Yeah, just there was a pawn on g5. I didn't know it was white to move, so I saw that there was an
Now it's
pawn.
gone.
Yeah, the pawn was gone.
It's gone.
It was an extra pawn for just one move.
Yeah, so we missed it for a good part of the game, but it was pretty equal to start with, and I think that this is heading to a logical, peaceful outcome. All right. So let's go to the next game, of Sam Shankland against Limle. Here we have this game of two of the most experienced players of the Masters tournament. So the American Grandmaster is trying to hold on, and it is Limle who is attempting to find some progress. He has the knight that has the maneuverability, knight f8, knight e6, or knight g6. The bishop on e1 doesn't have such properties. So Shankland is trying to figure out what to do. Both players have 10 minutes on the clock. still, I would say, within the balance. What do you think?
Yeah, I would say around balance in this position. Of course, there is not much can be done. We go to the game of Salem against Igor Samunenkau. There has been some action here. I mean, we see also engine prefers slightly the wide in this position. Why? Because there is simply too many active pieces.
Still no time scramble, 10 minutes each. This is move 30. So Salem has managed to make some pretty significant progress. He has the better pawn structure. He has the bishop, maybe put the bishop on b1. He has enough pieces to go for a successful Kingston attack. We're talking about moves like h4, h5, queen e4, build a battery. Maybe even rook f6, e6, try to demolish the defenses. And then with the battery, create a lot of problems for the black king. Looks really nice for him, but still probably black is within the range to hold it on. And also, of course, the game of Martirosyan against the current leader of the triathlon in the master section, Abhimanyu Mishra. And the last move we just did not see was bishop takes on h3, which probably leads to some perpetual check.
Yeah, that's actually very nice sacrifice. After pawn takes the bishop, there is no way for white to escape. Queen f2, queen f1, perpetual. That would be the second draw in a row for Abhimanyu Mishra, and it would be actually the fourth draw for Martirosyan in this classical stage of the Grandmaster Triathlon.
I don't really think that white can do anything about it. Maybe there's some
Knight
checkmate
f7,
ideas.
just
Knight
to try
f7
something.
here. You give a check on h8, you lose the knight.
You don't want
f7.
that, yeah.
And Abhimanyu, by the way, is low on the clock, 3 minutes, but he has only 4 moves to make, and there's a lot of drawing ideas possible here for the black side. So I would say Abhimanyu has successfully succeeded to hold on to this position, and he might survive this. All right, now it's your call, Angelika. Is it Vincent Keymer against Praggnanandhaa, or is it Marc-Andrea Maurizzi against Vaishali? Somebody from the Ramesh
We
Babu
go
family.
to Maurizzi against Vaishali. We have not checked the position for quite some time. Vaishali is down to 2 minutes on the clock. Very tense position. We have move number 34 here. So still 6 moves to be made by Vaishali. And it looks like she's having actually a nice pawn chain.
She has. Rook a2 is played very quickly. Maurizzi would love to create a pass pawn on the queen set at some point. a4, a5, b takes, b6, b7. The bishop on e5 is conveniently placed. And I think that also Vaishali wants to kick this bishop out of its existence and play something like king g6, king f5. That would be my thought process. Maybe Vaishali is going to play something else like rook d8, rook d5, hit the bishop, hit the pawn, but she has to make the decision very quickly. There's no increment here.
No increment till the move 60, but in about 5 moves, or actually 6 moves, she's going to get an extra, how many? 1 hour? I believe, yes,
1 hour
1
after
hour.
move 40, but right now this is move 35. 6 moves to make for Vaishali. You got to make a move. She plays rook a4 just to be safe, blocking the pawn. I suppose she already has made up the mind to play king g6, king e5 in the next coming moves. So still 5 moves to play for the young star from India. And of course, Maurizzi wants to press on the clock. And he plays very quickly rook c1.
Yeah, he's understanding that currently this next 5 moves are very important for Vaishali. How much time does she has? 5 minutes. I mean, she has like around 25 seconds per each move. Like, this is really...
Not a lot. She has to make those decisions very quickly. I think king g6 is still an easy move. So first she wants to understand, why did my opponent play rook c1? I suppose he wants to play bishop c3, bishop b4. You want to evaluate things, but the clock is ticking, Vaishali. You got to make a move. It's only 1 minute and 5 seconds on the clock.
I mean, 5 moves she has to make. This is getting really, really... I mean, I'm...
Under 1 minute.
55 seconds, Vaishali, go. You have to play the move.
Very high tensions here in the playing hall, so she plays something else. She plays knight c5.
This idea, king e6, also kicking the bishop, but with the move king e6.
Knight probably goes to b3. All right, makes perfect sense.
But 51 seconds on the clock for 5 moves. This is really not much at all.
No, it's on
10
average 12
seconds.
seconds per move. There is no increment here. Once again, she has to make the move 40. This is move 36. And just to remind you, dear viewers, very often blunders happen on move 40 or move 39. I don't want this to happen, of course, because Vaishali has been playing brilliant chess, but also Maurizzi has been applying very good pressure against the leader of the tournament, and this is everyone's game here.
And they were fighting from the very start. Vaishali sacrificed an exchange. Until now, she's battling it out. I mean, there was a huge opportunity for the French Grandmaster earlier. But even though Vaishali is down on time, she is making actually some magic here in the position. There are no open files for the rooks. I mean, this is actually a completely crazy. Like, there is not a single one open file where rook can go and enter the position.
I think here Maurizzi should spend time. He still has 40 minutes on the clock, plenty of time to figure out, no, he's looking something that's happening at the playing venue. That's pretty interesting. Apparently there was a movement, caught his attention. Now he's back concentrating on the board. Knight e7, e5 is a big threat by Vaishali. I think she wants to play e5, and the knight on d7 would support all the pawns, most notably the pawn on b6 and the pawn on e5. For example, let's say white does something ridiculous like king f2, knight e7, bishop d4, e5, bishop c3, king e6, king d5. This feels pretty great position for black, but yeah, the engine still disagrees and says it's equal.
Yeah, I think what caught his attention is that we have already first result in the round number 4. There is a draw between Haik Martirosyan against Abhimanyu Mishra. So Haik took the piece on the h3, and there was just a perpetual check. So the draw was agreed. The fourth draw in a row for the Armenian number 1, and Abhimanyu Mishra is still holding the lead of the tournament.
And you're also seeing the very important game of Vincent Keymer, the top right corner, versus Vaishali's brother, Praggnanandhaa, in the Masters section. Pragg has 2 extra pawns, but it's his pawn on e6 that makes him worried. 9 minutes versus 4. The players are approaching the time scramble. Very, very tense game. Let me give you an update. How many moves they have played so far. This is move number 29. So this means still 11 moves to make for both players.
Yeah, and Vincent also doesn't have so much time, but I would say we should focus on the game of Vaishali right now, because she's under 1 minute for next 5 moves. And I would like to point out her body language here. Look at her being ready to write down the move. She's holding the pen all this time after she played the move. She's just being ready to write down the next move of the opponent and play her move herself.
I think she's actually legally entitled not to write down those moves, because she can just play them and make some sort of a mark, like I have made this move. And then after the next time control is reached, you can always ask for the score sheet of the opponent and write out those moves. I'm not really sure what current FIDE rules state. Before, there was the standard implementation of the increment for every made move. We played it like, what was it, like 20 years ago?
Yes.
This was a pretty standard scene. You approach it the next time control, you have no increment, and then you would just blitz out a lot of moves with the hanging flag, because there were no digital clocks back then, and they would ask the score sheet for your opponent just to write out the moves that you missed.
Actually, interesting fact you're pointing out. How could you know how many seconds is left there when flag was like going off? It's crazy. But I think the current rule is that it depends if there is an increment or not. And currently, Vaishali doesn't have an increment. So in the games with an increment, there is always the must to write down the moves. But if there is no increment, no 30 seconds added after each move, then you may stop writing down the moves if you're getting under 5 minutes.
I think right now Maurizzi wants to be very unpredictable, because of course he understands that flagging in a classical chess is very unlikely event. However, still the opponent needs to make 4 moves in 51 seconds. So how do you be the most unpredictable in this position? Some g3 move, but there's going to be knight e7. Oh wait, knight e7 you just take on e4. I would say g3 makes perfect sense.
Yeah, g6 actually opening up the position, and there is this h file, right, where potentially rook could go to. So maybe this would open up the way rook all the way to the h file. Or what about actually king f2 and rook h1?
Don't blunder a fork on d3, by the way.
Yes.
King f2 allows black to play something like bishop g6.
Knight f3.
And huge blunder. So there you go. It's not so easy to parry it. So that's why king f2 probably is not going to work. I would say something like g3. After g3, Vaishali is not in time to play knight e7, because then white can just take on f4, the bishop on e5 is protected. So Vaishali needs to make up her mind what she's going to do after g3.
Yeah, I think she's calculating right now, but it's also very difficult, especially, since the player has more than 10 minutes, actually exactly 10 minutes right now on the clock, and she's down 1 minute. You have to be ready for everything, and I think it's a chance for Maurizzi to be unpredictable here and go for something and play on the time.
Okay, if I take it on g3, now what? Bishop g3, now what? Activate the king.
Yeah, you bring the king first.
And I play something like bishop f2, hit the knight e7, maybe bishop e3, hit the pawn on g5.
King f5.
And now I play your idea of rook g2. Which, by the way, is still okay for black because you
the
take
pawn on
a3
is hanging up.
Yeah, rook g5 and king f6. I could easily imagine the young Frenchman being somewhere here in these lines. So what you normally try to do in those situations when your opponent is in time scramble, you try to calculate as deep as you can. Not to give your opponent time to calculate during your moves.
And actually, I'm looking at the evaluation bar of the Vincent Keymer game. It looks like there is some turnaround happened there. Maybe we quickly could overview what is happening there. For some reason now, evaluation bar prefer
just
white.
as we went to the bird's eye view, Maurizzi played the move, which is bishop
let's go
c3.
back.
Let's go back again and then go to the bird's eye view and see what is happening there. So knight e7 played very quickly by Vaishali, insisting on the e5 idea, king e6, king d5 idea. So 40 seconds. She managed to erase one move next to the next threshold, which is move 40. 3 moves to make 40 seconds on the clock to make it happen.
It's very difficult, especially when your opponent has so much time. It would be easier if Maurizzi was also in the time trouble, but he is not. He can spend as much time as possible, and Vaishali has to wait patiently for the move and calculate as many lines as possible to be ready to go for the move in the same second once Maurizzi plays the move. And rook e1 has been played. It's on the board. It's stopping e5.
Yeah, stopping e5, stopping king e6. This is a move that Vaishali quite did not expect. This is Frenchman's best chance right now. He has played something that Vaishali has not expected. 24, 23. e6 is still played, seeking another route for the king. King e7, king d6. 2 moves for 24 seconds.
Yes, still 2 moves have to be played. 24 seconds on the clock of Vaishali. She's for sure able to make it, but this is a moment when Frenchmen can try to put ask some questions her, like to see, how ready she is for those moves, because you are not ready for all the moves at the board. G3 might be an option here.
Just to give you an update of what is happening on the board of Vincent Keymer against Pragg. I'm sorry, we went back to this bird's eye view, and then immediately Maurizzi decided to invite us back to follow the game. Both players have 4 minutes on the clock, as you can see. So the game we are following, the other game we want to follow is Vincent Keymer on the top right corner. He is playing against Pragg. There was a change in the position, and I think Pragg gave up one of the pawns in order to activate his pieces, and Vincent just fired out with f4 to create some chances at the king side, but again, Maurizzi keeps us inviting back to his game because he just played king f2, and Vaishali's clock is ticking. 15, 14, 13 seconds.
Let's go back to the game. Let's get back to the footage from the game.
I think she's going to make it. I think she's going to officially make it. She has 13 seconds to make the next move. I think the next move basically inevitably is knight e5.
Actually, very nice outpost there for the knight.
So now we can focus on the other game. I think.
Did the move 40 happen?
No, this is move 39, and Vaishali still has to make 30 moves, but now the next move is very easy.
Yes.
Knight e5, she's not going to blunder anything.
And g3?
G3 is still knight e5, you're not going to misplay it heavily.
All right.
The bishop on c3 is under attack. Now let's go to the game of Vincent Keymer against Pragg, because this game is not yet this close to the next time control.
And we see that we have already a huge difference on the position. We've seen before that actually the Praggnanandhaa was the one who was pushing, but in the time trouble, he himself blundered something there. Wait a second, what is happening? E7, is it possible?
E7, I play rook E8, and what happens then?
Queen
Maybe
B5?
queen check, queen here. Wait,
Wait,
here?
E7?
Not so easy. Not so easy. Everything
Oh.
calls. The rook on E8 is not lost. Not so easy. All right, the bar says that White is like closely winning here, but it's only 3 minutes versus 2 minutes and 42 seconds for both players, and they still have to make 6 moves each in a very complex position. So I think if I'm playing with White, I suspect my pawn on E6 is very strong. I'm not in trouble. How do I control this game and get to the next time control, get the 1 hour on the clock, and then figure it out? There's also a bishop C7 move. Try to pick up those pawns at the queen side.
Yeah, bishop c7 actually looks very nice. How do you react on that with black? Like you put the rook on e8?
Rook e8, play queen g6, try to eliminate this pawn. I think this pawn on e6 is something that Vincent wants to keep at all costs.
Yeah, but the problem is that pawn is on the light square, and it's easily protected by the queen. So it's
Yeah,
not
for
so
example,
tough.
let's say you play bishop c7, rook e8, queen c4, queen g6. You start to collect these pawns. You need to calculate some counterattacks with d3 and bishop d4. You pick up the pawn.
There's
queen
also
d3.
there was also e7 check.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just
Okay.
very quickly
Yeah,
showing the
I know.
idea just to give you a
Yes.
glimpse in the player minds that they have to calculate. I'm, of course, not very precise. Bishop c7 is on the board.
Bishop 7 is on the board, and rook e8 looks like a only move. You're stopping the pawn push.
Now Keymer is pushing. It's already becoming pretty apparent that despite the fact what happened before, there were some missed opportunities for both players. Keymer made a very nice decision to sacrifice the exchange to get a very strong pawn on b6. There you go, one pawn less problem to think about.
And maybe after queen g6, he's just going to pick up all the pawns on c4, c5, and d4.
Yeah, it's easier to play for White. Now Pragg, I think, here is in big trouble. So maybe he would like to organize some counterattack at the king side. How do you do that? I mean, queen g3, bishop b5 ideas, but the queens get traded. By the way, queen g3 is a possibility. Is this good?
Queen g3, I would say there is queen c4.
There's also queen f5. Oh, wait, the rook is hanging. Also after queen
Oh,
c4.
wait.
Also queen c4,
You
queen
cannot
f5.
play it.
You can play it. I mean, queen g3 takes it, bishop c5, some sort of a d3, e7. You have to calculate these things very quickly. So we're not going to shuffle the pieces, just follow the action live.
How much time, how many moves is left, Artur?
Both players have to make 1, 2, 3, 4. For Vincent, it's 3. For Praggnanandhaa, it's 4 moves.
Still not so easy with such complex and dynamic position. I mean, all the pawns are hanging. It's very easy, very tough, sorry, to make the decision.
I think he's going to play queen g3. I'm not really sure. I'm not seeing anything else. Maybe not. While the clock is ticking, he needs to make the decision very quickly. Maybe some bishop h6, queen e2 ideas, try to activate the queen. How do you get the pawn on e6? I think you need to trade the queen so that you can get the pawn on e6. And Pragg is trying to figure it out. 1 minute on the clock. No, he plays bishop f8.
He's protecting the pawn on c5, giving up the pawn on the a5, and he would like maybe to go for an attack with the queen f4 and bishop d6, because why not?
Why not? And I think Vincent is going to pick up pawns. No, bishop c7. He doesn't want bishop d6 to happen on the board. Mark says a mistake by an engine, but I really like it. It's a very human move.
Yeah, he's keeping his advantage in this position, and he's not allowing counterplay by black. Immediate rook
Whoa!
e7 looks like a blunder. Bishop d8. Is this
Bishop
a move?
d8, he
Bishop
just
d8?
blundered. He just blundered bishop d8 and it's playing on the board. You can see the
Oh my
disbelief in
God.
Pragg's face. Oh my goodness.
Huge blunder happened. He cannot believe it has happened.
Yeah, so I guess he was only expecting bishop d6, and now after bishop d8, rook on e7 is pinned, the queen on g5 is also under attack, and now the position is just dead lost. 30 seconds for the Indian player, 3 moves to make, impossible to recover.
25 seconds on the clock of Praggnanandhaa, just blundering. This bishop d8 was so unnecessary for him. But
17
this is what
seconds.
happens.
3 moves to make.
He's going to resign, most likely.
No, I think he's going to continue. Queen
He's
of
playing
6.
queen of 6.
Still, the game continues. Maybe he creates a battery, bishop d6, queen of 4, something. But now, of course, the pace is completely different. White is in complete control. And Vincent just needs to get the game to the next time control. And that's it. Nothing else. He checks the score sheet. He makes sure he has made move 40. There's an electronic score sheet. He knows he's going to win this game.
Yeah, absolutely unnecessary blunder by Praggnanandhaa. I mean, this is incredible. This is incredible. This happened. He was just a few moves before. He was the one who was dominating the position.
All right, let's go to the bird's eye view and check if we are missing more action in prime scramble. Maybe there's more games that have not reached move 40. What do we have? 1 hour, 1 hour, 1 hour. And it's Marc-Andrea Maurizzi versus Vaishali. That's the only game, apparently.
Yes, he has not yet played the move, but right now he's playing rook c1 and knight d5 instantly being played. Both players are reaching the 45th move, and they are both getting the 1 extra hour on the clock.
Yeah, wow. Actually, it's very interesting, you know. All the games reach the next time control basically at the same time, and we are at the edge of our seats following Vaishali's game. She was in a very, very severe time scramble, and yet she reached the next time control as the last one. I mean, everybody else reached it before her. It was not this particular game. So it's pretty interesting and unique because Maurizzi spent all of his remaining time trying to figure out how he's going to combat knight e5. Angelica, what do you think about this?
I mean, this was absolutely incredible action by both of the Indian players, by brother and sister duo we have here in the Masters and Challengers section. I mean, such a crazy position. Vincent against Praggnanandhaa. I mean, this was absolutely incredible outcome after the 40th move to me.
Yeah, a lot of drama indeed was happening here in round 4, which of course still continues. The players all of them have officially reached the next time control, which means 1 hour on the clock now. The pace is going to be slightly slower, but it's still not over because Pragg just blundered an exchange against Vincent Keymer. He might be losing. Vaishali's game against Maurizzi is super unclear, and everybody else also we want to give a huge estimation what's going to happen there. So in the meantime, dear viewers, stay tuned, don't go anywhere because we're going for a short break. This is 57th International Beach Chess Festival. Stay tuned, we'll be back right after the break. The temperature here is very high, and we are not even talking about the weather outside. Of course, it's a beautiful summer day here in Biel, in the heart of Switzerland. We are right now in Biel Congress Center together with Angelika Martors. But I'm talking about the action that happened over the board, because what you saw before the break, that was just fascinating. Two very tense games in the Vaishali's game against Martirosyan and Maurizzi. Also, of course, we just saw the huge blunder by Pragg playing against Vincent and Keymer. Angelika, wow. What else I can say?
There is no other word than that. I mean, absolutely incredible action we are having on all of our boards, but especially on the board of Vincent Keymer against Praggnanandhaa, and also on Maurizzi against Vaishali. Those were two the most exciting games we have been following today, and I'm looking forward to see what is going to happen, because are you sure that Vincent is going to win? Maybe some other blunder will happen.
We'll see, of course. Now the players have gotten more time on their hands, so let's maybe check the current status. How many games have finished? It's just one, as you can see at the game. Martirosyan against Abhimanyu Mishra, the younger Armenian, the top one player from Armenia, was pushing for the entirety of the game. He was slightly better, but it was the tournament leader, Mishra, that was very safe. He found a way to escape the draw, sacrificing a bishop for a perpetual check. This means 1.5 points for both players. Everybody else is still playing. By the way, in case you're wondering, why 1.5? Is it not just a half a point for each? Well, this tournament, the classical tournament, is part of the triathlon. It consists of 3 tournaments: classical, rapid, and blitz, because each tournament gives a different amount of points for scored victories. For example, in classical, they get 4 points for a victory, 1.5 for a draw, and obviously 0 for a loss. While in rapid, it's 2 points for a victory, 1 point for a draw. And 2 tournaments are approaching the finish line. The rapid tournament is over. Classical, this is round 4 out of 5. Blitz tournament is still to follow, and this means things are only heating up here, reaching very high temperatures in Biel.
Yeah, absolutely exciting tournament format we have. It encourages players to fight every game for the victory, for those 4 points, because if you play 2 draws, you will get 3 points. And if you play 1 win and 1 loss, you will have 4 points. So it encourages players to fight it off on the boards.
That's right. Now let's go back to the bird's eye view and see what is happening everywhere else. Of course, the crazy game of Vincent Keymer against Pragg. You're seeing a top right corner. Pragg now is down in exchange. He's trying to salvage the position. The bar says not going to happen today, so it's simply an exchange up for the young German. But I don't think this game is going to finish anytime soon. Of course, the very exciting action between Marc-Andrea Maurizzi against Vaishali is pretty level. The players have reached the next time control. And by the way, I see Abhimanyu Mishra. Hey, Mamamai, how are you doing?
Good, how about you?
Oh, we're feeling fantastic. Really great day here. Do you want to join us for an interview? Sure. All right, so we are going to have Abhimanyu Mishra, the tournament leader, at least right now. Maybe things are going to change after this round. He's going to join me here for a moment for a short interview to walk through his thought process in his game against Martirosyan. So, fun stuff here happening in Biel. And in the meantime, the viewers, you also can prepare your questions for Abhimanyu. Ask him, how is he doing? How many hours per day is he prepared for chess? I already kind of know the answer. He said it. It was something like 10 hours, I think, right?
Yeah, 8 to 10.
Right. So I'll have to figure out new questions to ask to you. Well, I don't know. We could go through your game shortly. I'm just going to stroll it through, and you just stop me at the critical moments. What do you
Sure.
think? All right. Awesome. So,
Okay, this is all node opening.
all right. Knight c3, e6.
Bishop g5. He'd played this a lot of times before. I was expecting this. I decided to play this h6, which is something new I've analyzed. I haven't played this before. I usually played dc4 in the past.
Ah, here. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
This Moscow variation, right?
Yeah, infamous Botvinnik and it's
Or
just
Botvinnik, yeah. Right? All right. H6, takes.
take, e3.
E3.
Knight
So
d-
I understand this is very popular stuff. Everybody plays this lately.
Yeah, this is quite popular. I mean, it's interesting because, okay, White gives up the bishop pair, but he has a lead in development. And okay, like bishop e2, there's a lot of finesses between bishop e2, bishop d3.
All right.
Because in some lines, like if you go bishop e2, dc4, white is not directly inclined to take back on c4. He can go, for example, like knight d2 at some point and play knight takes c4. Okay, not entirely here, but okay, I think castle first, and then if like g6, he has like knight e4, knight e5. It's okay. These are all very, very interesting lines.
Uh-huh.
But okay, the whole point is, okay, like black should be fine, but it's still, you have to know a lot of things. So okay, g6, castle. Now there's two moves, bishop g7 and queen e7. If you start with bishop g7, then you allow like cd5, ed5, b4, which is again another b4.
B4. Oh. Ah, that's why you play queen e7.
Queen e7. I mean, these are all some minor move order tricks.
I actually thought you want to set up the stone wall. Probably wrong, no? No love for stone wall?
Here, usually, it's... I don't think you have that much time. I mean, already white is almost fully developed, and if you play another three more pawn moves, you'll probably get mated soon.
Yeah, so once again, so this is one of the core ideas, c takes, b4, b5, create a weakness on c6.
But of course, this is also a theoretical line. This is not bad by any means. It's just...
All right. So e4 takes...
e4, dc4, bishop c4, bishop g7.
What is your prep end?
I didn't remember this a4 move. This had been... I checked some other moves here, but okay, this a4 was kind of new to me. Castle, of course, looks fine. Queen e2. Oh yeah, could we please turn off the engine for a second?
I thought I turned it off. No, it's off.
But the bar is still on, right?
Oh, you also want to remove the bar.
Well, okay, it's the same thing, right?
There you go. It's gone.
All right, thank you. Yeah, c5 was an interesting decision. I wasn't sure whether I should directly break the center. Like another plan is you can go b6, bishop b7. But the thing is, like, let's say if white makes an improving move like e5 now. Like e5 is quite typical to lock this bishop on g7, bishop b7. Maybe like rook fe1 or knight e4 is already an issue. Knight e4, knight d6 somewhere.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And he can also go bishop a6 and trade off this bishop.
Right. So you are like not sure about this position. That's why you decided to play c5.
Yeah.
I have just one big question. I kind of already know your answer, what you're going to say to that, but still I would like to hear it. So after d5, knight b6, a5, knight c4, queen takes on c4, how about this move?
Yeah, this is very... I'm not entirely sure whether it was best. My plan was... the issue is if you go e takes d5 before bishop takes c3, he goes knight takes d5, queen d6, e5. I have a lot of direct issues. Okay, bishop takes e5, knight takes e5, queen takes e5, queen takes c5. If I have two moves to complete my development, I would be completely fine, but as it is, I'm probably just getting crushed.
So was this like you felt that, okay, bishop takes on c3, you're like, I'm not supposed to do that, but I kind of don't know what to do.
Yeah, because also if you give white one move, he'll play, let's say, rook a d1.
Right.
And then he'll be threatening d6.
Yeah, d6, e5.
d6, e5, and also bishop d7 here, he has e5. We were discussing this in like post-mortem. This is also very dangerous, I believe. E takes d5, knight takes d5, these knights are very...
Right. I'm sorry, in the meantime, I'm sorry to interrupt you. The game of Jonas Bull Bienne against Alexander Donchenko has finished in a draw. All right. Now let's go back to your game analysis.
Sure. Yeah, I'll probably...
So were you happy about this move, or you like felt, okay, I'm still fine?
Yeah, I thought this, because this is kind of similar to some structures you get in the Grunfeld, this ed5 positions, and I thought this is probably a bit worse, but it's defendable. But okay, I mean, I actually came under a lot of pressure in this game, like bc3, ed5, ed5. Okay, queen d6 I think is really nice, because if I go bishop d7 first, he has queen f4. And I think everything about this position is this control over d6.
Yes.
If white gets control over d6, you're probably just lost. And if black gets control over d6, you're probably worse, but okay, you can still fight on.
So what were your biggest fears here that you were trying to avoid at all costs?
Knight coming to e4, f6.
Yes.
So knight d, like for example, if white goes knight d2, the best move would be bishop f5.
Knight e2, f6. Yeah, by the way, I'm sorry to interrupt you. We have another game finished just right after the next time control we can see. There's on the screen Vaishali against Marc-Andrea Maurizzi. I can't really make it out what's the result, but I think it's a draw. I think the kings are on the e4, e5 squares, which indicate the game has finished with a peaceful outcome. All right. Yeah. All right, let's now go back. So, yeah, queen d6, and what happened here?
He played rook fe1, put the rook on an open file, which is quite normal. I developed my bishop to f5. Bishop d7 was another candidate move, but I was worried that knight e5 gains the tempo, because now he's threatening knight d7, queen c5.
Right.
So, okay, bishop f5, queen b3. Now he gets the pawn to c4. I couldn't really stop this. I was considering b5 for a bit here, but b5, let's say queen takes b5. Queen takes d5, let's say rook a d1 even. It's just, if I have to go queen a2 here, this is probably not the best idea. Like he can go queen takes c5 at worst, and just it's just a pawn.
Yeah. All right.
So, okay, b6, c4, rook f8, a b6, a b6. There was a funny moment here. Queen e3 is possible after a takes b6, a takes b6. I saw this. I thought, okay, black should still be fine after rook takes e3. Rook takes a8, king g7. Now, if rook takes e3, b5, black is okay.
Yeah.
So f takes e3 was another candidate move. Now, if b5, e4, white is better. So I think you should go bishop d3. And now, okay, now black should be fine. If e4, bishop takes e4, you win this pawn, and okay, otherwise you get b5, and you have a lot of counterplay.
Right. Yeah, very interesting and a very unusual move. I don't think this is a very common move, like at all. Did Ike see it?
No, I mean, we were discussing this. It's interesting, I mean, but I don't think objectively it yields white an advantage. And
Right.
okay, here we're playing chess to win, not chess to play beautiful moves.
All right. Takes, h3, queen f6.
Queen f6. Queen f6, again, I'm threatening rook a1 to trade off some rooks. I think the more pieces that come off the board, the better it is for me, because I'm trying to defend this game. And he has a lot of pressure. So knight e5, rook e8, queen c3, queen d6, rook e3. Yeah, here rook e7 is just to prevent like knight takes g6 tactics. I don't know, let's play h5 just to demonstrate this.
Yeah.
Knight takes g6, now okay, rook takes e3, queen h8 is made. And rook e3 was to make sure that rook takes e1 is not check.
Right, because the king's on g1. Yeah, that was smart.
So okay, I played rook e7 just to keep the rook defended. And yeah, I mean, this position, queen a1 was interesting because now he's always coming to a8. He's always infiltrating, so yeah, f6 was a very double-edged decision. If this works, the game will probably end in a draw. If this fails, this is like just resigns. Because
Right.
the issue is white queen gets in, and I was relying all on this counterplay that, okay, queen g3, bishop takes h3, it's some kind of like perpetual. Queen a8 check I don't like. We were discussing knight c6 first. Rook takes e3, f takes e3. So he gets what he got in the game, but the difference is he hasn't committed to queen a8. And he can go queen a8 whatever he wants, but I think here still h5 is the strongest move. And even here, despite not including queen a8, this should still be defendable.
Right. There's no bishop h3, by the way?
Bishop h3, yeah, we'll get to this in the game. There's
It's happened later, yeah?
there's some transpositions.
I see, yeah.
So okay, I think knight g4 was also interesting, of course, but I think this should still be defendable, even if bishop takes g4, rook takes e7, queen takes e7, h takes g4. In the long run, this queen ending is, okay, it's unpleasant because of this pawn on d5, but I mean, I think you should be able to hold.
Yeah. All right. So he
But yeah, this knight c6, rook e3, f e3, this was a very critical moment. I have 15 minutes to make, I don't remember how many, like 10, 15 moves, whatever it was. I spent a lot of time here because this is extremely critical. Black has a couple different candidate moves. Queen g3 was one of the first ones. I saw queen b7 check. Now you have to pick a square, f8, g8, h8. Let's say h8, because if you go g8, there's knight e7.
Yeah.
So okay, h8, now he goes queen e7. Now I saw if I go bishop takes h3, queen takes f6, king h7, check on f7, let's say. King h8, and he just goes back queen f3.
Yeah, might be losing.
Yeah, I have a feeling this is actually, if you go to f3, there was queen e1, king h2, bishop f5. And now, okay, queen f4 maybe to stop checks. And okay, he has a lot of, these pawns are very, very dangerous.
Right, yeah, this d pawn is getting really, really annoying.
Yeah.
All right,
So
what-
this queen
yeah.
g3 fails.
You cockle, yeah, queen
So
g3,
bishop
yeah.
takes h3 was your question.
Yeah, I was wondering, is this working?
I don't think this works. The reason is, okay, let's say white goes with queen a7 check. I think the difference is if he goes queen b7, black can go queen d7. And maybe he's not entirely lost. Okay, queen takes b6, you still have a lot of pressure, but maybe bishop takes g2 or something is possible. I'm not entirely sure, okay, but okay, maybe even if not bishop takes g2, I think queen a7 is more precise because if you go queen d7, g takes h3, the queen is defended.
Right, takes, queen a7, and now some kind of move. I don't
So okay, I think if you go to h8, knight e7 is resigned.
yeah, king f8, yeah.
Yeah, so king f8 is more accurate. Queen h7,
Oh,
bishop to f5. Now if queen takes h6, king g8, black is fine. So you should go queen h8 check. King f7, knight d8 check. King e7, knight b7. Now you have to pick a square with the queen. If you go queen d7, white goes queen g7, queen g8, and d6, and you just mate. So that fails. So g3 is the next candidate move. But if you go to queen g3, he has queen d8 check, king f7, knight d6, king g7, queen e7. And okay, goes a king g8, queen f7 check, king h8, queen takes f6. And now king g8, knight takes f5.
Not
Even this queen ending will just be lost.
Okay,
so queen g3 fails. There's one last move, queen e5.
Yeah, that is nice calculation. Yeah, so instead of queen g3,
queen e5 is the final move.
knight b7, queen e5.
d6. And this was a very unusual mate. d6, king f7, knight d8.
Okay. All right. That is very, very impressive stuff, and I suppose that also answers the question why bishop h3 is not working.
Yeah.
But obviously, you're looking at this line in some other lines, and you did play it later in the game, right?
Yes. So h5, so that the king gets a hiding square on h6. Queen a7, king h6, queen takes b6. You have to be very careful because if you start with bishop takes h3, he has queen b8.
Yeah, and this endgame might be
Take, and the
just
d
losing.
pawn just promotes.
Yeah.
You're one tempo short.
All right. So that's why
Queen g3, queen b8, queen takes e3, king h2, h4. I just did this so that I always have some perpetual g3, e1. He played knight d8. Now bishop takes h3, I think is the easiest way. Because if knight f7, I have king g7, and okay, gh3, just draw.
Right. Yeah, this we looked at this moment. Knight f7, king g7, there's no
G7.
follow-up, and yeah.
Well, you can go queen c7. And I thought, okay, in the worst case scenario, I go queen g3, I have a drawn endgame.
I thought
Bishop
even
d7 also holds, yeah.
that's cuter.
Yeah, of course.
Queen g3 and queen e1 idea. All
Yeah.
right. Yeah, very impressive game so far. Are you happy with the result?
Yeah, I was under pressure for most of this game, and I'm happy to escape with a draw here.
All right. Yeah, so dear chat, do we have any questions? If not, we are going to give Abhimanyu the possibility to take the rest for the remaining of the day. Any plan for the remaining rounds?
Yeah, I'm just going to keep continuing to play my best chess, and we'll see how it goes.
All right. Well, okay, thank you, Abhimanyu, for joining me once again in the first place. I wish
Thank
you
you.
best of luck in the tournament, and it's been fun being following your games. Yeah.
Thank you.
Take care, Abhimanyu. So we'll be seeing you in the coming days. So, in the meantime, dear viewers, this is the current result as you're seeing as Abhimanyu was here with us in the studio. Couple of games finished, this crazy game. Andrea Maurizzi versus Vaishali. It was a very double-edged game. Vaishali was in a very serious time scramble, but after they reached the next time control, the game was agreed to a draw. Maybe after we are going to run out of things to talk about with Angelika, we were going to go to that game to check what happened there. It was pretty
Absolutely.
level to start with, but there's the current bird's eye view for the remaining 3 games.
Yeah, we still have the half of the games ongoing. We have so far 2 games of the challengers and 1 game of the masters section finished. Still some very unclear position. I mean, it looked actually pretty much even earlier, but right now, I mean, looking at the position of Lim Le against Sam Shankland, is he up a pawn? No, it's just a simply very active pawn on d4.
Yeah, and I think also, of course, we need to give this game some love as well, because that's the game we have followed the least today. And however, it seems it might turn out to be a decisive result, because he has a very strong pass pawn. The game in question is the lower middle board. Also, the game of Salem against Igor Samunenkau, lower left corner, you're seeing here white has probably close to technically winning position, because the Emirati Grandmaster has an extra pawn and cut off king to the final rank. We are going to check that game as well. And of course, the game of Vincent Keymer, right top corner versus Praggnanandhaa. Vincent has an extra exchange. The game still continues. Pragg is going to fight until the end, but I don't think they're going to finish anytime soon yet. So, Angelika, your call, Sam Shankland versus Lim Le or Salem Select versus Samunenkau?
Let's go to the Sam Shankland against Lim Le. As we remember, there was quite an even position. A few moves earlier, there were 2 pawns, like there was a pawn for white on d4, pawn for black on the d5, and suddenly we see such a huge change. And we see that the pawn on d4 is actually very much active.
Let's check what happened at
Let's
time
see.
scramble. Yeah. So this was approximately the position we last looked at. We estimated, well, probably Limley is slightly pressing here, but nothing really serious. So h5 was played, queen e5, queen b2, queen e2. Of course, Shankland wants to trade queens, and then survive, maybe actually organize some counterplay against these pawns at the queen side with the bishop. So it's perfectly understandable that the Vietnamese grandmaster kindly said no. Queen c2, knight h7, king e2. Oh, wait, what? This was a pawn under attack after queen a1. And it's very difficult to defend, actually. So you cannot really defend with queen d2. The queen is very passive. There's no bishop f2. Queen d3 drops the pawn on a2. So that's why he played king e2. Queen d4 apparently is a missed opportunity. Maybe knight f8 was a bit better. I'm not really sure. Looks perfectly normal to me. Queen d4, bishop g3, knight f8, queen d1. This was the position, and now look at that. It's pretty unusual that it was Shankland who was down a pawn. He's offering the queen trade because these pawns make it a very easy target.
Of course, that's why Limley should not trade the queens. And as we see, also king on e2 is quite exposed piece, right? Like, there are always some easy checks incoming for black.
Well, this should be really great for black.
Yes.
I would even go as far and say technically winning for black. Extra pawn, nice dominating position. So Limley got inside, got the pawn, and now he's retreating, trying to regroup. King d2, queen d6, queen b5. I believe there was a time scramble. He gave up the pawn on a5 willingly to activate the pieces. Queen c3, d4. Couple of more moves were played. So here the Vietnamese player wants to push forward the pawn and put another queen on the board. Check. Here, queen e4. Check. Here, queen a2. This is the position on the board.
An extra pawn for black. I mean, can black take the pawn? Can white take the pawn on d4 right now? Actually, there was a question.
Queen b7 instead is played by Shankland.
But I'm wondering, bishop d4. What was the?
The pawn on b3.
Just simply the pawn on b3. Okay.
I think so. So black would
Okay.
simply create a pass pawn. Maybe in some lines already willing to trade queens. Push it forward. So only chance for Shankland here is try to expose the black king. So perpetual check, maybe play g4 at some point, g takes, open some lines, some diagonals. But to be honest, I think he's just lost.
I mean, this looks.
Yes. Thank you, dear chat. Max,
Yes.
who is writing in the chat, please turn back the evaluation bar. I did it at the request of Abhimanyu because he likes to use his games as a training tool because when he goes back to the hotel, he always goes through the games. He wants to work out the nuances before consulting with an engine. I really admire that. Very nice way to create out of your games training examples. Now, there you go. It's back. So, the bar says something that we already kind of suspected, Angelika, black is winning.
Yeah, it looks like, because the pawn on d4 is a very strong one, and after a check on b1, you can protect on f7, right? You can just play king g7, actually. Why not?
Yeah, king g7 looks pretty logical. Maybe some other moves like queen f5, but then you drop the pawn on b4. So I think in the long run, this pawn on b4 doesn't really matter much. It's a pawn on d4, d3, d2, d1.
Yeah, I think that's the point. I mean, once white is going to capture the pawn on b4, there is going to be also a passer for white, but for black there is even a further one, I mean, on d4. So that's why it's very scary for Sam.
Right. All right. So let's say king g7 happens. Queen b4 most likely will be played.
Do you play d3? I mean, there is also some check on c3.
d3.
Queen c3? Or, you want to play like this? Wow, okay, bishop.
I wanted to go for some activity. Actually, you need to be a bit careful with black, not to blunder some... So perpetual check. Whatever. Maybe king f2. No, all right.
Queen f4, maybe.
No, I mean from the black's perspective, it doesn't make quite sense to go to this position because now the
course,
king is
yes.
much more exposed, and I think this knight on e6 is protecting the king against all kinds of perpetuals. But apparently, after queen b4, d3 is still a mistake. Maybe there's some slower move like queen d1 or queen b2, then preparing to play d3, but it's still not an easy choice. Also, there's queen f5 move, with the idea to play after queen takes on b4, again push the same idea, maybe put the queen, d3, queen d5, not yet over, so the game still continues.
Yeah, it's actually very tough to find the way where to put the queen, how to continue is pushing the pawn on d4. I mean, like you cannot really easily go for it because there's always some perpetual you have to count on.
You know, actually I was thinking about some crazy idea.
Which?
Like here, and go for an attack at the king side.
Wow.
Yeah, it's probably silly. Because I thought I want to use this knight on e6 to create some ideas here, like h takes, and knight g5, and queen f3, and knight h3. And if you would take on d4, I thought that there could be something like takes and knight f4, but then again, I just give up the pawn on d4 for nothing, basically. So.
Yeah. I mean, there should be something concrete. If there is a checkmate, there should be concrete way to do it, but in this position, it's not really something you expect. I think the king is just escaping, yeah, it's running away.
Somehow, king g3, I don't know. Yeah, so knight e2 check is nothing, king f2, so don't quite see the follow-up. So still not easy. Yeah, here, low pro in the chat is asking, can we just pick up the pawn? Yeah. You can pick up the pawn. I think this is what Sam is exactly going to do, queen b4, because the pawn on d4 is not going to fall easily. The first question is, however, how to defend the pawn.
I think he
on f7.
meant queen b3, but we should. I think queen b3
Oh.
because black is to move.
This
But
one.
we should show why it's not so good.
That's perpetual check.
Yes. Unfortunately, there is no knight g7 because queen is pinning the knight to the queen.
Actually, you could even get in trouble, like queen g6, everything is dropping apart. This is everyone's game. No, I don't think this is going to happen. So they're thinking, while they're thinking, there's the other game we haven't followed for a while. That is Salem playing a nice, slow, positional game against the youngest participant of the Challengers tournament, Igor Samunenkau. And probably he's just winning.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately for Igor Samunenkau, there are 2 pawns on the queen side. If there were no pawns there, it would be just 3 against 2, which would theoretically be a draw. But unfortunately, because of those pawns, it doesn't look like that.
Let's walk through this game, right? Because this is also one of the games we follow the least, and you have to pardon us because there was a lot of action in Keymer's game against Pragg and this crazy time scramble Vaishali against Maurizzi. So this was still a very nice positional game. So knight b6, a3, bishop b7, knight g3 was played by the Emirati grandmaster. Knight e5, knight e5, cute.
You offered this move, right? Remember, yes.
I did. I'm very proud of it. Now, I think there's some problems after king g8. Some bishop h7 checks, king f8, and I feel there's going to be
Rook
something.
f3, maybe?
Yeah, rook f3, bishop g6, just feels very dangerous. So that's why Igor decided not to do it. You play bishop e6, rook f3. Now everything is hitting this pawn on f7. Only move, queen e2, threatening queen e4, creating a battery. Bishop e5, d takes on e5. Still, white has a very dangerous attack. So far, Salem is just playing a great game.
And no more isolated pawn, by the way. The pawn transposed to the e5.
Right, so black stopped the queen e4. This allowed white to play knight f5. Bishop f5, rook f5, rook e7, rook c1, threatening to play rook c4, rook g4. Very powerful attack. Knight b6 stops rook c4. Rook d1, seeking other targets. G6, Queen D4, Rook F4, Queen C5, B4. Yeah, white is just, whoa, white is just creating a lot of problems for black. Takes. Well, this is quite something.
Giving up a pawn and then taking the pawn on f7.
Yeah, Rook F3 is a very interesting move. Threatening Bishop G6, hit the Queen. Very tempo-driven game. Now the pawn on F7 is double attack. The Queen on C3 somehow might be under attack by the Rook. Rook D5 only move. Double exclam move right there.
Another brilliancy we have in this round.
And this is probably just a simple mate because of Queen B2.
Queen b2, wow.
Yeah. So you cannot do that. So Rook F7 here, Samunenkau played Knight C4, Queen C2. Nothing better was for white.
And the game has finished. Vincent has won against Praggnanandhaa. We have a result on the board. The players discussing their game. Huge victory for the German #1 in the round #4.
It would be really great to have Vincent here with us in the studio to hear his thoughts. We haven't yet heard of him in this tournament, about his adventures in the tournament. This is going to be, again, important result for the German player. Maybe let's check first the current results of this round with the new update. Here you see Vincent Keymer has 4 points versus Pragg's 0. Very disappointing start for the top-seeded player in the Masters section. All the other games has finished in a draw, but this is exactly the result that Keymer was looking for.
Yeah, exciting game with chances for both sides. First of all, we had Vincent who was pushing for a win, but then it was him who made a blunder. Praggnanandhaa was winning, but then he made this fatal mistake of playing Rook D7, blundering an exchange, and that was it.
And that was it indeed, and here we see the game, other game which might finish pretty soon, which is Salem against the young Ihor Samunenkau. So we're just trolling through the game, what happened before the time scramble. So this position was still pretty level. And here black was trying to hold on. And Ihor decided to sacrifice an exchange. So I think this was apparently miscalculation. He played Rook D3 with the idea, after Queen D3, Rook D3, Rook D3, there's Knight E5. However, after Rook D7, Knight F7 and Rook F7, even though it's a material balance on the board, this rook on the 7th rank might decide to favor the game in favor for white. So of course, when you're playing a rooking game, you don't want to be passive, you don't want to play Rook B8. So what Ihor did, he tried to activate his pieces.
Yeah.
And now, takes, G5, stopping white's pawn advancement. This is the position on the board. If only he could get the C pawn for the B pawn off the board, this would be a theoretical draw. Even if the king cut off, as far as I know, you put the rook on F6. This, to my knowledge, is a draw. But the pawn on B4 and pawn on C6 changes a lot.
Yes, indeed, and this activity of the pieces is so important in the endgames. As we see, the Salem's rook is dominating on the 7th rank, is not allowing for black's king to get out. I mean, there is not much which black could do right now. The huge problem of the weakness on C6, which has to be always guarded, is a big problem for Ukrainian grandmaster.
Now the question, how does white make a progress? It's pretty obvious. He's not going to willingly trade this pawn unless there's an idea to trade it for the h-pawn. By the way, how about this?
Rook C8 and B5?
That's what I was thinking. So I was thinking something along the lines of B5. Maybe it's not very correct, but bear with me. Take it. Put the rook here. Somehow trade the h-pawn for the g-pawn, and with 2 passed pawns, much more to the queens.
This looks actually a very beautiful idea.
I'm not sure it's correct, but it makes sense.
It makes a lot of sense because also rook cannot get behind the pawn. So one more time, rook b6.
And he's going to go for it. He's going to go for it. Yes, yes. Just as I was wondering whether to go there, you cannot play rook f6. There's b5, rook c8. Maybe not immediately b5. He can include also some other moves like...
But if you include other moves, then king g7 is going to protect the pawn.
Right.
So you have to go for it now, or you
How
don't
about I include h4? H4, G takes, and now play B5. Is this smart?
But I think black would not take, maybe.
It's not smart. This is not smart. I'm not smart. Yeah, I was thinking that I'll be down to play rook c6 and keep this pawn and collect the pawn here, but you see, of course, there's rook b8. My plan fails. So no b5. King f3 is played by one of the best players in the Challengers tournament so far. I suppose he wants to launch the king somewhere to c4, c5, collect the pawn on c6. If necessary, give up the pawn on f2, but I like it actually. So let's say here, king e3. How about c5? b5, of course, white is going to decline it, and after c4, there should be something like rook c6, rook b8, b6, king d4, king c4, collect everything, and win the game. So I think we are going to have guest. Vincent is getting ready to explain his exciting game against Pragg. Huge game was in the making, so he's going to join me here for a moment. Let's maybe check once more the bird's eye view, what's happening in the other games, and after that, Vincent is going to be us for exciting interview. Walk through his absolute madness over the board. Mayhem in Biel. Vincent Keymer from Germany strikes back in round 4 of the Classical. Vincent, welcome back.
Thank you.
It's great to have you here. And, you know, I was looking at your game and I have to confess, most of the time I could not understand what's going on.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, I mean, first of all, I think that's probably the first E4 game I've played in like 9 years.
Right.
So
yeah,
I
thought
felt
you were
like
a D4 player.
Yeah, absolutely. I haven't even online. I don't really play E4. It was just that the tournament so far hasn't really gone the way I liked it, and I wanted to change something.
All right.
And well, I decided to play E4, and I already was expecting him not to go for his usual mainline like open Spanish or some Spanish bishop c5. So yeah, he went for Rosen.
Is this something you expected?
Yeah, I mean, it's something he used to play like a few years ago, so of course I was kind of ready, and also it's nice for me because that's a structure I know from black side, yeah, with reverse colors from c4, knight f6, knight c3, e5. I play with black, so it's a similar structure that I get, of course, yeah, I'm playing for advantage, but still it's similar, and it's not really like the complete e4 madness in terms of structures that I might not really have any experience with.
All right. I mean, I tried to argue here. You're going to have to forgive me. I thought maybe short castle and bishop c6 is inaccuracy because I had a ridiculous idea that keeping the king in the center gives the possibility to castle both ways at the same time. But you had a different idea. You kept the knight on b1. Can you maybe explain a bit your thought process here?
No, I think castle is just better move order because you get rid of some early queen c7 move orders. Yeah, so basically, let's say you could get some bishop c6, d or bc castle queen c7, for example.
Ah, that's because of b takes on c6.
Or d. I mean, I'm not sure. Somewhere there are some early queen c7. I think with bc probably. Yeah.
Aha. And there's the queen c7 ideas.
I think that's.
I
think that's also what Pragg played. Yeah, usually he played. I think he played this kind of ideas, or d6 with queen c7. But yes, somehow with queen c7 at least.
Right. D takes.
I mean, the point is that, of course, with e5, it's different here, yeah?
Yeah.
Like, as in the game, of course, d5 also, e5 is a move, but it's not mainline, yeah? Then I will start pushing early a3, b4 immediately, and I think it's kind of comfortable.
I was absolutely sure that you have deeper ideas than me here, so yeah, it was really fun to follow. And this entire sequence of keeping the knight on b1, is this a new concept or it's already been played before?
No, but I think it's like more or less mainline, yeah?
No, I thought the main line is like knight c3, d3, and h3, no? Or it's like a very old main line.
No, but I think that's against queen c7, yeah?
Okay, maybe it's mixing me up. Really.
Yeah, I think it's against queen c7, because here, I mean, I think it's important that I don't give him the setup with knight f6, knight d7, followed by e5.
All right.
And this I don't really want to play. So that's why I play rook e1, yeah? So that he doesn't get knight d7, e5.
Yeah.
And of course, he has the opportunity to play bishop g4, but also that's basically getting rid of the only advantage you have. So it's like you can play it, but I understand that I think castle is normal.
And after bishop g4, you play something like knight e2?
Or h3.
Or h3 immediately.
I'm not sure.
All right. Okay. h3, knight
e8.
e8.
And now we get some kind of similar, yeah, as I said. You could get this like with several tempi up with reversed colors. So yeah, of course, I think knight c7 is more or less main move. But of course, yeah, I think at some point he also wanted to get me out of theory because he thought, well, no, it's the first time the guy plays e4 in such a long time, so as long as he's in prep, he's playing well, but afterwards, who knows? Yeah, which I think is a very fair point.
E6, A4.
Yeah, I'm not sure about A4 already,
No?
yeah, because, I mean, I think if I can include A4, A5, it's, I like to include. But then it was a huge question for me where to put this bishop, because I liked this idea of putting the bishop to H6 in general, yeah, what I did in the game, but okay, I can do it in so many move orders, and also it's a question what he's actually trying to do, whether he's trying to play a setup of knight c7, knight e6, or knight c7, knight d5, or knight c7, bishop e6, bishop d5. There's also such a setup. And in general, I was trying to kind of have a waiting position so that I make sure that I'm still flexible against what he's doing.
All right.
But yeah, I'm not sure about bishop f4. Like knight c7,
Yeah, but it did work for you in the end, no?
yeah, it did work. But for example, the question is, let's say if he plays knight d5 here, then what exactly is my move?
Same?
Yes, probably, and then I'm not sure, yeah, because now he has some f. But it's
Something similar as in the game, except he
yes, but you trade the bishops, which I'm new, also relatively new. I didn't know, but I felt that actually exchanging bishops could be. I would, if I was him, I would like to exchange these guys, simply because also whenever with the bishops there, I always had some ideas like ef6, ef6, and the d6 square became very weak in the game.
Yeah, what came in the game, I see. Right.
That was.
Right.
But yeah, f6 also it's tricky. Because I think if I go with a knight to c3, he will try to play with knight e6 probably rather than knight d5. But yeah, I thought knight is nicely placed on c4, but it's a
Okay,
weird
here we
situation.
saw on the live camera you're like surprised. I mean, what is g5?
No, I was, but it's already very. I was thinking probably knight d5 is an option, but the question is already knight d5. There's always the point like e6 is a move or not, and I was absolutely not sure about it. Like it could. You know, e6 is a move that can lose you a game, but that can also win you the game.
Yeah.
So I was, and I mean, also from his side, it's kind of tricky to allow. I mean, in the game he also allowed it, but I think under better circumstances, because in the game when he allowed it already.
About here, yeah, there was this very big moment about e6, and
Yeah.
also the engine was like screaming e6, e6,
E6,
should be
yeah.
the move. But what was the reason why you didn't like it?
Yeah, the reason is that I didn't like to give him the option of bringing his queen with queen e8. Yeah, because as long as I keep the tension, he can't go queen e8 because I have e takes f6.
Aha.
So that's why I didn't play e6. But
now-
I absolutely had e6 on my radar as an option, and it might have been just better than what I did. But I also didn't really see his plan. Yeah, it's so weird. He just pushed g5, h5, but I didn't really see his next move.
Right.
Because, I mean, he can include h4, bishop h2, but still, then what next?
Yeah.
So I thought that regrouping this queen from c1, activating the rooks, made quite a lot of sense. Yeah, and then somewhere around here.
I
queen
think
e2
also
is
here
bad.
engine was giving, maybe it was here. Maybe here e6 really was like by the
Yeah,
engine.
yeah. No, of course e6 is. You know, but it's so weird. You give up all squares. Yes, you don't really have squares. So the only idea I have is basically to push d4, and long term you can also see yourself getting killed on the king side. At least I was. Yeah.
Right.
But I understand. I was happy with my position, but probably engine had. But what was his idea of the queen? Can we check?
No, I mean engine says there's some g4.
Okay, but
it's-
g4, hg,
yeah. Then it changes its mind and says
knight
you're still doing
h4, yeah, f5, e6. This is what I wanted to play. Because I thought, of course, f4 is very dangerous, but f4,
great.
bishop
Maybe knight
h6.
g6 first.
And that's not true. Knight g6, f4 maybe, yeah? He might like sacrifice this exchange, knight f8, queen f8, and then come with some. I think fg probably.
FG
Yeah, and
also
then
has a
this
move.
bishop is weird. With bishop f5 coming, he has compensation, I think.
Yeah, yeah,
I mean, still, I don't believe he can really be better here, but it's possibly dangerous. So,
right. All right. So bishop f5
yeah,
played.
and d4.
D4 is
No, but
same
around here, it felt like it has to be completely winning. Yeah,
Yeah.
and then what it did was extremely bad.
Take 6, knight b4. Yeah, and
Yeah,
here's
and
the
here,
critical moment, e6. Okay, can
E6
you walk
is-
through your thought process?
Yeah, I'm not sure about e6 already. The thing is that already I was considering whether to take dc5 before rook d1 or not, which was connected to the question how I would react to knight b4. Let's say dc, bc, rook d1.
Yeah.
Yeah, here I thought knight b4. And then, okay, how do I win? Obviously, I have no issues whatsoever. Yeah, I can take ef6, ef6 after d6 for a lot of beautiful options, but how to win exactly, I didn't see. And I actually thought that what I play in the game is winning, but I miscalculated something. So
Right.
I thought that all of this. Okay, with h4 not didn't really matter to me for my calculation. That I thought e6, rook d4. Okay, c3 is an option, but I'm not sure whether it's good. Like bishop d3, rook d3, knight d3, cd, knight e1, and I get 2 pieces, but he gets 2 pawns. Of course, king is weak, but okay, I think it's too much counterplay.
c3, what
bishop d3.
Yeah, bishop d3.
Yeah, and rook d3, but okay. It might be good. No, but here I think cb is completely crushing, because cb, ab, knight b6. Yeah? But
Yeah.
here, this cd.
Do you consider also knight e3?
Yes, knight e3, bishop e6.
I didn't, for same reason, love this line, but I thought it's very
Oh,
difficult to value this.
c3, rook d1, knight d1, or what is the idea? Because I didn't see knight d1.
Oh,
if knight
knight
d1 is the
d1. This
move.
we also didn't see. Yeah, because I also looked at.
Because I of course checked rook d1, but already here I thought that even if he just gives the piece, I'm not entirely sure. Yeah.
Yeah, a lot
like
of
he gets
pawns,
3
yeah.
pawns and has beautiful bishops. No, I was thinking all of what I played was winning actually. But I mean, this is in the best case much better for me. I don't think this can really
Right.
be winning. No, the problem is I thought I go c3 here instead of knight d6.
Now what?
No, I thought instead of knight d6, c3.
Instead of knight d6. Oh, sorry, yeah, c3.
Yeah, knight c2 and knight e3. This was my plan. But knight e3 and rook d4. There's knight d5, which I missed. Yeah, like I forgot about this.
Where exactly? Now?
No, he takes on e3 and rook d4, and there's knight d5. and
Ah,
up
this
to
is what you
c4,
missed,
knight
yeah.
f4. Yeah, this is what I missed when I played rook a d1 instead of dc5. I was counting on this to be winning, and then yeah, I saw this knight d6 move, but. Actually, during the game, I thought knight d6 was like a horrible move.
Yeah.
Because the problem was this, that when I first saw knight d6, I thought, okay, bishop c2 is good for me, but there's bishop g6, and that's a problem. And then for some miraculous reason, I forgot about bishop g6, and only started calculating taking on c2 when he's completely lost. And after bishop g6, I'm like just not sure how to win. I was...
Yeah, Ancient here was giving some ridiculous line, which I already kind of forgot. I think it was something like rook d2, knight c2, rook c1,
d3?
yeah, d3, rook d3, bishop d3, queen d3, knight b4, queen e4, and you're still okay.
And rook c1...
Yeah,
yeah.
it's just one line, so I just switched on the
Oh,
engine
but yeah, I
because
was
kinda
already,
gave up.
and that was already, I was getting extremely low on time.
Yeah, of
and I
course.
was starting to panic that, I mean, I knew that my position must have been completely winning, and then what I did was, okay, I'm not proud of it, but at least it was kind of not losing immediately, yeah, because there's a danger of me losing the game as well. It's a very complex position. He has this incredibly powerful bishop, and
Yeah, but this was really a nice sequence. So you're now down 2 pawns, but the pawn on e6
yeah, but
is strong.
I think rook e8 probably is the right move.
Here
and I
instead
wanted
of queen e7, yeah?
Yeah, I wanted rook e8, I wanted to play f4. And, okay, no idea what's going on. I also felt that I shouldn't be better anymore, that's for sure. Yeah, probably gf, bishop f4, d5 or something. And,
Somewhere.
yeah, queen g6, rook e7.
Black is holding on. Actually, Engine even says black is better, but I don't know. Yeah, this is a strong pawn.
Yeah, but queen e8 is an issue, yeah? Basically, I have no threats, and c4, d3 is coming.
Sacrifice the exchange, yeah?
No, but why sacrifice? I mean, I have no next move, yeah? And c4, you can
just c4,
push.
d3.
Yeah, and
I
there's-
see, yeah. All right.
So yeah, after rook e7, rook e8 life would have been more difficult here. I think what we both missed, yes, actually, that I thought also this is very strong. Queen b3, d5, queen d5, rook d8, and I am basically like in huge trouble. No, d5.
Oh,
Because basically for him it's good to get rid of this pawn. Yeah, take rook d8, but I have bishop d6. This is, I think, what... And I actually saw bishop d6 at first, but for some reason I thought that... Because basically after bishop d6 I threatened something like bishop takes e7, rook d5 followed, and then bishop takes c5. Yeah, this is my threat, because then e7 is unstoppable. So I thought from afar, okay, he goes d3 and I'm done, yeah, because then the same thing, he has d2
yeah.
after bishop d6.
Yeah, here.
But d3 I can just take on d3, yeah, which for some reason I missed.
Where exactly is it again?
Bishop d6
Yeah.
and d3, and I can just take on d3.
Same idea, yeah.
Yeah, but for some reason it always felt that I needed this diagonal and so on, you know, from afar sometimes you can miss such things. And I think we both missed this actually, that d5 doesn't really work, and then of course I think he also was realizing that, yeah, queen e7 is a bad move, and of course this is really the wrong position to play with like 5 minutes for 15 moves or something.
Yeah.
Now d3 there was bad, but what was he supposed to do?
I don't know, maybe f5?
Okay, but what is, I mean f5, yeah, we'll just take.
Yeah, and otherwise, if he does nothing, you play f4, right?
Okay, I threatened to take on d6, but...
First you threaten to take, yeah. Okay, if I play something like this?
Yeah, but now f4.
Now f4, yeah.
Now f4, yeah.
Four takes,
take.
yeah.
No,
Even a
but I
king's
mean,
an
this is
attack
also
there.
dream position for time trouble with white.
Of
Yeah, like
course.
black has absolutely no moves, and I will just start taking something like rook e4, move the bishop, rook g4, rook h4, threats everywhere. This is the right position to play with, being low on time. No, I thought d3 was nice, and I was very close to making a huge mistake because I had this f4 and I was trying to be smart and playing f4 immediately, but I think f4 there's f5 now, and then yeah, he's threatening to go with bishop d4,
Yep.
and yeah, okay, I think taking on d3 was good, and already here I felt that maybe again I am on the better side of things. Okay, b3, wow.
Okay.
But what else then? I mean, f4 immediately was.
Yeah, but you're in time scrambles, so yeah.
No, but it's very complex position.
Yeah, very, very complex, and you are still doing really great here. So e4, f4, and f5 probably is the final mistake.
But I didn't blunder after that. For sure I did, no?
No, I'm not sure. Here,
No, it felt
f4.
like I for sure made some huge.
And
I
just
mean, I'm not
says-
sure about bishop c7, yeah? I just saw that, okay, e7, rook e8, queen c4, king h7, queen f7, queen g6. I don't see an immediate win, and then that's the way to go very wrong, yeah? Like you
Right.
play a few moves and then you have no follow-up, which is very bad. And I thought with bishop c7, it's a safe option. I should be already slightly better.
Collect the pawn, bishop f8, bishop c7, and now the critical moment.
Yeah, I think he just had like a blackout, yeah, for 1 second, which happened.
What do you think he should have continued?
Okay, we were both too low on time for me to figure that out.
Like 1
actually.
minute for him, 1.5 for you. This is move
Yes.
30 something, 37.
Yeah, I mean, but in general, you like to have some 10 minutes at least to figure things out.
Right.
I mean, queen f6 was something I was thinking about, but I thought, of course, I will go queen c4 and then. Yeah, but the problem is that he's the one who has to make moves.
Yeah, king something.
No, but then only some queen d5. It's pieces are coming in.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe he was losing anyway.
Well, it was just very good that we were both low on time here because I had way easier moves.
Right.
Yeah, for him it's extremely easy to go wrong, and for me it's more difficult at least.
All right. Yeah. So bishop d8, and the rest was, I suppose, was piece of cake for you. Slowly advancing.
Yeah, I mean I was just trying to make sure not to blunder anything big because of course there should be many ways to win, but
Right.
yes.
All right. Great game, Vincent. Is this gonna give you second thoughts whether to choose e4 as your main consideration from now on?
Who knows? Yeah, but no, at least I'm very happy to be kind of back in the tournament. Yes, so far has been in the games I was more suffering than pressing, and of course this game also it's not exactly the clean type of game that was just winning straight from the start, but I still think it was a nice fighting game, and I'm now kind of back in the tournament, and I'm looking forward to the next rounds and the Blitz tournament.
And maybe your feelings about, this was the previous round, I believe, against Ike Martirosyan, where you had this, no, I think it was round before
Yeah,
that, when you had this
round
very
2.
long defense. I think this was also probably a turning point for you, where you felt like, okay, you're starting badly, and now you have managed to defend this very difficult game. Beautiful defensive idea, this rook b4 at the very end. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, that this was kind of an important moment because this gives back some energy. Also, I was playing extremely long games. Yeah, like first 2 games I had 6 and 6.5 hours or something, both. Yeah. And then you get some energy back if you manage to defend such a game. And then yesterday was, of course, bad in the sense that the opening went very wrong, and basically I started playing only when I was close to lost already, which wasn't
the
great as
Shankland,
well.
yeah, I forgot about it.
Yeah,
of
this
course,
wasn't good. So today it's. I mean, I already felt yesterday, and that I'm feeling quite well about the way that I play. But simply, of course, the choices I made in the opening were absolutely horrible. So I was like, the good decision started when I was close to lost, which then, of course, can never be enough for more than a draw against such players. But today was again not clean. I'm still looking for more precision, but at least I won the game, which is extremely
in the right
important.
direction.
Yes, for
All
sure.
right, thank you, Vincent, for joining us. That was Vincent Keymer, who scored a very impressive victory over Praggnanandhaa. We are going to be back in a moment. Let's go to the bird's eye view and see what other action is happening still in the round 4 of the classical tournament. All right, so here we have still 2 more games, which is Salem tries to capitalize on his extra pawn versus Samunenkau. We were looking at this game before Vincent joined us. Also, there is an update potentially incoming in the game of Sam Shankland against Wang Lian, because here black has a technically winning position. And I think that's the game we are probably gonna go next, because the black pawn on c2 seems to be unstoppable. So far it's been a really great game by black. In the meantime, Angelika is back and she's ready to tell us some news, I hope, at least.
Which news do you want?
I don't know, some good news
Some good news?
or bad news. Any
I have
news.
Great news for sure. We are going to have another special guest in the studio just in a few moments.
All right.
So we have guest by guest.
So I need to vacate
Today?
my seat, I suppose, right?
Yes.
All right, you got it. So we're going to have a special guest, and maybe you can ask the guest also to evaluate what happens in the remaining two games. I think also the game of Shankland against Limlay is going to finish pretty soon. The same applies for the game of Salem against Igor Samunenkau. Stay tuned, in a moment.
All right, and we see that there is still game of Sam Shankland against Limlay ongoing. All right. Here. Yeah, so we are having still the game ongoing. There is a knight on d4. We can see it's under attack, but the pawn is very dangerous there on the c2 by Vietnamese grandmaster. So there is also a pawn on b6, which I guess cannot be captured yet, because after king b6 there is a bishop takes d4, and king g3 was played, the last move. And we are having a surprise guest here in the studio. I'm joined by international master Eric Rosen. Welcome to the Biel Chess Festival, Eric.
Thank you. Yeah, it's great to be here.
How do you feel yourself here?
Feel good. It's nice just having one game a day. My previous tournament, there were multiple days with 2 games a day, so it's nice, kind of relaxing, slower pace. I have time to rest and shave and eat, so I'm happy so far.
How is your performance so far in the Masters tournament? Because we know that you played some very nice games.
Yeah, I'm 3 out of 5 currently. I drew my game today, very clean game, and I've had a couple wins, 1 loss. So, but overall, I'm happy with the chess.
You're happy with the chess. And actually, tell us about yesterday's game. You submitted your game for a beauty award. So what happened?
Yeah, I submitted the game and I won the beauty prize. And you had just told me before I hopped on here that I was the only game, only submission. So I guess I was guaranteed to win the prize.
That was the only submission, but your game was also very nice, right?
Yeah. I was a little bit disappointed because I played for the first time in Biel last year, and I had no games that I felt were worthy enough of the beauty prize. But I guess this is the first game of the tournament where I thought there was some beauty to it. So
all right, let's dive into that game, and maybe you could share some highlights. I'm sure you have already done recap on that game yesterday.
I did. Yes, you
did. As always, you're doing after each round.
Exactly.
This is amazing. So let's dive into the game, and you share with our dear viewers what happened in the game. You played black pieces.
Yeah, I don't know if you want to flip the board, but
no, we keep it like this. Yes, sorry.
Yeah, so it was a Taimanov Sicilian.
Yes.
My opponent played open Sicilian, and yeah, going forward, the first kind of surprise for me was A3 in this position, which I didn't prepare, and I kind of improvised where I assumed my opponent was like very booked up in the main lines. So I decided to play just a complete deviation from standard theory after his next move. What did he play? He played f4, and then I played d5. And basically, I decided that I'd rather play a French than a Sicilian.
Oh.
So this provokes e5, knight d7, and we
Yeah,
got
you have
a very
the same
sharp
structure.
Exactly. And very often you see these structures from a mainline French. And going forward from here, the play actually flowed very naturally for black. Like I improve on the queen side. And engine says white's like objectively better, but it requires like very precise and concrete play for white to keep that advantage. And the next few moves, it was just all about attacking or building up the attack. And my opponent played maybe a few slow moves. Yeah, bishop e2 and queen g3 were perhaps a little bit slow. You know, the engine preferred f5 earlier from white.
So instead of queen g3, f5. Yeah.
Which is very hard to play because it allows knight takes e5 with tempo. So,
Yeah, it's
the
a
problem,
bit controversial.
Exactly, yeah. It's a very difficult position to understand. But the problem with queen g3 was it gave me just a lot of time to get initiative, and it just took a few more moves for black to be crashing through. Queen b8 and b2 is under fire. He plays b3, and black to move, and knight takes b3, and everything falls apart for white.
The brilliance, yeah. I mean, you want to sacrifice, you want to go for it. Then you played second.
So I didn't look at the game with chess.com, but it feels really good to have two brilliant moves in a row. I didn't realize that.
This is awesome.
Exactly.
And after knight takes, queen takes there, and it's actually...
It's just clean up on the queen side.
Yes. So there are just huge problems. You're just cleaning everything up, and wow, knight b4, almost over.
Yeah, it's not quite force mate, but okay, after rook d2, knight c2, I win back material, I'm up 2 pawns, and yeah, my opponent resigned pretty soon.
Yeah, he didn't allow you to deliver a checkmate here.
No, I was actually like, I had the thought during the game that if my opponent plays it out, like he resigned after bishop a4,
Yes.
but there are some lines where the king, like after bishop b4, rook takes b4, queen takes b4, king d3, queen e4, king c3, queen c2, king b4. There might be some possibility where I can castle with checkmate, but like I have to walk the king all the way up to the 8th rank.
Yeah, this is crazy. You have not castled the whole game, but that would be like castling and checkmate.
Yeah, I have to save it for the winning move. Yeah.
A super exciting game. Thank you so much for showing it. Eric, you have already participated in the Biel Chess Festival last year. What is your experience of her here? Because today you drew your game, right?
I did, yeah. Yeah, it's a very strong tournament. I mean, no game is easy, like even when I play lower players. Today I played a higher-rated player, younger than me, about 10 years younger than me, actually. But
it's always tough to play against younger opponents.
Yeah, and it's like, it's not easy to win games. Like, my opponent played just really solidly. I tried to surprise him in the opening, and I checked like the accuracy after the game. It was like 99% to 99%. So, I mean, really just have to stay focused every moment and take your chances when they come.
Are you only participating in the Open Classical tournament, or have you played also Rapid here? Or will you play Blitz?
Yeah, I'm planning to play all the side events. So I played the 960, the Rapid. I'll play the Blitz on the rest days. So trying to get my full dose of chess for these few weeks.
This is awesome, Eric. How do you find the time and energy, to still, after your game, find the time to recap your games and show it to the community?
Yeah, there's, I mean, it's interesting, like during these classical tournaments, usually at the end of every game, regardless of the result, there's this like big adrenaline rush where it just, like the chess somehow like caffeinates me, it gives me energy. And after the game, I usually have like this surge of energy where I want to like kind of review the game and take away the lessons. So
even if you lose?
Even if I lose, yeah. Like the recaps can offer like some nice therapy and reflection. My one loss of the tournament was to Grandmaster Sashi Kiran, where he completely outplayed me, and I really didn't know what I did wrong after the game finished. So it's very helpful to be able to take away lessons and try and improve with every game.
And your games are also streamed live during your rounds?
Yeah. I have a guest commentator on my Twitch channel, Jonathan Trance, and he's taking over every day. So it's nice to share the games with the audience.
How special is Biel Chess Festival generally? Like there are also Grandmaster Triathlon happening here, especially for you.
Yeah, it's really cool. It's awesome to be surrounded by like so many passionate chess players and so many strong chess players. And it's very humbling to be like seated around 40 to 50th in the field because there's so many chances to play higher-rated opponents. So yeah, there's really no risk for me. There's no pressure that I feel. It's just about trying to play good chess and having fun.
Thank you so much, Eric, for your time. Wish you best of luck in the next rounds and also in the Blitz tournament and all the side events you're going to participate.
Thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. And dear viewers, we are diving into the action. There are still 2 games ongoing. We see that there is a game of Sam Shankland against Lim Le is being played. Actually, there has been an update. There was a result in the game of Salem against Igor Samunenkau. Salem managed to win the game, so we still have only one game ongoing. It is Sam Shankland against Lim Le. This game is actually, I'm just seeing that there is only a knight, there is no more bishop, and there are 2 pawns for each side on the board. And by the way, meantime, I am having here some support finally
from me,
from Artus.
Finally, some support from me. So let's select this game and see what is happening there. Only one more game ongoing, which is, as you said, Sam Shankland against Lim Le. Seems to be pretty close to the finish line. Extra piece is still an extra piece, but the final hope for Shankland is to eliminate these pawns and then somehow save the game, but probably he's not going to do it in time because it's 30 minutes for Black to figure it out. Plenty of time.
So do you play something like King D7 to protect the pawn with the King E8? Because
Yeah,
if you
I think
play,
so.
if
That's
you
the
play King
simplest.
D6, because there is King F6. Yeah.
Yeah, so King D7, King H5, King E8, maybe King G5, King F8, King G8. The only chance somehow for White is to trade this H pawn for the F pawn, because then with just a sole knight on the board, you cannot win the game. But I don't really think that he's going to achieve it. And I have a big spoiler, I have the bar in front of me that says that the game's winning.
And Arthur's players don't have a bar, so that's why you have all calculate
Of
everything
course.
very precisely. I mean, we have this huge advantage compared to the players, obviously. But for them, it's not so easy. Actually, I was wondering if you move the knight. What is?
Yeah, this is also, I think, pretty obvious move. Now, if you take the pawn here, I'm also marching with the king closer, King E7, and somehow get the knight to help to combat against this pawn. So knight E3 should be winning as well, and if you play King F6, I can always play King D5, take it here, put the knight on F4, King E3, King F3, and just win the game. So right now, here, Lim Le is just double-checking how to precisely lead the game to a logical outcome. Can we step back up for a moment? I want to see how did he get from that position
I
to
want
this
also
position.
to see how the bishop disappeared from the board. I mean, what exactly happened?
Right, all right. So where we left it, it was about here. I think exactly here we left it. We're wondering how Black is going to try to capitalize on the advantage. Queen takes on b4, Queen c2, pinning the bishop, makes perfect sense. Queen c4 was a mistake because of d3. Takes here, King f6, King e5. Seems to be pretty straightforward. You're going to take on d4, this pawn is promoting. And that's how they got there.
Yeah, he just promoted the pawn, becomes a bishop, and okay, the only thing is that king and the knight are a bit far away, but it looks like they can easily go back and protect the pawn.
Right, which asks the question, of course, why Queen c4 was a mistake, what was the better move? Maybe let's check it. He could have played a bit more stubborn, like King g1 maybe.
Ah, you're threatening to take on d4.
But this feels still
Bishop
lost.
d4, check.
Bishop d4. Take, King h7, Queen d5. Is this so clear, by the way? I'm not sure. I don't think the Black wants to trade the knight for the bishop. So this was the more resilient defense for the American Grandmaster. d3, bishop d4, maybe King h7. And now
Then, yeah, some queen.
No. Not queen b7. Maybe queen e7. Probably it's lost anyway, so that's why here he just played queen c4. He probably saw this entire sequence that black is going to play b3, and he was just trying to advance those pawns to the king side and hope it's going to be enough, but probably it's not. King g5 is played, and right now Limle is double checking where's the win. And one thing, Angelica, you know, I'm super impressed by Limle. There's something in the format, Biel, that makes Limle play the best chess possible. He's taking the right decisions at the right moment. He won the tournament 2 years ago. He was basically leading from the start. Last year, he had the slower start. Then he climbed back at the last moment, overtake the leader of the tournament, Vincent Keymer, in the final round, won the tournament again. And this year, maybe the same scenario is going to happen again.
Maybe it will happen because he also at the opening ceremony, when I was asking player each question, I mean, like, Limle was the one who said, I would like to come back again to Biel. For that, I have to win the tournament. And he was very ambitious.
And he means it. And he really means it. So he's right now considering his choices. The other game, Igor Samunenkau against Salem has already finished. So only one game left. The viewers, write your thoughts in the chat. What do you think about this game in general? Post your thoughts, the most exciting moments, what happened so far. So maybe we can use actually this moment while they're thinking.
Maybe we could check the last moments of the game of Salem Igor. I think we
Yeah,
missed that.
that's what I wanted to do. Good call. We didn't really see it. We left it here, about here, after king g4, where black was down a pawn, f4, g takes, rook c8, king f5, and yeah, finally here the Ukrainian had to push for the c pawn. Otherwise, the white king is just approaching and eating this pawn for free.
And there is also f pawn, another passer. The b pawn is going forward, rook c6, yeah.
This is very unfortunate for black. You can put the queen on the board, but white is a bit faster.
Yeah, and white is picking up.
So you cannot do that. That's why white bravely plays rook c6, rook b8, b6, c3. And the final nuance, by the way, not taking the pawn on c3, but check here and b7. This is really nice. So white is advancing a bit faster. Now the point is king f6, and white suddenly starts to play for the mate. King e8, rook c8, here, takes on c2, here, and cut off the king. This was really nice. So the king is cut off, f5, king g7, f6, build the so-called bridge or the Lucina position. So beautiful technique. And I see Saleh is here. Are you ready to join us? He is ready to join us. Come right here. So instead of Angelica, I suppose. So come right here. So we are going to have the winner of this game versus Igor Samunenkau to give us a short interview. I'm not even sure what is the current overall standings. We still have to get an update on that, but you were pretty close to Vaishali. Once again, congratulations for the beautiful game. Come please have a seat. Maybe let's go through your game. I'm just going to stroll through. Do you want an engine on or off?
Off, please.
Off, all right.
Because everything I would say, it would be wrong with the engine on, you know.
An evaluation
And the
bar?
bar as well.
All right.
Good.
I respect that. All right, I'm just going to stroll through the game.
Okay. Okay, I will. We will stop at some moments. And
All
so
right.
let's go. Yeah. H6, bishop, and then bishop maybe d7, or bishop e7, yeah? I didn't expect this.
Okay.
Because he had no bishop h4 games. Strange, so I thought he might just go for it. So, yeah, e3. And here I decided to play something I didn't play before, the cd. Okay, it's just a position, yeah. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, knight, rook e8, castle 94, takes. Yeah.
This was really nice check.
Continue, yeah. This is still theory. And after rook e1, yeah, here I had a game with black myself. King g8, I think, is the best move. I won important game in World Cup against Vucaturo and the tie breaks. And I remember this is the move. So bishop d6, I don't know how bad is it. I remember that it's just not the move. It could be very bad or it could be playable. So e4 must be the point. Takes, takes. Bishop b4. This is the first moment, like, because I know the way he played is not supposed to be correct. So I'm looking for punishment non-stop. First move I was considering here is actually queen b3.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, bishop takes e1 and knight d6. So it's not easy actually to protect f7. It looks natural to go rook e7 to trade more pieces, but actually after rook takes e1, this trade is in my favor. I didn't see how to defend with black. It's very strange. So I think black should go rook f8 instead of rook e7.
Yeah.
Rook takes e1, queen f6. And here I was looking, I couldn't find, like knight e8, queen d8, knight d6, draw. Okay, black can maybe try queen f4 to play for a win. So I couldn't make it work. And yeah, queen f.
Yeah,
exactly.
here, knight e8 and queen f4.
Yes. And in this case, I was also thinking that if my queen would be on c4 instead of queen b3, I will have rook e4. But it's getting too much already, like
Right.
knight b6 and so on. So, okay, I couldn't make this work. And the question is where to move the rook. Rook e3 looked to me natural because I'm going for all these knight g5 mates. For example, here knight g5 did not work. I think, first of all, rook f8 immediately. I couldn't make anything work here.
Not taking the knight on g5.
Yeah, taking the knight is maybe interesting. Like take. Rook f8 now. There was some point here. I don't remember anymore. No, here it's just it doesn't work actually. No, yeah, I'm mixing up with other moments. So here rook e3, knight b6, and here's another interesting moment. I was considering here bishop c4. Looks very strange. But I really want to use this b4 and f7. So knight c4, queen c4, you lose pawn on f7. Natural knight d5 would also lose because bishop d5, c d5, knight g5, hg, and knight g5. And queen h7. Yes.
Nice. Also, there's
Yeah.
a fork on f7, yeah?
Yes. But finally, bishop e6, I didn't, like, bishop e6 takes, knight e5. It's still concrete. It's not done. King g8, queen b3. I think if black stabilizes, black's fine. But I'm playing like move per move, yeah?
Yeah.
And for example, here there's queen d4, knight f7, and queen c4 was my problem. Yeah, this
Okay.
was... Yeah, so I also, bishop c4 didn't work. And here also knight g5, here was interesting. And knight g5, let's say you take. And now, how do you protect? You have bishop e6 or... no, bishop e6 is rook e6. No, rook f8. And here I wanted to take knight f7. Okay, looks insane, probably wrong. And queen e2. This and queen h5. And this looked very nice, actually. But no, but bishop e6 was the move, in fact, yeah. I remember, bishop e6 was my problem. And because rook e6, queen g5.
Oh,
That's one, and if instead of rook e6, rook h3, I have, because he cannot take, just king g8, and I didn't see what to do. Bishop h7, king f8. So again, nothing is working. I'm burning myself here, and finally I decided to play just something. Like, I want to ask you about, like, what is your opinion? For example, here, I could go for position, like knight e5, bishop e6, let's say a3, bishop e7, and knight c5, bishop takes, pawn takes. What do you think about this? Because this, I like knight d5, yeah? How would you estimate this? You think
I will
black
still
is-
play white.
You think white's better or is fine for black? Because I'm, based on the information I have, I'm always trying to be better, But
All
maybe
right.
it's not dramatic. So this is one version. I could also get the other, let's say, go
No,
back.
but you're definitely better here.
You
No,
think
don't
better, yeah?
No, I think you have the better pieces. Also, these pawns on the color of his bishop. There's no f6. He can't get rid of the knight. And the king on h8 is weird. You can play rook e1. First, you defined where you put the rook. Maybe
Yeah.
G3.
Yeah, where to go? Because knight f4 was annoying me. Like if I control the dark squares, like with f4, for example, then I would be very happy. But I felt that maybe I am not in time. But
I can
yeah.
check an engine if you want.
No,
We
no,
can
no,
make-
no.
we,
No.
we can try to figure it out with the engine. No?
But there's another version. Just I want a human because
Alright.
finally I had to make the decision.
No, I would prefer white.
Okay, and there is another version of it. Let's go back a few moves, which is like more in the game. I think I played
Yeah, so you played
a3, and I could go knight c5 first,
Okay.
and then bishop c5. Now, no, I wanted to take on e8, take on c5, and rook e1. So he cannot play bishop e6, knight d4. So queen f8, and I could have this version also. Yeah, knight e5, for example, bishop e6, knight g6 is nothing special because it's just like knight f4 at the end. So I cannot go knight g6. Now I thought it's smart to make some move instead of knight e5, like instead of knight e5.
Yeah, yeah.
So that if bishop e6, knight d4, if bishop d7, knight e5. But anyway, I wasn't sure. I felt that it's not really. What do you think? This is more, that, both, nothing?
I still think what you play in the game made perfect sense because you managed to build up this very nice, strong attack. You played knight g3 and everything. So if I would see that position and compare to that positional choice, I would still pick what you played in the game.
Yeah, knight g3 is interesting, but to me, I already gave up on like objective advantage or something. I just wanted to already play. So I don't know, like he played knight d5, knight e5. Yeah, it's brilliant. Okay, great. Actually, 1 second. Sorry. There is a small detail here. If you go back instead of knight d5, because knight d5 allows knight e5.
Yes.
So it would be natural to put bishop on f6 or d6.
Yeah, okay, let's say this.
Here there was knight g5, just for fun. If hg, queen e2, rook e3, queen h5, king g8 takes on e3, bishop e6, queen h7, king f8, and I thought here there's some slow move, like, what was it? Knight h5, yeah, or bishop g6.
It's not really a slow move.
No, not here. Yeah, I'm mixing up. Maybe bishop f5. I don't know. Something slow. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe knight h5 simply is the move. Yeah. So this was interesting, but it again not working because after bishop d6, knight g5. Yeah, back. In the very beginning. Yeah, he can just go rook f8.
And you can't remove the bishop to give him mate.
Show me the money. Yeah. So knight g5. Yeah, he could have played bishop d6. Yeah, knight e5. I would have played probably knight e5 and play this position.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go. What happened? Knight e5. Yeah, rook f3. Not sure. Yeah. Okay, and queen e2.
It looked really nice. I mean,
yes.
You're building up something there. So
Yeah, takes queen h4, knight f5. Yeah, here rook c1 looked nice. Well, again, like I couldn't estimate g6, for example. g6, no, here instead of knight. g6, rook c4, queen c4, bishop c4, gf. Okay, I will get some pawns, but yeah, let's say I could do this, or queen h5 directly. I wasn't sure, is this anything or not, finally. Hard to estimate. Maybe better, but maybe not enough. So knight b6, and here is the moment. Like, I think I spent a lot of time. To me, I felt that after knight b6, I should be winning somehow. So I couldn't just find it. Queen is almost trapped. Okay, I don't know. Here, million variations I calculated, but finally I couldn't make anything work. Yeah, rook d1. Yeah, let's see what happened because.
Yeah, the g6.
Yeah,
very responsible move.
Yeah, here, for example, there was rook h5 move after queen d4.
Here. Oh.
Rook h5, I was thinking because it's a double attack. I want to take bishop g6 as well. So if takes, I think queen h5, I think. No, here queen e5, yeah, queen e5, and I didn't see how to win. I just draw.
Almost made, but accepted.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
And yeah, and here, like queen f3 suddenly I realized is interesting in this moment.
Yeah.
Queen f3. So taking is bad because queen f5. Yeah, it's nice. Like no, not the end. f6 exists. And queen f6, rook g7, queen h6, king g8, bishop h7, rook h7, queen e6, and then I win the queen. But after rook f5, I didn't like knight d7 suddenly. Oh, but by blunder they have queen f6 check. Yeah. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Maybe queen f3 was... No. I think king g8 I didn't like finally, yeah. King g8. Calma. And then for, I don't know.
And there's no e6, no nothing.
Yes, yeah, e6 are always in there, but suddenly b2 is hanging, you know. I prefer to give rook, but not this b2 pawn. So, okay.
That's interesting.
Yes.
All right.
So let's go back. Okay, I think it was interesting, yeah, here.
Yeah, this looked a very fast-paced game here.
Yeah, and rook e5. Yeah, I blundered something. I mean, I had this idea, queen a2, but instead I also had one more idea, to go bishop e4, queen c4, queen b2, queen takes e4, then rook e3 was my point. And instead, I thought rook e8 probably is the move instead of queen e4. This was my main line, bishop takes g6, fg, rook e3, and let's say next f4.
Yeah.
But what I blundered is, sorry, the first line actually I blundered.
Which
Here,
one?
yeah,
Here?
queen e4,
Yes.
rook e3, knight c4.
Ooh.
Rook e4 and knight b2 and my rook on d1 hangs.
Yes, I see. Yeah. All right.
So I started to panic, played queen a2, and of course the main point if you play like f5, to play bishop e2, and the queen's trapped.
All right.
So then he started to find good moves. Like here, this knight c4 was very nice move. Queen c2 was a panic move for sure. I didn't see what to do. Was I winning? Do you know?
No.
Ah,
No,
I
here it
wasn't.
already. No, you were nowhere winning. I remember looking through your game. It was building up a solid advantage, but I don't think there was any moment where you're like.
Yeah, here I think black already has forced draw actually.
Yeah,
Queen c2, rook d1,
Yeah.
knight takes a3, rook b7, a5, and let's say bishop f3 if I'm ambitious. Then ab still goes on, rook b4.
Oh,
Yeah, rook b4. Yeah, my problem was rook b4, knight c2, and now black wants this rook a1, knight e1. So rook a.
Yeah.
Yeah,
see.
so I have to
Okay,
go rook
knight.
b1, and knight goes to d4, and okay, it's fine for black for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, but suddenly he went to that end game, and it's maybe just lost. I don't know.
Yeah. So here there was one more. This was the mistake by Black, but I mean, rook b8 is such a sad move.
Yes,
to make.
nobody would play rook b8. Like every good player will go a5.
Of course, yeah.
And but I think after rook b7, ab is just bad. I
I think
didn't
it's just
see-
losing because
it's
if you
losing.
remove these pawns, it's just a draw, even with the king cutoff, right?
Yes.
I think so.
Yes.
Yeah.
But it's impossible to remove it. That's the whole point.
Yeah.
And then, okay, it was not difficult, I think.
Yeah. So that was pretty nice. I mean, this entire technique that you
Yeah.
were like trying to promote the pawn, but actually you want to lure off his king, and then you cut it off, and
Yeah.
that was really nice.
Yeah.
All right, very impressive game so far. You're also, I think, joining us here for the first time.
Second.
Second.
With you, first time. Yeah, with
Me first time.
Angelica, yeah.
Maybe that's why I don't remember you here, because
Yes.
you're doing it with Angelica.
Yes.
In general, I mean, how do you feel about? I know this is a very generic question, but how does it
I
feel for
feel-
you to be back?
To be back, it's great. I mean, if I don't like the tournament, then I wouldn't be here 10 times, yeah? But I'm very happy to be invited, and also I feel that I'm playing good, so it's very important.
Yeah. So what do you think about Vaishali? Unexpectedly, she was leading the tournament.
Yeah, it's very impressive, very impressive. Today she drew, yeah?
Today she drew, yeah. So how closely do you follow the other players playing? Does it like impact your mood, or no? You just concentrate on your game.
I just see the games very quickly, but usually I care only about my games. I don't care at all about the others. So if I'm playing good, I don't mind. Okay, if everyone plays good, it's important that I do well. Yeah. But of course I follow the games and see she was playing brilliantly. Yeah.
All right. Okay, it looks like you're in great shape. Maybe a couple of words about Donchenko's game. I mean,
Yeah,
you were
Donchenko's
pressing for
game.
the entire game.
Yeah. No, I didn't feel. I mean, I felt that I'm winning at the end. I just didn't realize that once we change the rooks, that we keep one rook. In my mind, I will win c pawn and win. I did.
That's
not,
what I thought as well.
Yeah,
Initially.
I just didn't calculate that maybe he will go to pawn end game.
Yeah.
And there were so many fortresses in this pawn end game that he can allow. He could allow some crazy things, and it will be still fortress. So. No, it was a good game. Just that my rook b4 I played quite quickly, and I relaxed. I think too early.
Yeah.
And that
Yeah, you
moment.
could have started this king set attack. Yeah.
Yes.
Maybe, but let's not show it on the screen. But yeah, it was a
Yes.
very nice game in general.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
all right. Game over. Oh, the game is over. Yeah, in the meantime, we have the game on the screen. Sorry about that. I was talking with Select here. So Sam Shankland has resigned against Lim Le. So this means this round is officially over. And I'm not really sure if Lim Le is going to join us for interview or not. But fantastic stuff.
Yeah, maybe it's time for dinner.
Yeah, it's a good call. All right, thank you for joining me.
Thank you
here,
very much.
And we'll be seeing you.
Yeah, hopefully.
All right, take care. All right. So Angelika is going to join us for a moment. And in the meantime, here we have the results on the screen. Lim Le scores a very important victory with a black color by outplaying Sam Shankland. Then we have another result of a game here in the master section. Vincent Keymer played a crazy game against Praggnanandhaa, who tried to complicate the matters but was outplayed in the time scramble, as Vincent explained later in the interview. In the meantime, in the challengers, 2 games finished in a draw. Vaishali played a draw against Andrea Maurizzi. Also, Jonas Bielle against Alexander Donchik was a pretty peaceful game. And of course, the most important game which affected the current rankings was Salem beating Igor Samunenkau, because this means he is right now the new leader of the tournament. Here you see, here are the rankings. The new leader of the challenger, Salem with 19.5 points over Vaishali. Donchenko is already falling behind with 14 points. In the meantime, in the Masters tournament, we have a brand new leader, or the old leader, so to speak, because Lim Le is the 2-time winner of the past 2 years here in Biel, but he is right now overtaking Mishra as the new favorite.
Yeah, absolutely exciting stuff. We're having the very close battle in the first, second place of the rankings in both challengers and masters. So it's going to be exciting to follow up next rounds.
Yeah, I mean, Angelika, your highlight of the round so far?
I mean, for sure, it was a game of Vaishali Ramesh Babu against Marc-Andrea Maurizzi, and of course, Vincent Keymer against Praggnanandhaa. That was a huge game. It was absolutely incredible with many brilliant moves.
And if you would have to select the game of the round?
Probably it would be Vincent against
I
Praggnanandhaa.
think so. Yeah, I think so.
Do you agree?
I definitely agree. That was a very, very exciting game. So fun stuff, really. So the action, of course, the viewers, is going to continue tomorrow. So here are the next round pairings. So what do we have here? It's going to be interesting. Mishra is going to face on Vincent Keymer. Vincent has found his pace in the tournament after his escaped draw with Martirosyan. He has found strength to fight back. The leader, Lim Le, is going to have a very important matchup versus Ike Martirosyan, I suppose. So, of course, that's the game we are going to follow. But in the challengers, the viewers, there's one particular matchup I can't wait to see tomorrow, because that is the two-leader clash. Vaishali plays against Salem. What about that?
This is going to be a match of the two leaders, absolutely exciting. Vaishali with the white pieces against the current leader of the standings, but also Vaishali was just leading before this round. And yeah, this is going to be for sure a decisive game for the standings.
Indeed, it will. So, once again, I would like to use the opportunity to thank everybody who is making this tournament possible, because we are only the presenters, the commentators of the event. We have Big. He's right there. He's sitting left to us, doing a lot of fantastic stuff. Off the screen, you're now seeing, changing scenes, preparing stuff, updating information, etc. So, making the broadcast as the best quality possible. Also, we have Tatiana. She's there with the president, Peter Blomenhust. Hello. They're not registered. I'm talking about them. Yes, I'm talking about you. They still no. Sorry, Lim. Not about you. I'm talking to you, Tatiana. Yes. And everybody else, of course. Thank you for being so awesome.
And also huge thanks to you for being so great artists.
Thank you. Also you, of course, Angelika. So it was fun. But we are going to be back tomorrow at 2 p.m. Central European Summer Time for another exciting round in the classical tournament. And then, of course, there's going to be the blitz tournament. There's going to be the final stage of the top finishers. After the triathlon is going to be round up all the three tournaments combined. So exciting stuff. more action coming tomorrow. So 2 p.m. Central European Summer Time. Make sure to tune in at all the channels to see it live. In the meantime, we're saying goodbye. This is the 57th International Beach Chess Festival. Have a great evening.